Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm very well indeed, thank you, Khadija. I hope you are too. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I will do. A nightmare is definitely the word for me. I'm a small business, a local business, and my focus is working with disengaged youth, children, teaching self-defence to vulnerable women. During the lockdown, obviously, all of our locations get shut down, so we move to online. Okay, so we run our classes online, and our absolute, we rely fully on online advertising. So one of the major social media accounts that we use on the 19th of October decided to restrict our account, which meant right in lockdown, we're now not able to do any outreach work or reach out to those that are obviously going to be most in need during this vulnerable time, and have followed all of the routes of being told to appeal online, and with a response being told, review can't be requested. This is because the account isn't restricted from advertising, and there's a different type of restriction. Absolutely fine, and I understand that these things happen. However, I now have a note saying I have 48 hours to complete my appeal, or my account will be permanently restricted. Now, I have followed through to actually try and reach out to this company. I've spoke with 3 online representatives that you speak to live, which I think may actually be bots and not people. And I've also been in communication with one person via email from their concierge support. And all 4 of them have come to a final solution of, unfortunately, we can't help you. You need to appeal online. But I can't appeal online because it won't allow me to. They've not informed me of any violations, and I respect if there are any. And the only thing that I can think of is that we demonstrate self-defense moves. And in some of our videos, we use self-defense fake weapons, like bendy knives, for example. But they have not, it's impossible to communicate with them. And this has been absolutely detrimental.
This sounds very similar to another case that I dealt with a few weeks ago of an artist who had painted a scene. It was a scene to remember a soldier and a dog and a horse in a poppy field, and the soldier was holding a gun. And and again, the same kind of thing. The whole page was suspended as a result of the image of the gun, because this particular company, it was a social media company, had some kind of process where it scans photos and videos and stuff like that people are uploading, and any imagery of a weapon was a red flag to them.
Which so I understand.
On some of your videos, then, you show how to disarm people with knives and stuff like that, do you?
Correct, yes. But my issue with this is the appeal process will not work for me. So it asks you to enter your email address so that they can send you a verification code to appeal, but we never, ever receive the code. And after speaking to them on 4 occasions and trying 4 different email addresses, it never comes through. So they're not allowing me to appeal. And if this gets shut down, this is going to be absolutely detrimental for us.
Well, I can imagine. How long have you been doing this? I mean, you sound very nice, Khadija. Can you personally disarm someone with a knife?
I can, yes.
Can you?
2010 we started, and I've actually been using this company since then and have spent plenty of money with them on advertising. But yeah, it's...
and how did you get into it?
I personally got into Muay Thai as a martial art years ago when I was 19 at university. I fell in love with it, and from there I went on to go more into self-defense and just really trying to help vulnerable people and people that struggle with mental health, and we're just trying to help people. That's our goal, and unfortunately this is really I feel like I've hit a dead end with this one.
Have you ever had to use your skills?
Not against the weapon, which I'm very happy about. I have had to use my skills twice in self-defense. It worked on both occasions. Yeah, unfortunately.
Work?
No, it worked.
Oh, it worked. I was going to say, I mean, your colleagues must really dislike you. Oh, gosh. Right, and what happened when you say it worked? I mean, what happened? Was it the old someone crept up on you down a dark alley and you karate chopped them in the windpipe?
Yeah, one was actually in London. Somebody tried to take my mobile phone whilst I was on it. It was nighttime. It was dark. It was probably a silly place to be on my mobile phone, to be honest.
What did you do? Talk me through. I love this. Did you grabbed his leg, pulled him backwards, punched him in the face, punched him in the throat?
I tried to cause as little injury as possible, but I grabbed the wrist of the man and
flipped him straight on his back.
Twisted it backwards and kicked him away from me so that I could get away.
Right. And and it worked?
It worked. He ended up on the floor. I ended up free with my mobile phone.
Brilliant. What about the second time?
The second time was a real confrontation where somebody, unfortunately, they were using some sort of substance, so they weren't really in their right mind, and they were just going. They just started shouting at me, but then I saw he raised his arm to go and attack me, and I had to knee him to the stomach and push him away.
Wow. Yeah. These people, they don't know what they're doing messing with you. Fantastic. Right, well, we need to try and help you, don't we? Because you need to get your message out there. Right.
That would be amazing.
Tara, have you ever done self-defence?
I did taekwondo during a lunch break at a pharmaceutical company I was working for at the time as a sandwich student. And I don't know what they took during their lunch break, but everyone was 6'5" and over. And I'm only 5'2", Khadija. So when we were practicing our kicks, everyone had to take it in turns to hold like a body mat. But because they could kick really high, I had to hold it like covering my head and neck. And of course their legs were really high, so I completely overbalanced all the time. So I would spend whole lunch breaks just falling over.
When I was taller than you, you can go for their ankles. It hits them and they fall on the floor.
I did that when they were in the lab to get them back.
Go for the family jewels. I did self-defence once, but I got repeatedly told off because I was far too aggressive.
You surprised me.
Once I disarmed people, I then gave them a good kicking.
I don't know, Khadija, if you got the sense that he was genuinely getting really excited to find out how you've disarmed people in real life.
I think he's more excited about that than anything else.
He got a little spark in his eyeballs.
Oh, I love it. I love it. But most of my techniques do involve the family jewels.
Well, I mean, that is a good one, to be honest with you. That is what I recommend. So
Exactly. When in doubt, go for the family jewels.
Exactly.
Right. Now, Khadija, in all seriousness, we need to go and have a word with this company. We need to find out what on earth is going on. We need to explain the situation to them, and we need to try and get a human being to look at this rather than some kind of computer algorithm.
I don't know why you're not getting your verification code. It should come through on your email.
It should come through on my email, and I've even changed the email address every way possible to try it. We've even had a personal email address that we've tried in there. And Facebook, the company has basically said that...
Yes?
The company have basically said that... sorry, it went really quiet. I wasn't sure if I'd been cut off. The company have basically said that I have to fill in this other form, which I've filled in, and it's for a mobile number, and that doesn't work either.
Right, so well, listen, you did accidentally name the company, but listen, we'll get a call into them. We've dealt with this issue with them before, so I'm very confident that we should be able to help you.
It means I already have the contacts, Jonathan.
Brilliant.
It took a while to get them,
Amazing.
but I got them.
Khadija, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. Please try not to feel the need to karate chop her in the windpipe.
I will try my best.
And we'll try and help you out, okay? Now, Sadie has a parrot called Buddy, and her mum has a leather sofa. Well, it would appear the two don't mix very well, and it's left the family with a real headache.
He managed to break the clip off his cage, and he managed to get out. None of us were at home, and we walked in, and we saw the back of the sofa, and he's pecked all holes in the back of it, and he's pulling the stuffing out. We've had him since he was 2, and he's 14 now, and he has never done anything like that. I think the lockdown got to him a little bit. My mum put in an insurance claim for him in June. She sent all pictures in and done all the form online and everything. The technicians come out, and the parts are just not what they are at all. They're really shiny leather. They're completely wrong colour for the sofa, and even the technician agrees with that himself. my mum ended up getting an email saying that a delivery company was bringing a parcel to her, and the same part came again with a letter saying that they are within tolerance.
Well, Sadie says that she can never remember the sofa being shiny at all. It wasn't shiny, it always had a matte type appearance. So the leather that they've been suggesting they're going to use to repair this sofa is clearly the wrong kind of leather. But why would the company not recognise this and change it? That's exactly what I've been trying to find out. And I'm pleased to say Sadie's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Sadie.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So, as you know, I've been off to speak to not only the insurance company, but also the sofa company that your mum purchased this policy from in the first place. Now, that company is DFS, and they've now provided us with a response. They say, at DFS, we take customer service extremely seriously. And this, of course, extends to the insurance policies we offer through third-party suppliers. These policies are intended to bring peace of mind to our customers by making claims handling easy and fair. With this in mind, we were very disappointed to hear about Sadie's repair issue. We've spoken to the insurance company and we understand the complaint had already been escalated and a resolution has been agreed. We apologise to Sadie and her family for any inconvenience caused. Now, before I went off for my week away, that looked distinctly like a week at home, actually, the insurance company had been in touch with your mum and they had said, look, what we're going to do is we're going to give you a voucher for the full cost of that particular bit of furniture, and you can go down to DFS and you can choose something else instead, which was fantastic, wasn't it? But at that particular point, of course, it was just as the lockdown was occurring and the shop was shut, wasn't it, Sadie?
Yeah, it was.
And I presume the shop is still shut.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. But you were very concerned, as indeed was your mum, as to whether or not there was going to be enough time when the shop reopens for you to use the voucher and to choose the alternative furniture. Now, I understand they've given you some assurance on that. What have they said?
They said that they will extend the voucher for another 3 to 12 months due to the lockdown, and they've also sent a letter to say that they've provided feedback to the manager of the team involved. They will use the complaint to make necessary changes in the spirit of continuous improvement. They're also sending a cheque for £50 as a gesture of goodwill in apology.
Wow.
For everything.
Well, I think that you're going to end up in a much better position than you were in to start with, to be honest, because this furniture is, 4 years old?
Yeah.
So you're going to end up with a brand new sofa, plus you've got 50 quid as well, and you've already had 4 years use from the previous sofa. So in a strange kind of way, old Buddy the parrot has kind of done you a favour, hasn't he?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. But I'd also like to say as well a big thank you to you and your team, because obviously this wasn't getting resolved until we come on the show and got in contact with you and your team. So I'd just like to say a massive thank you.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure to help you. It's one of the very interesting cases that we get. What about Buddy? Because when you replace the furniture, when you do finally get to a point where you can go and choose something new, how are you going to make sure this doesn't happen again? I mean, I don't want Buddy eating your next sofa.
Oh no, we're going to have a look to see if we can get the clip on the cage repaired. It's got a hair bubble around it at the moment, keeping it locked, but he hasn't broken out since that day.
Right. And have you had any run-ins with Buddy? Because he's not that keen on you, is he?
No, not yet. I've kept my distance from him a bit.
Yeah. Well, maybe a hefty padlock is what you need to put on that cage instead. And when he'd plucked out the filling on the sofa, had he actually eaten it, or had he tried to make some kind of nest?
I think he tried. I don't honestly know because I didn't go in. My mum did, but I don't think he would have eaten it. I probably think he probably would have tried to make a nest.
Are you sure Buddy's a male?
No, he's a female.
Oh!
He thinks he's a boy, but he is a girl.
Why do you call him he?
Because he called himself a good boy and everything. It's just, we always thought he was a boy. It wasn't until he got very poorly and we had blood taken on him and it came back that he was a female.
So Buddy the parrot, who calls himself a good boy, is actually a female parrot and was trying to make a nest with the contents of the sofa. I mean, this just gets even stranger. It really does. Well, listen, I'm absolutely delighted that they've said they're going to extend that voucher. I'm going to give them this. I'm just reserving a couple of honks. Can you please keep me in the loop, Sadie, and let me know as soon as you've been down to choose the sofa whenever the shop is able to reopen. Please keep me posted and I'll give them the rest of the horn, OK? Has found a solid oak table and chairs online. She thought it would fit absolutely perfectly into her home and paid about £500 for it. But recently she says something's happened that suggests this table isn't necessarily what she was expecting it to be.
Last weekend, a tiny piece of veneer, what appears to be veneer edging, has snapped off, which alerted us to the fact that it had this veneer trim. I contacted them and they said, oh, that's okay. Use some wood glue, sand it down and polish it up and it looked good as new. And I went back and said, this isn't acceptable. I don't expect to be repairing a solid oak table, not even a year later. And asked them for the manufacturer's name and they've just ignored me.
Yes, well, I went off to have a word with the retailer on Liz's behalf and she's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Liz.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Liz. Now, I think actually it was your hubby that purchased this table, wasn't it?
Yes.
Your hubby sourced it, and it would appear that it would appear he'd purchased it via an online platform, which, I mean, I would always suggest that when you're buying anything over the internet, always buy it from a reputable, well-known retailer that has good customer service, so you know that if you do have any problems down the line, there's a good chance the company will take care of the problems and sort it all out for you. This company, to be honest, they're obviously a very small company. I'd never heard of them before. Anyway, I did go off and have a word with the guy that runs the firm. He said, and he completely disagreed with what you told me, he said this table was not described as a solid oak table. It was described as solid oak with oak veneer top. He said that when the customer, you, came back to them to complain of the problem, you put in writing that a child had damaged the table and broken a piece of the veneer off. He said, therefore, we haven't done anything wrong. We sold the table as a solid oak table with an oak veneer top. The customer has admitted that the damage was caused by a child. We have provided some advice in terms of how they can try and repair the damage, but we are in no way liable. Well, this, for me, all comes down to how the table was described on their site. If he's right that it was described as solid oak with an oak veneer top, then of course you wouldn't necessarily expect the table to be completely solid oak. You would expect it to have a level of veneer on it. However, if that's not the case, and if the table was indeed described as a solid oak table, then it's completely and utterly unreasonable, as far as I'm concerned, for there to be any veneer on it whatsoever. Now, you were going to go away and check that for me. Now, I know that you emailed over to my team some screenshots.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I can't see them. I don't know why, but it will not allow me to open those screenshots. So can you just tell me, from going back and looking at the screenshots that you took of the described item, was it described as solid oak, or was it described as solid oak with an oak veneer top?
It was solid oak. There was no mention of veneer. We looked through it time and time again after your programme, and there's nowhere in the description that it mentions the word veneer.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, and also, I got an email from them late last week, which I haven't replied to until I spoke to you, saying they've now identified that they missold us. It wasn't a, whatever the name was of the table that they gave me at the time, it was another one. So they can source me another table, but it'll take a few weeks.
Oh, okay. They've obviously looked at it themselves and realised they've missold the item.
Yeah.
The item must be as described. If you're selling furniture as solid oak, it should be solid oak. It shouldn't be solid oak with a whole load of veneer slapped all over the top of it and stuck down.
And it's clearly where the veneers come away, chipboard underneath.
Right. Well, to be honest, I guess when you look at the price point for this table, there's got to be a reason why the furniture would be £500. How many chairs come with this table?
4.
There has to be a reason why a solid oak table would be £500 with 4 chairs. It's either not solid oak, or it is very cheaply sourced oak, probably from China.
Nice.
Because there's no way you can sell that kind of product for that kind of price. There has to be some reason for it. And this is why I always say, when something looks too good to be true, it normally is. There's normally a reason why. And if you're buying cheap furniture that describes itself as being, solid oak, oak trees are beautiful. Oak trees they can be enormous. But sourcing solid oak furniture from a beautiful piece of oak doesn't come cheap, does it? So
No.
There will always be a reason why suddenly this solid oak furniture is £500 for the whole set, including the chairs. But it should be as described. And if they describe it as solid oak, it may well be cheap oak. It may well be oak from a not particularly nice bit of wood. From a not particularly attractive bit of the tree, that's fine, but it must be solid oak. It can't be oak with a veneer top. So they've said they're going to replace this for you in the next few weeks.
They'll try and source a replacement, yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, I would suggest you respond to them. Can you copy me in on the response?
Yeah.
And just say that you've had a conversation with me. You're very are you still there, Liz?
Yes, I am now.
Oh, you are. Just say, we've had a conversation. You're very pleased that they've now recognised that they missold you the table, and you look forward to hearing from them very shortly as to which table they are going to be replacing it with. I presume, have they shown you a photo of what they're going to give you instead?
No.
Well, I think you need to get that before you accept it, don't you?
Yeah.
Because it might be horrible. It might not go with the chairs.
No, that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, so I think I would be inclined to just point out the fact that you are very anxious to see which table they are planning on replacing it with. Could they please send you over the specification and a photograph? And can they also confirm that that table will match the chairs that you've already got?
Right.
And put on the email, as soon as we are satisfied with the solution that you are offering, we, of course, will look forward to receiving it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes, we'll do.
Right, if you can get off and get that all sorted, keep me in the loop, copy me in on the emails, and if I need to go and chase them up, I will. And this is just one of those things, Liz, where what started out as being what appeared to be a fantastic deal for some dining room furniture is now probably going to turn out to be a complete and utter headache that's going to drag on for months.
Yeah.
Next time, I suggest you take charge of the furniture buying.
Yes.
I am declaring you head of furniture in your family from now on.
It's not the first time he's been in a doghouse, put it that way.
Oh, really? What's he bought before?
Oh, the list is too long.
Oh, no. Well, to be honest, though, why are you letting him carry on do it then?
It keeps him quiet.
Yeah, but if he's going to end up buying you, horrible furniture that's not as described, I mean, it's a bit of a false economy, really, isn't it?
The kids call him the Bleep Bleep King.
Oh, really?
The auction site king, yeah.
Right. What, because he just buys loads of stuff and it isn't as he was expecting it to be?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I think he's finally got the hang of looking to see if it comes from China.
Right.
He's got that far.
Okay. Well, I mean, there are lots of things that are perfectly okay if they come from China. But just be aware, particularly with furniture, the Chinese are known for making many things, but high quality furniture is not, as far as I'm aware, one of those things.
No.
So you do get what you pay for, I'm afraid. Listen, Liz, please keep me in the loop and we'll take it from there, okay?
Okay, thanks, Jonathan.
Right, all the best, thank you. Now, Justin and his partner have separated. She's trying to buy him out of the property, but it's a bit of a race against time. You see, they need to get the paperwork done before his ex-partner's current mortgage runs out. Well, Justin needed his identity to be checked for anti-money laundering purposes, but when he first came to me, the problem was his solicitor wasn't allowing any clients into the office.
My particular company that I chose have said that they're not actually doing that at present because of the COVID restrictions, but they said that if I sent in all the documents and then we did a video conference call, that would suffice, and everything seemed okay at first. Then after a little while, I got calls back saying that unfortunately Louise's conveyancers weren't satisfied with that. She'd gone in to see her conveyancer and they'd gone through the steps face to face, and they're demanding that I do the same.
Well, all of this was getting very, very frustrating. Justin came to me and he said, look, I'm really worried that the mortgage offer's going to run out before we've had a chance to even exchange contracts, and then we're going to be in a right old pickle. Well, I promised Justin I would try to put the relevant rocket where it was necessary to get things going. Let's find out how things are looking at the moment, because Justin's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Justin.
Good morning, Jonathan. Managed to compose yourself again then.
Oh, dear. I don't know what was going on in that shed, but it definitely wasn't men. Now, the simple fact is I contacted your solicitor, as you know, and made them aware of the fact that I was investigating. I think it was probably safe to say they weren't best pleased that I was involved in this, but there we go, particularly as I'd copied in every single partner at the firm and emailed the whole lot of them.
Yes, indeed.
Anyway, it did finally get things moving, and indeed they checked your identity in a way that was perfectly acceptable to the other side, and that particular hurdle was overcome. However, you were saying that there were still all kinds of sticking points, and you really felt as if actually it wasn't down to your solicitor, it was down to Louise, your ex-partner's solicitor, and the fact that they just didn't seem to be doing what they needed to do as quickly as they possibly could. So I, as you know, have been making some noise with them as well, and just letting them know that I'm investigating and sending them emails. They haven't shown me the courtesy of responding to any of my emails, but I know that they've received them. And I also know that as a result of a number of different prongs I've been using to try and apply pressure, things have been moving along quite nicely. And before I went away for my week off, my week of cleaning the house and doing the garden, things were looking as if you may be in a position to exchange contracts and complete last week, the week I've just had off. So I'm very interested to know what did happen last week, Justin.
Well, I have some very good news for you.
Oh, good.
Everything, it did end up going slightly past the 10th in the end, but with a few more phone calls and a little bit of nudging, everything was sorted last Friday. Oh. The money's in my account and everything is done and dusted.
Fantastic. Good. An end to this stressful saga.
Indeed, yes, yes. It went on much longer than we anticipated, but now everything can we can relax. And just whilst we're here, there's two other people here who'd like to say thank you as well. Quickly.
Thank you.
That'd be my children.
They're your kids.
That's my children. Unfortunately, we're in isolation this week, Jonathan. So they're at home with me. We're doing homework, etc., all that sort of business. But I wanted to take the time to get them to thank you as well, because it's as much to do with them as it is with me. You know, getting this across the line.
Oh, fantastic! So you're now. Where are you now? You in a rented place while you
I am
look
at
for
the
somewhere?
minute. Yes. I will start to once we've finished our isolation at the end of this week, and then after that I can start doing the normal stuff and start looking for a place for myself.
How come you're in isolation then? Have you been in contact with someone with COVID?
Unfortunately, my children's childminder tested positive last week, and so we've my children have had to have a week, just over a week and a bit off school. So we're at home doing stuff online, all that sort of stuff, homework, etc.
Right. Well, there's so many people in the same kind of position at the moment. I know loads of people who are in self-isolation at the moment for a variety of reasons. And of course, you're joining the Prime Minister in self-isolation as well. You're doing it for the country, Justin. So the money's now in your account, so you can now try and find somewhere to buy, yeah?
Yes, absolutely. I can do that. I can, start moving on with my life.
Following our conversation, if you recall when we were talking last time about whether estate agents were still operating and whether they are still doing house viewings, I had a number of people contacting the programme to say, yes, indeed, they are.
Right.
There are all kinds of measures that are being taken, but apparently estate agency is considered a business that can carry on. So you could start, as soon as you're out of your isolation, you will be able to start looking for somewhere else to buy instead. And have you, obviously, when you end any kind of relationship, there's normally a very good reason for ending the relationship, but have you and Louise left on kind of amicable terms?
Yeah, it is what it is. You know, I'm sure if I was to message her, there wouldn't be an issue where that's concerned. You know, right. But we have drawn a line under it for the most part. Let's just say.
Yes. Okay. And you can now both move on. She now has the house.
Yep.
And you've got money to go and buy your own place.
Exactly.
Well, listen, I'm absolutely delighted that I was able to help hurry this along. They say that moving house and getting divorced, I think, are two of the most stressful things you can do in your life.
Indeed.
And you've kind of combined both of them at the same time.
Yes.
As well as a global pandemic. So, things can only get better, as the song says. Well, listen, Justin, I'm going to thank very much indeed all of the solicitors concerned, and I will give them the horn. Good luck for the future. Any other problems, if there's anything I can do to help, just come back to me, and enjoy your future.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. It's really appreciated everything you did.
Hello, Kerry.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Kerry. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, it's a situation where we seem to be going round in circles and not achieving anything. What I did, I dropped a parcel off at a local parcel delivery company on behalf of my son.
What was in the parcel?
It was a computer, and it was on the end of September, and it was due to be delivered the next day. It did not arrive, and I waited at the gate when I dropped it off for the receipt of dropping it off, but the employee did not return. So I left after a while, and then we tried the tracking number and into the system to see whether the parcel was going to be delivered, and there was no recognition of the tracking number. So
hang on a second. So you took this parcel along to a company that were going to deliver it for you?
Yes.
The guy. Hang on a second. They took the parcel from you. He said he was going to go in and get you the receipt, but he never reappeared.
Well, they didn't seem to understand that they needed to get a receipt, so I waited a while, and they didn't return.
So you then just left without getting any proof?
Yes.
Oh,
but
God.
the thing is, we dropped a parcel off there a month before, and there was no problem. So we just assumed that this would be okay, I suppose. But
how much was the computer worth?
£200.
Oh, no.
Yes, but the thing is, I'm going down the correct route to find out what had happened here. I dealt with the customer services of this company and then went through to the exec office of the parcel company. They advised us to contact the label company as it's their account to raise the claim against them because it was the label company.
What do you mean by a label company?
Well, it's you buy a label to pay for the postage of the parcel.
Right.
And that they must have some kind of contract with the delivery firm to deliver the parcel for them on their behalf.
So what about the insurance that you purchased to go along with this computer?
Well, we didn't purchase any insurance.
So you were sending a £200 item
yes, but,
through a courier company with no insurance, and you didn't get a receipt for it?
No.
Oh.
But the thing is,
less
surely
than ideal.
I was on the CCTV camera that they have at the gates, and I asked the customer services if they could send me proof that I was there, because I had the exact time of day when I was there, and they said they couldn't do this.
Well, to be honest, it's up to them whether they want to review the CCTV or not. You're the one that's trying to prove that you did indeed use their company to send this 200 quid computer via them. I mean, this is not ideal. Firstly, I would say if ever you're going to send something that is valuable, you need to make sure that you're using a good, reputable courier company that is capable of sending such an item and is capable of insuring you to the value of that item. You need to make sure that you've got the relevant insurance. You must make sure that you get a receipt or some kind of proof that indeed you have used their company. Because otherwise, you'll find yourself in a... I mean, to be honest with you, Kerry, from the story you're telling me, you don't have any proof whatsoever that you even took that computer along to this company.
No. But the thing is, I would have thought that they would have looked into the CCTV camera at the time I said I was there.
Well,
the customer services are saying to contact the label company so that the label company will raise a claim against them. But then we went back to this label company within their 30 days limit of making the claim, and after 3 weeks, all they've done is come back and say, make a claim, fill out the claim form. But we can't fill out their claim form because we need proof that we dropped it off, or I dropped it off, rather.
Yes, which you don't have.
Which I don't have.
I've got to be honest with you, Kerry, I've got a very bad feeling about this. I think you're in a very, very weak position to be able to do very much about this. I'm not saying I'm not prepared to try and help you. I mean, I'll more than happily call the company because I don't believe you're making this up. The problem that we will have, and you've got to see it from this perspective, is when that company says, well, we have no record of this customer ever using our service. Where is the proof that the customer used our service? How am I supposed to actually send them anything that shows that you did use their service? I haven't got anything, have I?
No. I've got the label that we printed off from the label company saying where the parcel was supposed to have gone to with the tracking number on and everything. But I suppose, no.
Okay, well, look, I'm managing your expectations here, Kerry.
Yeah.
I think work on the basis that you've just lost a £200 computer.
Yes, I know.
That's what you need to work on the basis of. Anything that we are able to do for you will be it will be a benefit, a boost, something unexpected, because I think, to be honest, we're on a bit of a hiding to nothing, but I hate the thought of you having lost this computer. OK, well, look, Tara...
Yes, Jonathan.
I felt more confident about taking on consumer cases, but can we get some detail and get a call into this courier company this afternoon and just ask them what's gone on? I think the only thing we can do is to put a big emphasis on the fact that the member of staff disappeared with the computer and said that did they actually say, yeah, stay there, we'll come back with a receipt?
No, they didn't seem to understand what was supposed to happen with the parcel. I dropped it off and I said it goes into your system for delivery. But the spot where I dropped it off is listed on the internet as one of their drop-off points.
Right. And how long did you wait?
Well, I saw her go in, and then I just waited and thought, well, she's not coming back, so I went.
How long did you wait?
About 5 odd minutes.
Right. Okay.
And I suppose at that point you couldn't go in and say, look, have you got my receipt?
It's a gated access because it's electronically controlled, so you couldn't get through.
But how did you get through the first time? How did you summon a member of staff the first time?
Well, you press an intercom button.
So did you press the intercom button again?
No, I didn't think to because I'd already dropped parcels there before.
Yeah, but why when she didn't return and you're standing there thinking, I haven't got a receipt here, I've got no proof that I've just dropped this parcel off, why did you not press the intercom button and say, hello, I'm waiting for a receipt, you haven't come back?
No, I just didn't think of that, really.
Oh, gosh.
I didn't think we'd have a problem because, as I say, a month before, I dropped a parcel there before.
How much was the value of the parcel before? How much was the value of the parcel before?
It was about £50.
Right. Well, I mean, you do have to recognise that when you're sending anything valuable, you need to make sure that you're protecting yourself against the possibility of that item going missing. Sometimes items do go missing, particularly valuable computers. Now, I think we need to go and have a word and see what we can do, but I think you need to work on the basis that you've lost the £200 computer, Kerry, OK?
Yeah, I think so.
What a nightmare, eh?
It is really, but I suppose really if we've been chose the company as a trusted company and we wasn't expecting this to happen.
Well, no, but then, you know, we as consumers, we also have to take a bit of responsibility ourselves. And definitely whenever you're sending something through a company, make sure you get a receipt. That applies to everything. And, you know, make sure you keep that receipt as well. And if the company don't give you a receipt, press the intercom button and say, oi, can I have my receipt, please? Anyway, next time you'll know. Kerry, let's see what we can do. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail, OK?
OK.
Now, Darren makes furniture for a living and rented a factory that he shared with another business. They're both in the same line of work and, well, Darren's known this other guy for about 20 years. 20 years which, pre-coronavirus, Darren said had been very good.
It worked fine up until this £10,000 COVID grant from the government was offered to all small businesses. So on the website for the government, it said that you don't need to contact us, we will contact you. And then underneath that, it said £1 grant per premises. So after about 6 weeks of me not hearing anything from the local council, I got in touch with them, and it turns out that they'd paid the cheque to my friend, who hadn't told me, and refused to share half of it with me, even though we paid half of the rent, the building insurance, the night security, and the rates. And he just blatantly said, no, I'm not giving it to you. I'll get in touch with the council and get your own. So I've been in touch with the council, and the council said, no, we've done all we need to do. We've paid out the $10,000 to that premises, and they're not willing to help me anymore.
Some friend.
So I've upgraded into an ex-friend now.
Well, as you can imagine, Darren was very, very unhappy about this, and he came to me and said, can you help? Well, I've been doing my very best. I've been speaking to not only his former friend, but also the council that dispatched the cheque in the first place. Darren's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Darren.
Hi, Jonathan. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you, Darren. So first of all, I went off to speak to your former friend. he was absolutely adamant that he'd done nothing wrong. He said, look, the cheque was made out to me and my company. It was not made out to Darren. It was sent to my company only. It did not have Darren's company name on it. I have checked my £10,000. I have cashed my £10,000 cheque. I haven't done anything wrong. At no point does it say to me that I've got to share that £10,000 with Darren. He needs to get onto the council and take it up with them, because it's the council that has made the mistake. Well, I went off to have a word with the council, as you know. The council concerned is Epping Forest District Council, and they came back to say, earlier in the year, the District Council was tasked with distributing millions of pounds worth of small business grants to support thousands of local businesses across Epping Forest District during the COVID crisis. This was a government-funded scheme to support small and medium-sized businesses that may have suffered losses due to the coronavirus outbreak. It was imperative to work quickly, and Epping Forest District was proud to be one of the fastest councils to respond in support of our local businesses. Around £29 million was sent out by Epping Forest District Council to 2,500 businesses within weeks of the government announcement back in April. The grants were administered on the basis of the property address and details of the registered ratepayer we held on our records as of the 11th of March 2020. Distribution of so much money with such little notice could never be anything other than an imperfect exercise, but we were acutely aware of the risks of delay to maintaining viable businesses throughout the pandemic. Working from our records, we issued a cheque for £10,000 to the businesses registered at the address. While the name on the cheque referred to only one of the businesses, the supporting paperwork made clear that it was intended for the support of both businesses at that address. In such an imperfect situation, we can understand why this detail may have been overlooked by the cheque recipient. The council has made every effort to explain the situation to both parties concerned, and it is clearly incumbent on them to share the grant equally as set out in our supporting paperwork. This is clearly a matter for the two parties to resolve and not something the council has any jurisdiction over. Well, you will recall, Darren, that I then got Mr. Loophole, Nick Freeman, the lawyer, on the case.
Yep. Yeah.
His advice was that the council were the ones that had made the mistake. The council should have made the cheque payable to both of you, and the council, therefore, have a duty of care to you to pay you £5,000, and they in turn can then go and take it up with your former friend and get him to pay the council back the £5,000 they've had to give to you. Now, it might not be that straightforward, but we're hoping it will be. I have communicated with Epping Forest District Council to let them know that you are now intending, if you haven't already, to pursue them for the reimbursement of the £5,000. They have not come back to me with a further response, but what's happened from your end, Darren?
Nothing. I emailed them last week and told them that they'd been on the radio station, that the council had been named, that a lawyer had advised me, that the council have done wrong, that they've got a duty of care to pay me. And I put all that in an email to them and said, you've got a week, which would take us up to Friday the 13th, to either send me my money or get in touch with me. Otherwise, I'm going to start procedures through the small claims court. And I've not heard a thing. And I've just checked my letterbox this morning and there's nothing there either.
Right. Okay. So, well, first things first, I will, of course, go back and speak to Epping Forest District Council and ask why they haven't responded to you and why they haven't come back with a position to me. In the meantime, have you familiarised yourself with how you actually go about taking them to the small claims court?
I can do it online, can't I? There's a small claims court. Yeah. So I've kind of looked at that. And until I really sit down at the computer and start doing it, I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing, but sure. I'm sure it's quite easy.
Okay. And is that something that you are now prepared to do?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Now, the only thing I would say to you is, and I have to kind of warn you of this, when you go to court, it's not guaranteed you'll win.
Yeah, I know.
I know, obviously, you have to work on probability and how confident you are in your case. Certainly, according to Nick Freeman, Mr. Loophole, he said that he feels you have a very good case and that the council really do have a duty of care to you to pay you the money that you're owed. But we have always known over the years some cases that go to court that, to all of our amazement, do not go the way we thought they would go. So you have to just be aware of that risk you are taking.
Yeah, I understand.
What I would urge you to do is to go back to them one last time today and say, I haven't heard anything from you. If I do not hear back from you by the end of business today, 5 p.m. today, the 16th of November, then I will this evening begin small claims court action and will fill out the relevant forms.
Right.
Just give them that one final opportunity. I will go back to them as well this afternoon, just let them know that that is now what you're intending to do, see if they want to make any further response, and we'll take it from there, yes?
All right, Jonathan, thanks ever so much.
Now, Mayrem came to me with a very interesting case. She was telling me that she purchased some clothes online, and the clothes were delivered. When the delivery arrived, she tried on part of the order, but was horrified by what she found.
I take out a pair of joggers, which was in the package, got them on, trying them on, having a look in the mirror, put my hands in the pocket, and lo and behold, remove something which happens to be a used, crumpled up, disposable face mask. Needless to say, I was very, very shocked. I felt panicked and just really violated. I think that's probably the best word to use. The fact that we're in the middle of a pandemic and we're having increased amount of local lockdowns, etc. To think that the one place you should be safe is at home, and to really have not very much explanation from the customer service team after speaking to them. I asked who is responsible for, checking these items when they come back into your warehouses. They just told me, we'll just dispose of them and we'll give you your money back, and that should be the end of it.
Well, Mayrem says despite getting a refund, the response she'd received from the company was not acceptable. She wants the company to really learn from what happened to her. Well, if you are a regular JVS show listener, you will know that I put this to the company, and we got to a point where I really felt as if we'd completely exhausted all options with them. Mayrem's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Mayrem.
Hello. Hi.
Now, the company concerned, and I'm never quite sure how to pronounce this, is it ASOS or ASOS?
I say ASOS.
I say ASOS as well, but sometimes people I've heard say ASOS. Anyway, we all know who we're talking about. ASOS is the company. And I went and put this to them. They came back with this response. They said, all goods that are returned to ASOS go through a thorough inspection and, if necessary, cleaning and repair process before they're put back on sale for our customers. In this instance, it's clear that our process has failed to live up to our usual standards. We'd like to apologise to Mayrem for the upset this has caused, and we've issued a full refund for the order. Well, you weren't very satisfied with that response either, were you, Mayrem?
No, I just felt that they weren't sort of addressing the fact that and promising that this wouldn't happen again.
And this is a very crucial bit. We'll come to that in just a second. So there were two issues. Firstly, you felt that they weren't clearly explaining that they'd identified exactly where the process had fallen down, and they'd retrained, if necessary, the member of staff. And as you say, they weren't giving an assurance, a promise, that anyone else could have complete confidence in ASOS to order stuff, and this would never happen to anyone else. They were not prepared to put that in writing. And I went back to them and raised that issue with them several times, as you know, and they kept referring me back to their original statement. They did not seem to want to put in writing a promise that this would not happen to anyone else.
No.
As you know, we left this story a couple of weeks ago, and I said, look, I don't think they want to say any more. We will have to leave it there. There's not very much more we can do. I've quickly realised why they were not prepared to give an assurance in writing that this would not happen to anyone else. Do you know why?
I do, yeah.
Because it has happened to someone else. This was, and thank you very much indeed to my listener who pointed me in the direction of this Daily Mail article that was published on the 6th of November, so just before I went away for my week off. Excuse me. The headline is, "Woman is horrified to discover used face mask in brand new ASOS coat, as other shoppers report the same issue. But the brand insists cross-contamination risk will be neutralised by the time of decision." It says, a key worker was left horrified after discovering a used face mask in her brand new ASOS coat, despite the brand's reassurances that any cross-contamination would have been neutralised by the time it was delivered. Jess Sadler of Beddington, Northumberland, was trying on her new puffer jacket last Wednesday when she felt something in its pocket. To her disgust, she says she pulled out a face mask. The supermarket checkout assistant, 24, claimed she could tell that it had obviously been used as the top had been bent into shape to fit around someone's nose. After searching social media, a shocked Jessica discovered the same issue was a recurring one, with other shoppers claiming they'd had the exact same experience.
Yeah.
So, Mayrem, it would appear you are not alone in receiving items of clothing from ASOS that have used face masks in them. It's quite a remarkable situation to find ourselves in.
Yeah, and I now believe that is obviously why they cannot make that promise in writing that this will not happen, because quite clearly this is happening often.
Well, I don't know whether we can say often. We can certainly say it's happened in your case, and it certainly, according to this Daily Mail article, has appeared in one other case, which, to be honest, is still twice too often. But it's, I'm not sure that we can say it's happening often.
On the Twitter response that lady got, I'm led to believe there were at least 6 to 7 others who had the same thing happen to them with just face masks alone.
Well, 6 or 7 people who'd responded to say it had happened to them. Now, I'm not saying I disbelieve them, but obviously people sometimes write stuff on social media that turns out not to be true. Yeah. So we can only go on the fact that those people responded to say they'd had the same issue, but we don't actually know that they had. But it would appear that obviously this has happened to you and at least one other person, which is quite remarkable. How does that kind of sit with you? Because I think you have used ASOS before, haven't you, for clothing? Are you now less likely to use them as a result of this?
Oh, definitely. I really am now at the point where I just think their customer care and the COVID statement that they've made to me, I just feel that the whole thing is... They just don't care about the little people. I feel like if they were a smaller company or a store, this wouldn't be ignored the way it is being ignored.
Well, to be fair to them, I don't believe they have ignored the problem, and certainly from the response I have had from them, they certainly apologise. They recognise that this was an issue that you had. They say that they've looked into it. They admit that obviously their system for checking stuff had fallen down in your particular case, but they never were prepared to say it won't happen to anyone else. Yeah. And we now know why, because it has happened to other people.
Yeah.
Would you like me to go back to them again and to put to them, I don't know if are you able to send over to me the details of these other people that say they've had the same issue?
I would be able to. You would have to go onto Twitter. I don't actually use Twitter. It was a friend who showed me a Twitter account from the other lady with the coat. But I have also spoken to somebody else who has had not the same scenario, but she's got 42,000 followers on Instagram. I won't name her. But she received a package over the weekend where ASOS had sent her some leggings that were full of holes and had clearly been used with no tags on them, etc. She was still waiting for a response when I last spoke to her. To me, I would very much be happy for you to go back to them. I feel that I may contact Trading Standards as well, because I do feel that they are ignoring that there is something going wrong and where it is going wrong. And like I said, there clearly is no, they're not, for me, it would be a case of getting the team together and saying, look, this cannot happen.
Well, that's kind of what I was expecting their response would be. I thought that what they would do is recognise this is a dreadful thing to have happened in the middle of a pandemic, to be sending out clothes to customers that customers believe are brand new, only to find that someone's obviously already worn those clothes, and not only worn the clothes, but has worn the clothes in a public place where it's been necessary to wear a face mask, and then they've left the used face mask in the pocket of those clothes. It's outrageous. And what I'd expected them to do was to come back and say, you know, we've identified exactly when this happened, we've spoken to the member of staff, we've issued retraining, and we are very confident this will not happen to anyone else. So people can buy through ASOS with confidence in the future. But certainly that latter assurance regarding people having confidence, they have not been prepared to put in writing. They are only prepared to issue the initial statement. Let's see if this second story now changes their view on this, and whether they do recognise that they do indeed need to come back with something further. Mayrem, let's leave it there for today. I will go and have a word with them, and I will speak to you very soon.
Okay, thank you.
Do you remember Dee? She was telling me that her neighbour had a conservatory built in September of last year. Now, Dee was rather worried about this because the conservatory was going to be built right on the other side of her wall. So she had a surveyor round to come and have a look before signing a party wall agreement. 3 months later, after the conservatory had been installed, a great big crack appeared on Dee's side of that wall. Well, thankfully, a surveyor has established that this is just a cosmetic crack, but Dee quite rightly wants her neighbour's builder to put it right.
The crack goes from the skirting board all the way to the ceiling. You couldn't miss it. So they said, OK, it could have been caused by the vibrations of the drilling because they were close to the foundations. So they opened up the crack, attempted to fill it. It's still, I mean, you can still see the crack, and they have repainted it the wrong colour, and they have just painted the crack. So my wall is apricot, almond, and there is a streak of magnolia running up following this crack. I've contacted the company, who said, no, we've done everything that we were meant to do. We painted it as a goodwill gesture, and you're on your own.
Well, it's not acceptable, is it? I mean, if the damage has been caused as a result of the installation of the conservatory, then the company really should make sure that Dee's side of the wall is repaired. Should be a straightforward thing. Unfortunately, it's turned into a complete and utter headache. Hopefully, though, that headache has now vanished. Let's find out, because Dee's back on the JVS show. Hello, Dee.
Hi, Jonathan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Now, as you know, the company that we've been dealing with is Anglian Home Improvements. To start with, when I went to Anglian Home Improvements, I was appalled at the response they sent me. They know my programme of old. I've had dealings with Anglian Home Improvements for years, and I was not prepared to, as far as I'm concerned, be fobbed off with the initial response, which basically said, thanks for coming to us. If the customer's got a problem, she can call us. That was kind of what they were saying. Well, I made quite clear to them that I was horrified by that response, and thankfully, since then, to be fair to them, the responses have improved. They said the property in question is a neighbouring property to one of our customers whose installation was completed earlier this year. The installation by Anglian was subject to building regulations and was approved by a building regulation inspector at the time. Our customer service team will contact Dee to investigate the complaint. Well, they did. You and them had a conversation, and the long and short of it is they said that they were prepared to cover the cost of a decorator coming in to redecorate that crack properly. They said that their contractor had tried to do a repair with the best of intentions. Unfortunately, it wasn't good enough and they wanted it to be put right, which is fine. Now, I know that last time you and I spoke, you'd found a decorator and indeed he was getting it sorted. However, there was also the issue of the cheque from Anglian Home Improvements to cover the cost. What's happened since we last spoke, Dee?
Well, I received an email from Anglian probably about a couple of days after the show, and they asked me for my bank details, and they were going to do a bank transfer.
Oh, fantastic.
I can now say that I have received the bank transfer, and it was received last week, I think Tuesday or Wednesday.
Thank goodness. And that fully reimburses you for the decoration cost?
Yes.
Brilliant. And the room looks nice?
It looks lovely now. I've even got a picture up on that wall, so it's lovely.
Fantastic. Well, listen, I'm very pleased that it's all sorted out. It's taken quite some time, but we got there in the end. Shall I thank Anglian Home Improvements and give them the horn?
Definitely.
OK, good stuff. Dee, any other problems, you know where we are?
Thank you very much. Thank you to your team also.
It's an absolute pleasure. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names. Let's see what we can do for you.
That is fine. Basically, I purchased a washing machine from the said store online. This is back on the 28th of September 2019. I'd reported back into the store that I'd had a fault with the washing machine about 4 or 5 days later, where the washing machine was operating at a very noisily and on the spin, on the drain cycle, and after installing it. The store basically put me through to a resolver agent, sorry, not a resolver agent, but a repair agent. And all the repair agent asked me to do was to have a look to see if I've still got the bolts in the back of the washing machine. I did explain to them that it's not a fault with the bolts in the washing machine, it is a fault with the noise. Cause I had
Who had installed the washing machine? Was it you or the company?
I'd installed it myself.
OK, and do you know what you're doing with installing? Because obviously there is, when you first get a washing machine, there is some adjustment that you need to do, and removing the delivery bolts, very important, integral part of the installation job.
That is correct, yes. I'd installed it correctly. I used to work for a company called Bosch, BSH Home Appliances.
I don't need any company names, even if you're talking about something separate, because I don't want them for 1 minute to be associated with this complaint that you're talking about now.
Of course not, no. But I used to work for a company where I did this anyway, so I can install them fine.
Right.
I'm okay with that.
So you knew you'd installed it properly and there was no problem with the installation, which was causing the noisy spin?
That's right. So I contacted the company, and they basically ruled it off to basically say it's possibly a fault with the machine itself, and then said nothing else about it. When I'd phoned into them, they had no details about me contacting them the first time, about speaking to the repair agent. That's quite a strange thing to do, so I'll write into them. But I kind of left it for a little while, because I had no response from them. I had further problems with the.
Sorry, hang on. Sorry to stop there. I need to try and get my head around this. So, when you buy this washing machine, first of all, how much did you pay for it?
£239.
Okay,
it was an online purchase.
Okay, so the washing machine comes 5 days later. You notice that the spin is very noisy.
Yeah.
So you call the company that you've purchased it from. They don't actually get the problem sorted, but then you just kind of let it go.
Well, I kind of let it go for a little while because I wasn't quite sure whether they're going to contact me again. So I wrote into them, got no response from them, and kind of let it go for a little while, thinking that I'm not going to get anywhere with this. So in the next year, the beginning of the next year, I noticed a lot of black marks was appearing on the laundry items.
Hang on, so you let it go for a year?
Well, not for a year. This was a few months. This is into the next year, at the beginning of the next year.
But I thought you said the problem with the spin started about 5 days after you got it.
That's right, yes.
Right, okay. So, did the problem with the spin persist?
It still persists. Still exactly the same.
Okay. I mean, just as a bit of advice, don't let things go. The sooner you can get on to a company and to get it sorted, and sometimes it does involve, having to chase a company, But don't let things go, because the longer you leave it, the easier you're making it for the company just to find a way of fobbing you off, to be honest. So I would certainly suggest that, keep on top of them. And if they're not calling you back, phone them again and say, why is no one calling me back? This washing machine has clearly got a problem. It's making the most dreadful noise when it spins. What are you going to do about it?
That's exactly what I did. So I think it's about January, February, where I contacted them again, told them exactly those sort of comments on there about the washing machine itself, and also about black marks appearing on the laundry from the brand new washing machine. And I'd also mentioned to them I'd used several different products to try and clear out the washing machine, thinking it was just a residue on the inside of the washing machine. And they just mentioned keeping the door open after you've used those packaged contents to clean the washing machine. So that's all I did at that particular stage.
What did the black marks look like? An oil residue or some kind of mould residue?
An oil residue.
Oh dear, oh dear.
And this was all over items, so it's basically ruined quite a lot of the laundry items, and that is still ongoing. So I've got to be very careful in whatever I wash in there. Several times I've actually written into the store. I've gone to the store to visit them. They actually told me to speak to the manufacturer of the washing machine. The manufacturer of the washing machine referred me back to them to basically say that they've got to rule themselves out because they manufacture it on behalf of their store, and the store is the reseller. So you have to go back to the reseller to get advice. Now,
let me just explain. Have you listened to my programme before, Eunice?
Yes, I have.
Okay, well, you will be familiar with this mantra then. When you buy any product from a retailer, that product must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. Your contract is with the retailer, it's not with the manufacturer, so never allow a retailer to fob you off and to suggest that you need to go and speak to the manufacturer. There are times when a retailer may have a good relationship with the manufacturer, and the manufacturer has said to that retailer, any customer problems, just send them our way, we'll get it sorted out, in which case I don't have a problem with you calling the manufacturer. But if you don't get anywhere, it is the retailer that you take the issue up with. Now, in a situation like this, where 5 days after you've had the washing machine installed, you notice that the spin, there's clearly something going wrong with it because it's making the most terrible noise. What you need to be doing is you need to call and speak to the manager of the customer service department of this company and say, I want to reject this washing machine because there's clearly something wrong. It's making a terrible noise, and within the first 30 days from the date of purchase, you are entitled, if the product has a defect, a manufacturing defect with it, a problem, you are entitled to reject the goods. Now, what I would have been doing is saying to this company, I'm rejecting this washing machine. How do you want to come and pick it up and either replace it or give me my money back?
Okay.
That's what I would suggest would have been the right way of approaching it. Now, because this has obviously gone on now for some time, your rights to reject the goods have gone. And you would have to now allow this company an opportunity to repair the washing machine. But it sounds to me from what you're saying as if they haven't even done that.
That's correct. They haven't. I mean, this has gone on and it's now past its manufacturer's warranty.
But what are you saying to them? When you phone them up, what are you saying to them? Because why haven't they sent anyone out to come and look at it?
I believe it's possibly because of the date of purchase. So I have given them all the details about the purchase date, the times, and the times that I've contacted them.
But what was the date of purchase, the exact date?
28th of September 2019.
Okay, but you've been phoning them for the last year.
That's correct.
So at what point do you say to them, I'm not getting off this phone until you tell me when someone's coming out to look at this washing machine?
Well, I've tried that several times, but what they've done is they've just pushed me around the different departments and put me through to different numbers.
Oh, well, I mean, look, we need to go and have a little word. We need to hear what they have to say about all of this. This all sounds very, very peculiar, and it's if things are as you say, this is completely and utterly unacceptable that this company has not resolved the issue. The simple fact is there's clearly been a problem. From your description, there's been a problem with this washing machine since you first got it. The company should have sent someone out long before now to come and have a look at it and try and find out what the issue is. The fact that it's now ruining your clothes is just kind of rubbing salt into the wound. Right, can you do me a favour? I need to speak to Tara about Bal's dishwasher, from washing machines to dishwashers. Can you just hang on there, Eunice? We will get some details in a second. We're going to have a word with this company. It sounds to me as if you need someone to go and have a very strong word with this company.
Great.
Okay, hang on there, please. 08081 008800. And if you're listening to the programme, if you find yourself in a position where you're trying to resolve something with a company and you feel you're being fobbed off, if you feel as if they're just not resolving the problem properly, come to me at that point. Don't leave it. Come to me at that point and say, can you help? Because I'm not getting anywhere with this company. The longer you leave things, the more difficult it is. And to be honest, the more your rights start to diminish. So strike while the iron's hot, as the saying goes. 08081 008800. That's the number if you have a consumer problem.
Fighting for your rights.
Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Bal came to my programme last week when his dishwasher stopped working properly.
It's stuck on the wash cycle. It's just not moving to rinse or dry cycle. So it just keeps going and going. And especially I need one because I'm a blind person, so I rely on it more than anything. You usually have a care plan in place because it's about 5-6 years old now. And I'm trying to book an engineer, phone them, try different numbers, then send them an email, online email. And my daughters even sent them a tweet. They tweeted back a different number to a repair department, which is still trying it and getting nowhere.
Well, what on earth is going on? I mean, my recommendation to people is to think long and hard before you ever take out these kinds of service plans. If you ask me personally, I never take them out. And to be honest with you, you don't really need a service plan because the law is there to protect you. As I was saying earlier to Eunice, when you buy a product, you are perfectly within your rights to expect it to last for a reasonable amount of time. The law provides for that. So if needs be, if you go back to the retailer, you can use the law rather than a service plan. However, I understand that lots of people, for peace of mind, want to pay for a service plan in the hope that if something does go wrong, they won't have to have a battle, they won't have to have any kind of argument, they can just phone the company and say, can you come and sort this out? Well, that's exactly what Bal's been trying to do, without very much luck. He's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Bal.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Bal. So your dishwasher
right?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Your dishwasher washes and washes and washes and never stops, I gather.
That's right.
Well, that's not good. You're going to open the door one day and all your dishes will have washed away. Now, I know Tara has been speaking to the company to find out why, despite your best attempts, no one from this service plan has been out to come and fix the dishwasher. What are they saying, Tara?
Yeah, because Bal was pretty frustrated when he talked to us about it last week. And I know you mentioned the plan there. I think you were spending about £47.50 a year on that, weren't you, Bal?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
And how many years did you say it is?
I got quite a things wrong, actually. For a start, the dishwasher is 80 years old, not 5 to 6 years old.
It's 8 years old?
Yeah.
So you've spent £380 over the years on the service plan. I mean, this is why I'm not a great lover of these kinds of service plans. Mm-hmm. If you ask me personally, and I don't have any service plans on anything in my property, I don't have it. If I was worried about something like this, I think what I would rather do is put some money in one of my own savings accounts and just use that money if I then have a problem, because 380 quid would buy you a new dishwasher, wouldn't it, Bal?
Yeah.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Yes, a nice one. So what's the company had to say about, the fact that he has spent all of this money and when he needs it, it's not helping?
OK, well, this is Curry's PC World, and they sent us through a statement, and it reads like this, and I think Bal will enjoy listening to this as well. We were very sorry to hear that Bal was struggling to get a hold of our customer service team. As soon as we were made aware of this, we contacted him ourselves to offer him a repair or write-off for his faulty dishwasher. Bal has asked for a write-off of the product and we have issued him with a refund voucher. Our team has arranged to call Bal today to talk him through the voucher redemption process and assist him with getting a new dishwasher ordered, installed and his old tech recycled.
Have you heard anything, Bal?
Oh, yes. A lady's been calling me regularly now, every other day, to sort this problem out. And I've got the voucher and the dishwasher is right in front of me now.
What? It's been fitted and installed?
No, it's not been fitted. It's just been delivered.
Okay.
And one of my assistants is going to come and install it for me.
Okay, right. Okay. And is this a freestanding dishwasher or is it integrated?
It is freestanding.
Freestanding, okay. So that should be fairly straightforward for anyone that knows what they're doing to come and whip the old one out and put the new one in. Well, thank goodness for that. In terms of the service plan, are you going to carry on with it or are you going to stop?
Well, this one comes with a 2-year warranty, so for a start, that will take me over 2 years, and then I think I'll probably take your advice and start saving in a jam jar.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a little bit different because this is a replacement dishwasher. Mm-hmm. So you won't be entitled, as per the Consumer Rights Act, particularly if the other one was 8 years old, you won't be entitled to the kinds of rights that you would have if you'd bought a new one. Right. But just to kind of explain this to you, and for other people listening to the programme, if I went and bought a brand new dishwasher today, the law states that dishwasher must be fit for purpose, must be of reasonable quality, and must last me for a reasonable amount of time. Okay. Now, let's say I spent £380 on the dishwasher. That's going to buy me a reasonable quality dishwasher. It's not going to be a Rolls-Royce of dishwashers, but it's certainly going to be a reasonable quality. So I would expect that dishwasher to last for about 5 years. If I get more, then great. If I get less, then the law protects me to take it up with the retailer. I don't need a service plan. I don't need an insurance policy. I can go back to the retailer and I can say this product has not lasted a reasonable amount of time. And therefore, I want you to sort it out, the retailer. And there is a legal obligation on them to do just that. So, just think long and hard before. Sometimes I've spoken to people who've got service plans on everything in their house. Mm-hmm. And when they work it out, they're spending thousands of pounds. Yeah. Thousands of pounds on these various service plans. It's really not necessary. So think long and hard before you take them out. Regarding this, I presume you're a happy bunny, are you, Bal?
I am, yeah. I am, thank you.
Do you want us to give the company the full horn now, or do you want us to save a bit of the horn until you've had the dishwasher installed and checked it?
Oh, I'll just give them half off the horn.
Right, hang on. Yeah. That'll do, and they'll get the rest as soon as the new one's all working and you've confirmed that, yes?
Yeah, thank you everyone ever so much for resolving this issue. Thank you.
Bal, very, very pleased it's all sorted. Thank you, Tara, for your work on that, and we will wait with great interest, Bal, for you to confirm that the new dishwasher, the replacement dishwasher, is absolutely tickety-boo. Now, Claire's son lost his mobile phone, but one of his friends gave him a spare one that, she was no longer using.
He wasn't able to use it because it was locked to another network. So he had a look online and came across this company which were offering an unlocking service. It would all be done virtually, so we didn't need to send the phone anywhere or take it anywhere. My son's only 14, so we paid for the service, which was £23.99. The following morning, he got an email to say the unlock was in progress, and to release the unlock, he needed to pay another charge, £29.99. So I then contacted the company myself, and I said we weren't aware there was a second charge. They then came back and said they would waive the second charge if we could leave a positive review on a review website. I wasn't having a positive experience.
Well, Claire says that there was never any indication of a second charge. She feels she's been completely misled. Well, we've been to check if that is indeed the case. Let's find out, because Claire's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Claire.
Hi there, Jonathan. Nice to speak to you.
Nice to speak to you. Now, are you sure you checked as much as you possibly could in terms of what charges were applicable at what point?
Absolutely. We understood that we were paying one charge. We were not, if we were informed, it wasn't obvious. When we signed up to the service, we were certain that we were paying a one-off charge.
Right.
Well,
I know
there was something in the small print, but when you're being charged for a service, it should be obvious what you're getting.
Well, it should certainly be clear what you are having to pay and for what. Now, I know Tara has been doing a lot of work on this, and I gather, Tara, you've also kind of gone through the process as if you were trying to unlock this same phone to find out exactly what they say you're going to have to pay. What have you found out?
Well, I did do exactly that. I needed the IMEI number, which you can get, and I know that Claire's son was able to get that from the phone with it still being locked. And I put that into their system, and I'll tell you what I found in a moment, if that's okay, because I did in the interim get in touch with the company just to try and get their side of the story, and I did get a couple of responses back from them, which were quite... Well, I don't know that they were really directed at me. They didn't seem to be. They weren't sort of put in a very formal manner, but I wanted to know, that Claire and her son had felt that they had been misled, and also that there were some other potential issues around how clear it was, because I did look at some of the reviews and other people had experienced something similar. So perhaps it wasn't entirely transparent to everybody, i.e. new customers, that they might have to pay two charges. I know that Claire and her son certainly felt like that. And I did receive a very sort of minimal response from them to say that there's a gesture of goodwill, that they had agreed to unlock Claire's son's device without having the additional payment, but they did want this positive review. And I was kind of questioning whether that was really fair, because actually, how can you trust the validity of comments that are put onto some of these review sites if really you're only putting a positive review because you've been offered something in return? It does make it slightly, well, it cloudies the water for people, doesn't it?
It does, very much so.
And the response I got on that was that they had a simple pricing structure and it was all available on the website, and that they also said after that response that they wouldn't be unlocking the device, and that's the last I heard from them. Now, I know there is an update from Claire at the moment, but shall I take you through what I found when I put that number in?
Yeah, because I know they have made an offer to Claire, but before we find out what that offer is, when you went through the process of trying to unlock Claire's son's phone, what happened? What did it say about how much you'd have to pay?
Well, this was before any initial payment was made, and what I found on that website was it did come up. There was an order summary once you had, unlocked the phone, and it said as part of this summary, yes, it was going to be $23.99, but it said that please note that if this first part of the summary went through and they could unlock it, then you would have to pay an additional £29.50, and it is quite clear on that website.
So it's not, as Claire was suggesting, it might be buried in small print. It is there if you read it.
It is, because I did put in the same number that Claire's son will have put into the site.
Right. Were you actually there when he did it, Claire?
Well, I was cooking dinner at the same time as he was on his laptop, so I obviously wasn't paying as much attention as I should have been.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is one of those things where, and I did ask Tara to make sure that it's not, on page 42 of terms and conditions in minute letters that you'd need a magnifying glass to read. It's clearly there as soon as you put the details in. If you actually read what it then says, it clearly says that that's how much you will then have to pay once they've managed to unlock it, yeah?
It does say that, yes.
Oh, dear. Well, that's not good news. However, that's really as a bit of a warning for other people, because I gather the company have decided to cut their losses anyway and make a gesture to you. What have they said, Claire?
They sent us a standard email to say we would receive a refund, which we subsequently have received for the full amount.
So they're giving you all your money back and they've unlocked the phone?
No, They've just given us our money back. They haven't unlocked the phone.
See? Have you... Right.
Square one, basically.
Okay. Well, I mean, to be fair to them... if they're giving you all of your money back, they've obviously decided, oh, do you know what? Let's just cut our losses here. And Claire, to be honest, can go and get her phone unlocked somewhere else. Which, to be honest, is fair enough. Because I don't know how much it costs to unlock a phone, but it sounds as if actually using this online company is not really that cheap.
It's not, and it's interesting that my son initially read the reviews on the website, which were positive. However, when we experienced this problem, we looked at other reviews and we were not the only people in this situation. So a lot of people have had the same experience, that they weren't aware of the second charge.
The thing is, a lot of those people obviously haven't read it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, people don't. People come to my programme all the time and they haven't read what they're signing up to. And although, of course, there has to be an element of protection for the consumer, that things must be clear and consumers can't be misled or duped into going ahead with something. There cannot be a suggestion that you're getting something for a certain price only for it to be a completely different price. But if they are making it clear in writing how much you will have to pay by using their service, then it is a case of, as a consumer, you need to read what you're getting involved in.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. I've never unlocked a phone, so I don't know how much is a good price. But do you know anywhere else you can get it done?
I think when lockdown is over, we can probably take it to the relevant shop that is locked.
Yeah, Terry in Luton has texted to say any phone accessories store on a local market will unlock a phone for 15 to 20 quid. Job done.
Okay, thank you, Terry in Luton, for that tip.
Well, I would certainly urge you just to make sure that you do your homework before you simply take a phone somewhere, because you don't
we'll be having a physical interaction when it comes to unlocking the phone.
Well, look, you've got your money back. It's a bit of a lesson. And how old is your son?
He's 14.
Right, so it's a good lesson for him because, going forward, there'll be all kinds of things that he will be purchasing on the internet and all kinds of things he's going to sign himself up for. This is a good opportunity for you to get that message across to him, that reading what you're actually signing yourself up for is crucial. Because worst case scenario, this would have ended up costing you 20 odd quid. Things could end up costing a lot more if you don't actually read what you're signing yourself up to. So I think this is a good opportunity to teach him that lesson, Claire. And listen, good luck finding someone else to unlock the phone. I hope you manage to do so in a reasonable price, and you'll end up being very grateful that you didn't use this company anyway.
And I'm very grateful to all of you for your help. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Claire. Thank you, Tara. And for the company for giving the money back, even though they didn't need to, Tony came to me. He was telling me he purchased a freestanding cooker in 2013, so quite some time ago. He was told at the time this cooker was the Rolls-Royce of cookers. Very executive, very luxury. Cost about £1,000, but he says he's had problems with it ever since it was first installed.
The real crunch came at Christmas. We had all the family round and the cooker cut out, blew the main fuse, and we could not get it working again. So we had to ferry the food to my daughters to overcome the issue. And they sent a technician out, and they decided there was a problem in the end, and they would replace it. We went with a new model after being assured the main problems had been fixed. Now, the cooker was replaced in 2017, but within a week, the new cooker tripped the mains, which did not go down very well. So I contacted the manufacturer. They sent out a technician, and he said, there's a mod on this cooker, and this will overcome the problem. But some of the same problems started reoccurring. The touch panels on the hob were temperamental and worked when they felt like it. The mains oven would cut out at random, so we started using the top oven this year, and the top oven now started to trip the fuse. It went again last night. My wife said she's just no confident in the cooker, and it's just temperamental, and she wants it out of the house.
Well, it's very frustrating. Of course, the number of years Tony and his wife have had this cooker makes it a little more complicated, so I've had to deal with this case in a slightly different way. Tony's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Tony.
Good morning to you.
Good morning. So, normally, of course, I would always go and speak to the retailer because the retailer is the company that you have a contract with. However, because so many years have passed since you first purchased this cooker, and because the manufacturer has already been dealing with this over those last few years, I felt it was probably a fairly pointless exercise to go to the retailer, and actually we'd have far more luck speaking to the manufacturer directly. Thankfully, they were very positive in terms of the response that I had from them. They are AEG, and they came back with this response initially. They said AEG strives to offer exemplary customer service, aiming to respond to queries as soon as possible during busy periods. We're undertaking an internal investigation as to why that did not happen in this instance. We've already been in dialogue with Tony to resolve the issue as quickly as possible. The comments and feedback provided by Tony will be reviewed to ensure that AEG continues to offer the high standard of care that our customers expect. Well, that was great. Certainly sounded great anyway. And indeed, somebody contacted you, and the promise they made you also lived up to that greatness, because they said to you, Tony, we're really sorry about this. We are going to replace the cooker for you. We're going to replace it with a brand new one. And they said they were going to replace it with a brand new updated model that no longer had the touchpad. It had good old-fashioned knobs on it. And they said that you should be very happy. Well, you were very happy, weren't you, with that assurance that was what they were going to do?
I was over the moon, yeah. I thought we've cracked it at long last.
However, just before I went for my week off, you broke the bad news to me that indeed they had turned up with a new cooker for you. And unfortunately, when they went to get it out of the box, they found that it wasn't as it should have been. It was somewhat damaged. Well, that was extremely frustrating. You were saying the guys that were there to deliver it, they kind of put it all back in the box and took it off, and you hadn't heard any more from AEG. So I chased them up before I went off for my week away. That was distinctly like a week in my home doing the cleaning and the gardening, but there we go. And they promised me that they were going to get things sorted, and they promised me that I could leave it with them, and when I come back from my holiday, you'd be a very happy bunny. And they came back with this response that I had. AEG have agreed to refund the customer. Tony is happy with this resolution, as this was what he advised AEG to do to resolve the matter. So is that what they've said then? They're going to give you all your money back instead?
Yes. I think, like all walks of life, there's doers and talkers, isn't there? People that actually get things done and people that promise to get things done. The day after you spoke to them, I was contacted by a young lady called Carly. She was the one I originally dealt with, but sadly she was off sick. She was very sympathetic to my issues and said as a result of these issues, AEG would offer me a full refund based on the original cost of the cooker. So
which was how much?
£10.99.
£1,099.
Yep. We exchanged bank details, and she said she would follow it up and make sure it happened. As it's not a normal procedure for them, it may take 8 to 10 days to go through. I checked my bank details on Tuesday the 10th, and my bank had been credited with the $10.99, the original price I'd paid for it. So I was really pleased. We ordered a new cooker on the Wednesday, and it was delivered on Sunday, all installed and works a treat. So, in essence, I can't thank your team and your good sales for all this chasing.
Well, look, I mean, and when I say this is not in any way to undermine the problems that you've had with it.
No.
But I do think you've been exceptionally lucky, because the manufacturer, as regular listeners to my programme will know, when you buy a product, you don't have any contract with the manufacturer.
No.
The only contract you have is with the retailer that you hand the money over to. So if AEG had wanted to, they could have turned round to you and indeed to me to say, look, we're sorry this customer's had bad experience, but we're only the manufacturer here.
Yeah.
We suggest if he's got an issue, he takes it up with the retailer, at which point you probably wouldn't have been able to do anything purely because of the amount of time that had passed.
Yes.
By giving you your money back, they really have gone over and above what they needed to do, and I want to thank them wholeheartedly for what they have agreed to do and what they have indeed done for you. Did you buy another AEG cooker, or have you gone for a different brand this time?
We've stuck with them. I mean, basically, the young lady I've been dealing with, Carly, has just been so helpful. I thought, really, I can't have 4 cookers, and they're all playing up. And to date, so far, this one seems to be working perfectly. So we're absolutely delighted. And again, I really thank you lot for getting involved. It's brilliant.
Well, I'm going to thank AEG very much indeed. I'm going to give them the horn. Tony, let's hope it works beautifully. Let's hope that you have many happy years from this cooker. Any other problems, you know where we are.
We do, and I shan't invite you for Christmas.
Well, I might not be able to come for Christmas, even if you did invite me at this rate. Listen, no. Tony, all the very best, and AEG, here's your... Now, to a very interesting case regarding Davina and her driveway. She was telling me that she had a resin-bonded driveway installed at the end of 2018. Took a few weeks to complete, and it cost Davina £6,000 for the drive. She also paid an extra £600 to have a wall built at the same time. She paid in cash. But she's now noticed, a couple of years on, a pretty fundamental problem with this driveway.
I went out in February this year. It'd been down just over a year to sort of spring clean it, get up all the leaves, wash it down, get it ready for the summer. And I noticed quite a few hairline cracks in it. So I immediately emailed the company to say I'd got hairline cracks in it. They said they'd look into it. And then we went into COVID. I sent them a couple of emails during that period sort of to keep the fire burning. The man that came out to repair it said to me, you know, it's only got a 12-month guarantee. This is a gesture of goodwill. He was a young boy. He came out with a little oil can with sort of, I presume, resin in it to try and fill the cracks. They're basically a hairline, and some of them have got a little bit wider. Of course, the resin has overflowed the cracks, and because it's sealed on top of the drive, it might have sealed the cracks, but they're now twice as dark as the rest of the drive.
Yeah, well, it just doesn't look right. It doesn't look right. These resin-bonded driveways, for anyone that's kind of listening to this thinking, well, I can't quite picture what Davina's had installed. Davina's back on the JVS show. Hello, Davina.
Hi, good morning, JVS.
It's almost like a very, very fine gravel that is stuck into this kind of... It's almost like a glue, isn't it, that they stick it down into, and it gives a very nice, smart, uniform finish. It's like having a gravel driveway, a minuscule gravel driveway, without all the mess that goes with it. Because anyone that's ever had a gravel drive knows that the stones go everywhere, and eventually, if you do a bit of a wheel spin, you start getting potholes forming in it and everything. So this is very smart, and part of the look is that it's a very uniform finish. So any kind of cracks in it really do show up and ruin that finish. Now, you obviously had given them the opportunity to come and repair it before, which it sounds to me as if they tried to do, but the repair doesn't look very good. And my concern with all of this, and I'm sure anyone who knows anything about construction would suggest that the problem with this could be the foundations for the drive. When they install a driveway, it's very important to dig down deep enough and to put the right kind of base underneath the surface that they then put on top. If you don't do the groundwork properly, that's when this kind of thing can happen. So, of course, the fear is that when they did do the driveway, they didn't dig the base deep enough. And that's why now there's some movement. And as the ground is moving, that's what's causing the crack. And there's cracks all over it, you said, Davina.
Yes, there's more and more appearing all the time.
Which is not good. Now, as you know, I've been off to have a word with the company, and I have had all kinds of fun and games. Not very enjoyable fun and games, it has to be said. Just out of interest, when you've dealt with this company before, did they seem reasonable and professional or not?
Yes, the man I dealt with seemed very reasonable and very professional. I haven't spoken to him since the driveway's been completed, so I don't know whether he is personally still with the company.
I see. Well, certainly the man that runs the company, I did not find to be reasonable at all. I'll just recreate what happened. So I called the company and I spoke to a lady there who quite quickly, it sounded to me as if she'd put me on loudspeaker in the office. You know, as if to say, look, listen, everyone, we've got some bloke from the BBC calling us. And then I hear this man shouting in the background. And eventually he grabbed the phone off her and started talking to me. And he said, look, this driveway came with a 12-month guarantee. 12 months has passed, therefore we don't have to do anything. I explained to him at that point that, of course, the Consumer Rights Act that would cover you as a consumer gives you the entitlement to expect this driveway will be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and will last for a reasonable amount of time. And there is no cut-off at 12 months after the initial date of installation. Well, he didn't seem to understand the Consumer Rights Act at all. He didn't seem to understand it because he kept telling me, no, we put in our terms and conditions 12 months, therefore that's all we have to do. I said, well, I'm afraid if your terms and conditions state that you will only take responsibility for a problem that occurs with the driveway for the first 12 months, I'm afraid your terms and conditions would not be legally compliant. A company can indeed create their own terms and conditions, but the terms and conditions must be compliant with the law. You can't use terms and conditions to override the law. Well, he went berserk, this chap. He didn't like my tone at all. He didn't like being told that his terms and conditions weren't legally compliant. In the end, I quickly realised the conversation was not going anywhere. So I said, look, I'm going to email you instead. And I'm going to email my concerns and you can correspond with me in writing. Well, to be honest with you, that hasn't gone much better. Because he then started arguing with me by email, trying to go for me, trying to pick holes in my knowledge, rather than just accepting the responsibility and saying, you know, if he was unsure about the law, which to be honest is fine. I mean, for a man that tells me he's been in business for 30 years, I'd be quite surprised about that. But if he said to me, look, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar. I want to go away and have a word with my lawyer or get some advice on this. Give me your telephone number and I'll come back to you as soon as I've done that. That would have been what I consider to be a perfectly reasonable and professional response. However, he didn't. He's been so argumentative. I mean, you've seen some of the emails, Davina. He just seems to want to argue with me rather than trying to resolve the issue.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, what's very strange is after this very unproductive email conversation that I had with him, the following day I then had a phone call from someone else who was very keen to talk to me. He kept calling throughout my show the following day, desperate for me to call him back. He said he was at a court in London and he was there to try and get some kind of injunction to stop me discussing this problem on my programme. He said, look, I'm sorry if you've had the experience with my colleague. He then described his colleague in very unflattering terms. He described his colleague as a certain part of one's anatomy. Use your imagination, Davina. He was rather disparaging about his colleague. However, he said, and this is the crucial bit, he said, I'm sorry that he spoke to you the way he did. He's got COVID-19. He was very unwell when he spoke to you, and he's gone home now. He's gone home with COVID-19. I said, all right, okay. So how can we solve this? So this guy said to me, well, look, what we're going to do, we're going to get out to Davina's house and we're going to go and have a look at the driveway. We're going to see what the problem is, and we'll see what we can try and do to resolve it. I said, well, that seems absolutely fine. That seems very reasonable. It should have been reasonable, apart from the fact that when I next spoke to you, you said that the company had indeed come out to look at your driveway, but one of the people that was there, just a few days after my conversation, was the guy that runs the company. The guy that I was told has COVID-19. Now, at that point, that was about 4 or 5 days after my conversation, he should have been in isolation at home, not in a van with other people out at a customer's house in your driveway. So I obviously wanted to find out, has this man actually got COVID-19, at which point he would have been breaking the law, by going out to your property when he should have been in self-isolation at home? Or was the other guy lying to me when he told me that his colleague had got COVID-19? Perfectly reasonable question. So there began, as you are well aware, this backwards and forwards emails to this guy at the company, refusing to answer to me whether or not he had COVID-19 or not, saying it was nothing to do with me. He didn't see why I was asking him this question. Nothing to do with me whatsoever. And he has subsequently confirmed to you in writing, Davina, I know, that he did not have COVID-19.
That's right, yes.
Which must mean that his colleague was making an excuse for how rude he'd been to me on the phone and how unprofessional he'd been. And obviously, for some strange reason, he thought the best way of trying to excuse his colleague's unprofessional response was to state that he had a virus that, as we know, has killed thousands of people in this country at the moment, for which we are all facing huge restrictions, and for which, if he did have that virus, he should have been at home self-isolating.
Yeah.
A bizarre response. Now, as you know from our conversation last time, my gut feeling with this, and this is just a gut feeling, and he keeps kind of trying to, as far as I'm concerned, give you this glimmer of hope that actually, if you stop speaking to me, he's going to resolve the driveway problem. I don't necessarily have confidence in that. I think he would love for you to say to him, yeah, OK, I've told the guy at the BBC to no longer investigate. At which point I would suggest he's probably either likely to do a very, very brief repair on your driveway that will not last very long, or he'll simply go very quiet on you. Because when I first contacted him, he suggested that the only way you were ever going to get him to do anything was to take him to court. Now, I know that you are also planning to have an independent report done to try and establish exactly what the problems with the driveway are. I think that is a very sensible way of proceeding from here. What's happened since we last spoke, Davina? Because I know the guy from the company's been back in touch with you again, hasn't he?
Yes, he has sent me a report. It talked about clay and the water, the level of water, but as we're on a hill, that's sort of not particularly relevant, the water. I've forgotten what you call it, the water.
The water course?
The water base. Yeah, where water pools sort of thing, like, oh, crikey, I've forgotten the name of the word. Sorry. But he has offered to basically take the resin off, flatten the tarmac and relay the resin. But that's just basically like skimming the top, for want of a better word. It's not going below to potentially the foundations, which, just skimming the top would just mean that it moves again and will crack again.
Well, that is the problem. It's like building a house, where I'm not a builder, but, I mean, this is just basic stuff. This is common sense stuff. When you build a house, you dig down and you build foundations for it, don't you? And if you live in an area that has, for example, a lot of clay, then it's important that you dig the foundations deeper and there is more concrete in there in order to give the property structural support. If you don't do that, if you don't build adequate foundations for a property, then as there is natural movement in the earth, the building's going to start falling apart, isn't it? Because if you haven't dug the foundations deep enough, all the top of the building will move, and that's when you'll have problems. So I would have thought that the reason why your driveway is cracking is because as the ground is moving, the base for that driveway is not substantial enough to absorb that movement. And instead, all of the movement is going straight to the surface of the driveway and then causing it to crack.
Yeah, this is really what we think, which is why I'm literally just waiting for the civil engineer to call me back to make an appointment. He's been a bit, with this lockdown again, he's sort of, everything's taking that much longer than what he thought.
Yes.
But we personally think it's probably the base underneath the tarmac that's not adequate. Yeah. And just relaying the top surface is really not going to do anything.
No, I would have thought it's just not worth it, because if they come and repatch it and do the surface, then it will probably look lovely for a few months or a year. Yeah. But then as the Earth moves again, unless the base of it has been changed, then the movement is simply going to go to the surface of the drive and it's going to start cracking again, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what we think. Which is why we've called for an independent.
Yeah. So how have you responded to our friend at the company?
I haven't at the moment. I thought I'd wait till after this programme.
Right. Well, I think what I would be inclined to do, and I mean, to be fair to him, it sounds as if there is some kind of resolution on the table in writing now, which is good. That is, as far as I'm concerned, my intention right from the very beginning was to try and get this matter resolved in a nice, amicable way, as it is for most of the cases that I deal with. It's purely this man's peculiar response and manner that has led to it ending up in this kind of situation. But I think what I would be inclined to do then is to go back to him and say, whilst I appreciate the offer that you are making, and it's very clear from your response, you acknowledge that a resolution needs to be found for my driveway, I'm not confident that the suggested resolution you've outlined will resolve the problem permanently. Therefore, what I have decided to do is to proceed with an independent inspection, and I will come back to you as soon as that has been concluded, and we can try and find a way of moving forward with this. I think that then makes it perfectly reasonable. You're not dismissing his offer out of hand. You're recognising that it's a step in the right direction, but that you want to just get that independent view as well, which I think is perfectly reasonable.
Yes, I will do that. Yes, I waited until, obviously I spoke to you.
Yeah.
Before going back to him.
I think I would go back to do that. Don't copy me in on the email at this stage.
Okay.
But what I would do is send him the email and then send me a copy separately, just so I've got that. Purely because my intention from the very beginning, as it is with everybody who calls into my programme, is to try and help. Now, what I don't want to do in any way is for him to then try and use my involvement in this as a way of trying to then shirk his responsibility to you. So I think let's not antagonise him at this point. He's suggested that he's prepared to do something to resolve the problem. We just don't feel at this stage it's probably the right kind of resolution. Okay?
Yes, lovely.
Okay, lovely. Well, can you please let me know as soon as you've had the independent person out to have a look?
Yes.
I feel, I suspect that he's going to just confirm what we've just talked about today, and he's going to say that he thinks the base needs to be much deeper than it is.
Yes, okay then.
At which point it will then be very interesting to see if the guy at the company is prepared to do that work, or whether at that point he then puts up a fight and says, well, I'm not doing that. If you want me to do that, you're going to have to take me to court.
Yes, I think I'm prepared to do that now, actually, if necessary.
Fine. Davina, gradual progress being made, but it's going to be a slow and steady one, I think. I'll talk to you very soon.
Lovely. Thank you very much for your help once again.
Hello, Jonathan.
I gather you've got a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I do. I have a problem. I was due to go in March to fly to Israel for a big family celebration. It was my nephew's son's bar mitzvah. So it was a very, very special occasion. And it was right at the time when the lockdown was being talked about. Mm-hmm. So I had a situation where clearly, as the days were going on, I think we were due to go on the 20th of March, that was just after we were due to go on the 16th of March, and that was just before the lockdown actually came in.
Yeah, I think the lockdown came in on the 20th, didn't it, or 21st, something like that.
So it was just in front, and it was quite clear that we weren't going to be able to go. And
well, at that time, I remember on my programme, that's when we were dealing with people who were, trapped in hotels abroad and having all kinds of trouble because they'd travelled out of the country. So I think it's wise for you not to go.
So I thought, I was offered the fact, because it was all pandemonium, I was offered the fact that I could move the flight and it wouldn't cost me to move the flight. So I thought, OK, I'll go in October. It must all be over by then, I thought.
Yeah.
So I was charged an extra cost to move the flights, but that was it. So
I thought you said they'd allow you to move it without charging you.
Yes, they did, but because there was a difference in the price of the flight itself,
I see. Right.
So they didn't charge me for moving it, but they did charge me the extra rate on the flight.
I see.
Anyway,
Yep.
So I paid, and that was it. So we were supposed to go in October.
And how many
Now,
of there? How many
two of
were?
us.
Two of you.
It was
Okay.
my husband and myself.
And how much was it going to cost?
Well, the original cost was £459.92.
Yeah. And then the
And then
the
they
latter
asked
flight.
me, yes, for another £201.
So about 600 odd quid.
Yes, that's right, 660 and 92 pence. So in October, we were due to go, I can't remember the date off the top of my head. I think it was the 20th of October. But the problem being that you couldn't go to Israel because if you didn't have a residential address to go to, Israel wasn't going to let you in. But I think the flights were still going, possibly. I know the flight wasn't cancelled. But this time I asked for a refund because I could see that I still couldn't use the flight, and I asked for a refund. And as far as I was aware, it had all gone through until I suddenly got an email that told me because I had moved the first flight into the second date, I couldn't have a refund. And that just doesn't make any sense to me at all. I'm being penalised because everything that's been going on is out of my hands. Otherwise, I would have gone in March. I would have gone in October if I could, but I can't.
So are they suggesting then that at the first point in March, you could have requested a refund then, but you didn't ask for one? You settled to move the flight instead?
I think I panicked ahead of what was going on. I could see what was happening, and I didn't know that I could get a refund. I think I was offered to move it at no charge or take a voucher, and I didn't want the voucher. I wasn't offered my money back quite that simply.
Now, what are they saying regarding the flights in October then? They're obviously saying you can't have your money back, but are they suggesting that they would allow you to move those flights again or give you a voucher?
I think they were talking about a voucher, but I didn't want a voucher. And the thing came up that said I could ask for a refund, so I did. I was offered the fact of a refund.
Right. But then at the final stage, when you'd gone through the process, and once it had been determined this wasn't the original flight, this was a subsequent flight that you'd agreed to, at that point they then said, well, we're now no longer going to offer you the refund.
Yes.
And have you called them to explain the situation? And have they suggested the offer of a voucher or an alternative flight is still on the table or not?
I haven't spoken hold of anybody. Every time I ask a question, when you type in what's it to do with it, there's nothing that actually comes up that I can get through to anybody. And if you try to phone up, all you get is there's so many calls because of the pandemic, you're going to be hours on the phone.
Yes.
You can't get to speak to anybody. It's a very difficult situation.
And how did you pay for the flights?
On my card.
Credit card?
Credit card.
Okay. Have you spoken to your credit card company yet?
No, to be honest, I didn't think of that. To be quite honest with you, I can do that, obviously. But you were my first port of call because you know what to do.
Well, well, you say that. I actually have a bit of a question mark over whether, because if the flight went ahead, and if indeed you agreed at the point back in March, although I can completely understand, you say you panicked. I mean, I think everyone was panicking at that stage, weren't they, in terms of what on earth is this going to mean for all of us? If you panicked at that point and it was made clear to you that by accepting an alternative flight, that would then mean that the company no longer were liable to refund you for the original flight.
Well, I didn't see that wording anywhere.
No, and I'm not saying it was there, but I'm just saying, I'm speculating. If it was there, I don't know whether legally that means the airline are within their rights to hang on to your money or not. But what I do know is that we know aviation lawyers that will be able to answer that question.
Right.
So would you like us to go and make some inquiries? You have any rights? Yes. If you don't, I mean, let's work on this from two angles. If you legally have the right to your money back, then I think as long as we can confirm that, then I think we can go and put that to the airline and say, how do you want to deal with this? Do you want to either give Sheila her money back, or alternatively she's going to put in a Section 75 claim with her credit card and get the money back that way? However, if legally you're not entitled to a refund, I think at that stage what we then need to do is try and make the best of it. And I think at that point it's then probably going to be advisable, if they're not prepared to give you the refund, to try and get them to offer you a voucher instead. So at least at some point next year, hopefully I presume it's somewhere still that you'd like to go?
Oh, very much so. I've got family out there, so I travel a lot.
I've never been to Israel. I gather it's absolutely fantastic. It's beautiful.
You must go there. There's no place on earth like it. Yeah. It's amazing.
But if you're planning on, going already, then it would be better to get a voucher than to lose everything, wouldn't it? So
yes, I agree with that.
I think let's start this in a staged process. Let's find out whether legally you have the right. Tara, there are a couple of our legal experts who specialise in aviation that I can think of.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's worth making contact with. Let's explain the situation. Let's find out what they have to say before we then decide how to proceed further.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. Yes, I just didn't know which direction to go in. I hadn't a clue. But when I realised it was over, £660 is a lot of money to lose.
What happened to the bar mitzvah, out of interest? Did that all go ahead without you, or was that delayed?
No, it was a very sad story in the end because, first of all, everything was closing down in Israel, so they were having less and less guests that they could have, and it finally dropped down to 10 people, and my nephew was going to do a revolving door. He was going to let 10 people in and 10 people would leave and the next 10 would come in. He thought he could get round it like that, but then unfortunately the Saturday before the boys' bar mitzvah, they'd gone to synagogue, and then in that week they heard that somebody in the congregation had tested positive with COVID, so they then had to isolate for 14 days, and that was the end of everything. The poor boy, the 13-year-old boy, has had no celebration whatsoever. And everything that he learnt for that special Saturday morning, he'd been learning for over a year, he's not been able to use. It is just so sad. It's such a shame.
But forgive my ignorance. Is it something that he can then delay until he's 14?
Yes. Religiously, there are ways around it. But the family want to get together and celebrate. Because, in fact, in February this next year, 21, the next brother will be 13 and we'll be going all through this again. But please God, it will work this time. Who knows?
Well, yeah. I mean, hopefully by February time, things will be, depending on this vaccine, things will be starting to we'll be getting on top of it. But I mean, I think it's still going to be very much up in the air back in February time.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. But, just take it a day at a time, really.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, this is a lot of money, so I can understand why you want to get this sorted. Let's go and have a word, and we'll reconvene as soon as we've got the legal answer for you. Okay.
Thank you so much for your help. Thank you.
Okay, Sheila, all the very... Now, Christopher bought a new build property 4 years ago. He was very happy with it. But at the beginning of this year, after some pretty heavy wind, he noticed something rather unusual. Some beading, plastic beading, was on his driveway. But he thought, well, I can't see where it's come from. It was not obvious at all where it had come from. Then some more of this beading appeared very recently.
My son and his partner and grandchildren came on the 1st of September this year, and they parked in the drive. It was a really nice day. We went for a walk, and when we come back, in front of their car is 2 more lengths of bead and this rendering. And it had hit their car. His partner said, well, it's come off your chimney. I thought, well, we've been here 4 years. I've got NHBC, 10-year cover, so I contacted them, and they immediately said, under Section 3 of the NHBC we don't cover it for storms. You've got to go through your household policy.
Well, Christopher has contacted the developers and has made the argument to them, and I completely understand his point. You built the house should have been built to a reasonable standard, and I question whether high winds should be a reasonable reason for this beading to come off the chimney. Christopher was saying that none of the other properties seem to have had the same problem. They also faced exactly the same windy weather. So why has his beading come off? Well, Christopher's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Christopher.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello. Now, I know Hannah, who's been dealing with this. You spoke to the developer, and they just said, no, sorry, this has been too long now since we first built the house. We're not prepared to take responsibility for it.
Exactly right. Because Christopher bought the house 4 years ago, they are not taking any responsibility for it and suggesting that he go to the NHBC, which he did, and didn't get a particularly great response from them either. So that was then who I got in touch with.
Now, how have you got on? What have they had to say? Because I gather things are looking a little more positive than they were.
Yes. So my initial contact with them wasn't very successful, but we then went back to them whilst you were away last week, and they gave us some good news. They have agreed that they will cover fixing the chimney, which is great, but they've given Christopher a couple of options, and I think that's what he wants to discuss with you today.
What are the options, Christopher?
The options are they're prepared to pay me £1,600 or just over, and I can get my own contractor in to repair it. And then late Friday, I got an email to say that the contractor is prepared to come back and repair the chimney. So I've got the builders saying that they will repair it. If that happens, NHBC won't pay me £1,600, but the builder will come back and repair the chimney. So I've got sort of two offers on the table now.
What do you feel most confident doing?
I will go back to the builder, I think, because if it goes the other way, I've got to find the builder. The guarantee would go because you've got other people involved. If I go back to the builder, I've still sort of got a guarantee that if it happens again, I can get back in contact with them or NHBC. So I will take it that way.
I'm pleased you said that, because I was a little bit concerned that you were going to say, and I could understand if you did have this view, but I was concerned that you were going to say, I've lost confidence in the developer being able to do this job properly because they didn't do it properly in the first place, and therefore I'd rather get my own person in. And although I could understand that, I can just see a whole load of potential headaches ahead if you do that, because you're going to have to organise to get a builder round, you're going to have to get quotes, you're going to have to get scaffolding up, all of that kind of stuff. And then at the end of it, as you say, is that then going to cause a problem if, for example, you in a year's time have a problem with the roof and you then went back to the NHBC? Are they then going to start saying to you, oh, well, sorry, but you've had a third-party builder in now and they put scaffolding on that roof and that's now caused a problem and therefore that's invalidated your NHBC guarantee? And, I can just see it potentially being a problem. So I think if you are confident that the original contractor can fix the chimney properly, then I think getting them to do it is the easiest way forward, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. But I've still got the main concern of getting my son's car fixed. I don't know who to pursue in trying to get his car repaired, which is over £600.
Has the developer or the NHBC made any comment on the damage to the car that was caused as a result of the beading blowing off in the wind?
So I know that they've said to Christopher that they won't do anything for that. That has to be done under his son's car insurance. But Christopher made a good argument when I spoke to him last time. It's not just a case of claiming on your car insurance. His son has an excess on that policy, which will cost him, and then he's going to have to pay inflated insurance costs from then on, loses no claims, etc. So I went back to the NHBC regarding that late last week. I haven't had a response from them on it yet, but they are looking into it for me, so I'm hopeful.
Well, really? I mean, I would be quite surprised. I would be quite surprised if the NHBC agreed to pay for the damage to the car.
Well, they said no right from the onset. They said no, that they wouldn't pay for the car.
Yeah, I mean, I would be surprised if they did. And then, of course, we start getting into the realms of, well, how far do you then push that? If the NHBC turn around and say, no, we're not paying for the damage to the car, if the builder says, well, we're not paying for the damage to the car, then I guess the only way you would be able to proceed from there would be to try and take them to court.
Yeah.
But to be honest...
Well, they should have had public liability. The builder would have had public liability, which would cover the cost of that.
In theory. But of course, if it were to go to court and there was some kind of question mark over the weather that had caused the initial problem that loosened the first bit of beading,
well,
and then the subsequent beading falling off and damaging the car, have you checked your home insurance policy? Have you got legal cover, Christopher?
Yes.
You have?
I have, yeah.
Have you spoken to them yet?
I spoke to them originally in September, and they said that they would only cover it if it was storm damage. So you've got to try and prove that the beading come down in storm damage, which it didn't on the last occasion. So,
but I mean, in terms of, have you spoken to the legal department about whether or not that would cover you in taking action against the developer for...
Oh, yeah, it would. I imagine it would, yes.
Yes, I would have thought it would as well. But the problem you've then got is if we at this stage then start talking about potentially suing the developer, are they going to turn around and say, right, well, if that's what we're doing, then we're not going to come and fix your chimney either?
Well, NHBC, in their report and quotation that they've sent me, they said that the chimney doesn't come up to NHBC standards, so it's a fault with the developer of building the chimney.
Oh, right, OK. I'll tell you what I'd like us to do then. Hannah, can we go back to the developer? Mm-hmm. And can we just say to the developer that we're very pleased to learn that following conversations between the NHBC and the developer, it's been agreed that the developer is going to go back and to put this chimney in the position that it should have been in right from the outset when Christopher purchased the house for, presumably, Christopher, hundreds of thousands of pounds.
Yes.
We are very grateful that, of course, they have now acknowledged that the chimney does need to be repaired, and we're very grateful that they've accepted responsibility for that at no cost to Christopher. However, that doesn't resolve the whole problem. There's also the issue of a £600 bill for fixing... It's your son's car, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
For fixing Christopher's son's car that was damaged on the driveway when this chunk of beading came off and landed on his bonnet.
Sure, yeah, I can go back to them.
The only thing I would say, Christopher, is, I mean, we will certainly go and put that to them. I can't sit here confidently and say to you, oh, I'm sure they're going to change their mind and resolve this. We'll see. But if they don't, it's then going to be down to you to kind of make some decisions as to whether or not you cut your losses, suck it up, and... your son finds someone that can repair the bonnet on his car as cheaply as possible and that cost is covered somehow. Or whether you decide that actually you want to incorporate this bill for the car repair with the repair to the chimney, and whether you're going to take it the legal route against the developer with that additional information you got from the NHBC that the chimney was not up to their standards from the outset.
Well, this is it. I just feel that the developer should really be covered on their third party, their public liability insurance.
Look, let's be fair to them. Let's go and give them a chance.
I'd like to know what made them change their mind, though.
Yes, I'd be interested as well. Let's go back, let's have another conversation, and we will talk very soon, and then at least we'll know where we stand and we can see how best to proceed, okay?
Morning, Jonathan.
Morning, James. I gather you have a holiday consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. I booked a holiday to Madeira, a package holiday to Madeira, just before lockdown. In fact, I don't think Boris was going to do a lockdown when I booked it, but anyway, I went, and I booked the holiday online, and the description online well, that was all I had really to make a choice over where to go. But it turned out a couple of the items in the description weren't correct.
Right. Just go back a little step, if you would. So, this holiday you were booking, when were you due to go?
On Friday, the 31st of October.
31st of October this year?
This year, yeah.
Okay. And when did you book it?
About 4 or 5 days before that.
Oh, okay. So you knew you were taking a risk?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So 4 or 5 days before, you booked this holiday, and this was a package holiday, was it?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. And how much did you pay?
About £864 for 2 people.
Okay. And you say that there were things in the description that were not correct. What were the important things in the description that appealed to you?
Well, the main thing that appealed to me was the fact that they had a shuttle bus, a free shuttle bus from the hotel into Funchal, which is obviously the capital. Because looking at the various hotels that they had, you basically either stayed in the capital, where most of the hotels this operator had were, or you stayed outside. I fancied staying outside, and I thought, well, with the shuttle bus, that will be good to get in and out. And also, the other attraction of the shuttle bus is that when you go to Madeira, they test you for COVID-19 at the airport. So they then send you the result, and you self-isolate until you get the result. So that means that anybody on the shuttle bus is tested negative for COVID-19. So that seemed like a good idea.
Right.
Anyway, as it happens, when we got there, we found out that they weren't running the bus anymore. And so we had to take the normal town bus in and out.
Was that because of the virus?
Well, they said we aren't running it because of COVID-19. That's what they actually said.
Right. Okay. Well, that could have been either because they didn't have the demand for it, because there weren't very many holiday makers there, or because they were concerned about possible transmission on the bus. But
I suspect it was probably a lack of demand, because there weren't that many people there.
No.
And as I say, that those people on the bus were all cleared, at least on arrival in Madeira.
Okay, so the shuttle bus issue was one thing. What about the test? I mean, you mentioned the test. Did they do all of that for you?
Yes, they did. Yeah, I was tested on arrival. You were supposed to get a result within 12 hours, but mine took a lot longer because they decided my test was inconclusive, so they had to do it again. But then it came back negative.
Right.
So yeah, they did it. It was a very good service, actually.
Okay. So what's the problem that you've got? What do you need me to help you with?
Well, it's really that this particular operator said that they put a piece of information on the website which said that the information on the website was from last year, and that it could therefore have changed.
So what regarding the shuttle bus? That's your issue, is the shuttle bus?
My issue really is the fact that the shuttle bus wasn't there.
And how much did you have to pay then in terms of transport costs getting to and from the capital while you were in Madeira?
Well, it was only about £20.
Right.
But the thing for me was that this information saying that the information in the hotel about the hotel may not be correct wasn't to me. It wasn't obvious. When it was pointed out to me, it was only on certain parts of the web page. So it was like on against the board basis, but it wasn't against the shuttle bus. But it might have been against something else. So it was selective.
So when you were there at the hotel, did you complain at the reception desk and say, look, a fundamental part of this holiday for me was that there was going to be a free shuttle bus from the hotel into the capital on a daily basis, and I haven't got that. Did you kind of complain and give them an opportunity where they might have been able to say, oh, well, I tell you what, we'll pay for your bus fare or whatever it costs you?
No, I did go to reception and request the service of the shuttle bus. They said, no, we're not running it anymore. And no, I didn't then press it.
Right. So is this something you've raised since getting back and with the holiday company to say, I feel as if you've misled me. I thought I was getting the shuttle bus service, but the shuttle bus service wasn't on.
That's true. Yeah, that's exactly it.
And they've said to you, well, tough, because we made it clear on our website that the detail there was pre-COVID-19 and we couldn't possibly verify exactly what was and was not going to be offered in resort based on the virus and how things may change on a weekly basis.
That's about right. That's about right what they've said. They seem to think that it's okay to do that, but in my personal view, I just felt that when you book a holiday, you hope that the information is going to be accurate, and if it's not, then it does have an effect on you. And from their point of view, it seems almost a cop-out to sort of say, well, the information might not be right, because, I mean, that therefore means then that you can't trust any of the information they put there.
Well, there are two ways of looking at this, aren't there? I mean, I guess on one hand, there'll be some people listening to your story and saying, if you choose to go on a holiday in the middle of a worldwide pandemic, when holiday companies are struggling to keep going and everything is upside down, if the only problem you had was that a shuttle bus wasn't running, then to be honest, you got away with it very lightly. There are other people who would say, well, this is a fundamental part of the description of that holiday, and indeed you should have had faith that that shuttle bus would have been available, and there'll be people who would listen and would say, I can understand your point. I'm a bit surprised the holiday company didn't offer you anything. I mean, I think if you'd booked a holiday with me and you'd come back with this particular issue, I mean, I think at the very least I'd say, well, I'll give you a 20 quid voucher off your holiday next year as a goodwill gesture.
Yes, they were very. I mean, they were obviously terribly polite, but they were very clear that the pandemic has meant that they're not able to check any details. And I mean, for the other thing, which is not really a major thing at all, was the fact that this particular hotel offered coffee and tea making facilities. Now, I interpreted that as being that there would be coffee and tea available for you to make in your room, but when we got there, there wasn't any facilities like that, and I asked the reception, they said, no, we don't do that. So I informed the operator at the same time as this shuttle bus thing, and they said, well, we're surprised that there wasn't coffee and tea. They checked with the hotel, and the hotel came back to them and said, well, actually, the description is accurate, because coffee and tea making facilities is basically a kettle. And therefore it is accurate. And the operator said, well, what they would do is try and make that a bit more clear next time.
Right. Did you have a nice time in Madeira?
Lovely time. Except for the rain.
Well, I was going to say that's the one. Then that, for me, would be the most important thing. Madeira, I gather, is a beautiful island, but it rains as much as it rains here, if not more so. And you can bet your life if I booked a week in Madeira, it would rain from the minute I arrived till the minute I left, which is why I would never, ever go to Madeira, because there's no way I'm going on holiday somewhere where it's guaranteed to pretty much rain all the time. But I gather it is beautiful and it's very luscious and green as a result of all that rain.
No, absolutely. All of the things you've said are perfectly true. It's beautiful, it's tropical. When the sun's out, it's great and warm. But we hired a car, for example, and we went into the interior to get up one of their high mountains. And, of course, when we got to the top of the mountain, it was chucking it down with the rain, and you couldn't see anything.
Yeah.
In a cloud.
Just out of interest, why did you book in October? Because I was due to go on holiday in October, and obviously didn't go on holiday.
No.
Why did you book a holiday to go away this year when this pandemic is kind of, it was fairly inevitable at that particular time that things were going to get bad again?
Well, it was a calculated risk because Madeira was on the travel corridor list, so you didn't have to quarantine when you came back. And also, they made it very easy in terms of being able to just arrive, and then you go into a queue in the airport, and they test you, then they take you to your hotel, and you wait until you get the results. And also, Madeira has a very, very low, comparatively low infection rate.
Yeah, but weren't you worried about the whole travelling there and getting there business?
I was a bit worried about the only bit I was worried about was the airplane, really, and the fact that you could end up feeling very close to someone who may or may not have got the disease.
Well, I mean, thank goodness you had a holiday and you didn't get COVID. That's the most important thing.
No, absolutely.
Look,
it makes me sound mean and petty ringing up about this, but and perhaps I am. But the view that I got was that really companies should be responsible for the information that they give out and not rely on that information possibly being accurate or maybe being accurate. And when you book a holiday, you do tend to sort of look at it. The only thing I know about Madeira and about the hotel I booked was what they said about it.
Yes, and I think the only thing that really you should have done in hindsight is to complain at the time. You know, while you were in the hotel, once you realised it, pick up the phone, call the company back in the UK and say, I'm not happy about this. The whole reason I booked this hotel was because it had a shuttle bus. If I'd known it didn't have a shuttle bus, I would have booked a hotel that was in the capital itself, at which point they might have been able to say to you, oh, well, we'll move you then. We've got availability in a hotel that's in the capital, but because you didn't complain at the time, they obviously didn't have that chance to do it. But I think we can... Look, I'll be honest with you. In the grand scheme of things, I think you've been lucky because where so many of us haven't had any kind of holiday at all this year, you have, and thankfully you didn't get COVID in the process. So that's great. We're arguing over a £20 bus fare that you had to pay out to get into the capital or not. I think the description issue is certainly something we can raise and just get an answer from. But let's kind of just see what the company has to say before we take it any further. Tara, can I pass James back to you and we'll get some detail, please?
Of course you can, yes.
Lovely. Hang on there, please, James. I'm passing you back to Tara now.
Fighting for your rights.
Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Khadija runs a martial arts company. Oh, yes, stand well back. She'll karate chop you in the windpipe. She's a self-defence expert, and because of lockdown, her services have had to go online. But a social media company has blocked her site, and she says it's having a devastating impact on her business.
Right in lockdown, we're now not able to do any outreach work or reach out to those that are obviously going to be most in need during this vulnerable time, and have followed all of the routes, have been told to appeal online, and with a response being told, review can't be requested. This is because the account isn't restricted from advertising, and there's a different type of restriction. They've not informed me of any violations, and I respect if there are any. And the only thing that I can think of is that we demonstrate self-defense moves. And in some of our videos, we use self-defense fake weapons, like bendy knives, for example. Absolutely fine, and I understand that these things happen. However, I now have a note saying I have 48 hours to complete my appeal or my account will be permanently restricted. But it's impossible to communicate with them.
Well, as you can imagine, Khadija is very concerned about this, although we can probably imagine why her page has been suspended. We would hope that when she was able to explain that this was not some kind of gratuitous violence in the video, it was there for a very sensible and rational reason, she'd hope that it would all be reinstated. The trouble is, she just can't seem to speak to a human being or get anybody to actually address her appeal. Khadija's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Khadija.
Good morning, Jonathan. How are you?
Have you had to take anyone out since we last spoke?
Just a few computers.
Right now, Tara has been speaking to this social media company to find out what they have to say. Are they planning to reinstate Khadija's page?
Well, we know there was a sense of urgency with this because it was 48 hours and counting when Khadija came to us. And really, 48 hours is pretty much up now, isn't it, Khadija?
It's done. That's it.
It's done. So anyway, I got in touch with them because we have had cause for something similar in a previous case to get in touch with this particular social media platform. And it is Facebook, and a company spokesperson has sent us a response, and it is Khadija's access to these pages was restricted by mistake. We have resolved this and apologise for any upset caused. Our teams and technology review millions of pages, posts and images each week, and we occasionally make a mistake, as has happened here.
Right, well that's fair enough, but Facebook, it would be nice if your appeals process worked nicely for people so they didn't have to come. I mean, it's been very nice talking to you, Khadija, we've loved the conversation with you, but I'm sure from your perspective it would have been nice if they'd actually addressed your appeal rather than you having to come to our programme to get it sorted.
Well, I did get the response this morning, so I put in a quick query about that, because obviously, Khadija, you experienced issues with getting a verification code, didn't you? So that you could lodge an appeal, and the response I got back on that was that, your access has been reinstated, but if you continue to have any problems, I could get back in touch with them.
Right, in other words, look, we've sorted it all out, now go away.
But it is resolved, because this is your only way, really, of generating business at the moment during lockdown number 2, isn't it, Khadija?
We rely on it completely. We rely on it completely because it's also linked with another social media account that I use. And this is the one time when we want everybody to be able to train and take care of their health online that we need to reach out online. And it's actually been detrimental to us. It's actually lost us quite a bit of money, to be honest with you. But it's not about the money. It's more about the fact that do you know how many hours I've put into trying to resolve this? It's been a real headache. But you've just made me so happy, by the way. Honestly, I'm so happy that you've actually managed to reach out to somebody and resolve this. I thank you so much. Really
so Tara doesn't have to worry about you coming round and, putting her in some kind of stranglehold.
I will come and protect you. How about that?
I tell you what, I'll set an algorithm on you, Khadija, if you try and do that.
No, okay, I quit. You win.
Oh dear. Right, well, listen, I'm delighted that it's... Have you actually checked to see if it's up and running yet, Khadija?
I haven't. Let me check. I've been up each night trying to save my potential, client base from it.
Are you anywhere near the computer now?
I am. Let me have a look.
Go on, log on while we're on air.
Let's
we'd like to know.
Please work.
Sort that keyboard out.
Please work.
Okay.
Stand well back, Tara, in case this doesn't work.
Advertising access reinstated. Thank you for confirming your identity. You can now advertise. Your ads, personal ad account, and other affected advertising assets will return to their previous status. Woo!
Great.
Exciting.
All sorted,
Amazing.
Lovely. We'll thank Facebook very much indeed for getting it sorted. Khadija, any other problems, you know where we are. Shin told me that he'd purchased a mattress 3 years ago. The mattress had pretty much been okay, but in the last few months, well, it's gone horribly weird and peculiar and crushed and dipping. Very strange indeed.
Me and my missus were having back pains, and we tried to monitor the mattress, if there's anything on it. So what we found was a dip in it, there's a big patch of dip in it. So, and in that dip, I can actually feel the springs. It's a pocket spring mattress. Yeah, I can actually feel the springs in that dip, in that big dip.
Well, the mattress has a 5-year warranty. So Moshe went off to have a word with the manufacturer. They offered him a discount on a new mattress, but he says he doesn't want another one of their mattresses because he's been unhappy with the way this one has gone. So I said to him, well, let me go and have a word with the retailer on your behalf and see what they're prepared to do. Moshin's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Moshin.
Hello there, good afternoon.
Now, the company, as you are well aware, you purchased this from Argos. Argos are part of the Sainsbury's Group, and they came back with a fairly brief response, but it sounded like a good response. They said, we have apologised to Moshin for his experience, and we've offered to either refund or exchange the item, which was fantastic. Now, when I spoke to you before, they'd offered a pro rata refund, had they not, taking into account the use that you have had from the mattress. And I think you were going to accept that, weren't you?
Yes, I did accept that. And then they said they will collect the mattress first, and then they will issue me a check. So they have collected it, I think, on 5th of November.
Yeah.
But I'm still waiting for the check. I haven't contacted them yet to keep the record, track the record, but yeah.
Right, so you haven't got your money back yet. Have you checked? How did you pay for it?
I paid through Visa debit card.
Have you checked your bank account to see if they put the money back on the card?
No, to be honest, I haven't traced that way down, but when they emailed me, they said they're going to send me a check, so I was just waiting for a check, so I haven't gone through the bank.
Well, can you do me a favour? Because I'm more than happy to go and chase them up this afternoon and just find out why you haven't got your refund yet. But can you just do me a favour? Before I do that, can you just check your bank account to make sure that the money hasn't just been paid back onto your card and is therefore sitting in your account? Because Obviously, if it has, then that's going to save all of us a bit of effort, isn't it? So if you could just check that and let me know, and if the money still hasn't gone through, I'll go and chase them up. How much were they planning on paying you? Did they confirm?
Yeah, it was about £176 and some pence. I can't remember exact, but yeah, something like that.
And how much was the mattress when you bought it brand new? Remind me.
It was about £400.
400 quid. Okay. Now, last time we spoke, I mean, I presume that you've chosen something else. I gave you lots of advice in terms of testing a mattress and going into a store and making sure you try it out. I presume the fact they've collected the old one means you must have bought something else.
To be honest, no, I haven't. It's just I was just waiting for the money as well, and
what are you sleeping on then?
In the guest room.
You're sleeping, on a spare mattress.
Yes.
Well, I think it's very sensible to hang on if you can until the lockdown finishes and hopefully the furniture shops can reopen and you can go in and try a mattress.
Yes, sure.
Because I certainly would not be inclined personally to go and buy. I mean, it's probably okay if you're buying a mattress for a guest room or something like that hardly anyone's going to sleep on. But if it's your own bed that you're going to be sleeping on night after night, you need to make sure that you're buying one comfortably. Now, the only thing I would say before I let you go, obviously a lot of people have been commenting on the photo of your mattress that I put on my Twitter account. A number of people have said it does look, where the mattress has sunk, it's in a very peculiar place. It's not where your bottom would go, which is obviously where you normally see a dip in a mattress would be where your bottom is, because that's where the most of the weight goes onto the mattress. It seems to be much higher up the bed. No one's been jumping on this mattress, have they? You've not allowed children to jump on it or anything like that?
I got two kids there, like 6 and 8 year old, but it's not like, I mean, when we change the bed sheets, like maybe once in a year or, when they're around, they probably would jump around on the mattress, but not really like we haven't given them like as a playground to, to jump around every day. But yeah.
Right. So children have jumped on it, but not frequently.
But yeah, I mean, like, when they're around and when you're changing a bed sheet, but not like every time, but maybe like, once in a blue moon, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, certainly I would not recommend any kind of jumping on the mattress at all. So when you get the new one, make sure that the children do not jump on the mattress, because otherwise it will potentially cause a problem with the springs. And it's a peculiar place where this mattress after 3 years has suddenly sunk down. It does seem a very strange place where it sunk. So make sure that no one's jumping on it. Motion, let me know please if the money's back on your card. If it's not, I'll go and chase Sainsbury's up for you this afternoon, okay?
Oh, sure, I'll send you an email.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Motion, I will talk to you very soon. For Sainsbury's for collecting the old mattress, a little bit of the horn. You'll get the rest as soon as I confirm with Motion that Brian bought a new TV and was very excited with the prospect of enjoying some quality programmes on it.
We got it home, set it all up all right, but within the first week or so, when we switched it on, there was no sound at all. Picture was there, but no sound. So we tried all the stations, but there's still no sound. So we had to turn it off at the socket, unplug it, put it back in again, start again, and then it was all right. It did this a couple of times, and then a couple of days later, when we were watching something, suddenly the screen all went blank, and the telly, in fact, turned itself off.
Well, despite the TV being very new, and his contract being with the retailer, Brian says he was put through to the manufacturer when he called the company that he bought it from. And he was told that they'd certainly come out and have a look at it, but they were going to charge him if they couldn't find a problem. Well, we've been off, I gather, to have a word with the retailer. Let's find out what the latest is, because Brian's back on the JVS show. Hello, Brian.
Hello.
Hello, Brian. Now, I know Tara's spoken to this retailer. I think we've got them on speed dial at the moment, haven't we?
It's something like that.
Number of cases that we've dealt with. What are they saying about Brian's TV? What are they prepared to do? Because sending him off to the manufacturer, if the manufacturer's planning on charging him, doesn't seem very fair. What's happening?
No, and it was good that Brian did come to us at that point, because obviously this isn't correct. So I did get in touch with the company, and they've sent us a statement, and this is Curry's PC World. We are very sorry for the inconvenience caused to Brian when trying to report a faulty TV. We immediately apologised and have offered him the option of a full refund or an exchange of the TV. Brian is satisfied with our response and has opted to exchange his TV, which he'll do at his local Curry's... Well, hang on, Brian.
I'm taking it
something
Brian
going on
has
there.
an issue with this response. Carry on, Tara, and then we'll get Brian's response.
Brian is satisfied with our response and has opted to exchange his TV, which he'll do at his local Curry's PC World once our English stores are reopened following government guidance.
Right. Now, so that obviously doesn't ring true for you, Brian. What's going on?
Because I'm not going to exchange it there. I want the refund.
You want the refund?
Yes, because we want to change the telly, obviously. We don't want one exactly the same as what we've got at the moment.
Right. Okay.
And I've got I've got an email from them here, and what it says is, as Tara said, I'm sorry to learn the service you received surrounding the fault with your Sony TV. It is concerning that after numerous attempts at contact with our company and Sony directly, you have not been offered a suitable resolution. Having discussed your complaint over the phone and reviewing the circumstances in detail, I have agreed to offer you an empowerment. This entitles you to an exchange or full refund on your Sony TV up to the price which you originally paid. Our Bedford store will carry this out upon your intended visit after 2nd of December 2020, once we are fully reopened after lockdown.
Okay.
It just tells me what I've got to do, like taking the telly back and taking this letter back and the receipt and that.
I see. So they're saying, yeah, you can have your refund, but you need to take the TV back in as soon as the store's open, and they'll give you a refund there and then.
Yes, the guy's going to give us a ring after they open, a day or two after, if we haven't gone straight in, just to arrange when we want to go to do it.
Well, that all sounds very reasonable. That all sounds.
I thought it was very good.
Absolutely. Yeah. What was your problem then? Why
There was a bit of a gasp.
Why were you getting annoyed with Tara's statement?
Because she said that it was to arrange. What is it?
They'd said in the statement that you were satisfied and you'd opted to exchange your TV.
Ah, okay. No. So, yeah, but they don't know that yet, do they?
Yes, he does know, because he rang us a couple of days after I was on, or the day after I was on the radio here. He did ring us, and I told him what we'd be doing then.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, that obviously hasn't been communicated, but I'm sure when you take the TV back in, they'll give you your money back.
Oh, yeah.
What are you going to do for a TV?
He's actually said that if there's any problems, to give him a ring on the,
There you go.
That's good. You've got a direct contact with him. So if there is an issue with what you want and what might be on the letter when you go into the store, you can sort that out there and then.
What are you going to do for a TV instead then?
Sorry?
What are you going to do for a TV instead?
Well, we do have another one, or another couple small ones.
But okay, so you're going to use that, and then you're going to buy another one from Curry's?
All right, so it's only going to be the period between when this one goes back.
Yeah. And what are you going to do? Buy another one from Curry's?
I don't know whether we'll go to Curry's or not.
Well, I guess if you've got the refund,
see what's available.
You can go where you want, can't you? Okay. Well, listen, Brian, are you happy?
Yes. Thank you very much indeed.
Oh, Brian, I like you. Now, look, I tell you what I'm going to do. Listen to this.
Oh, that halfway.
Not even halfway. Just a slither of my horn, bit. Brian.
Yeah.
They're going to get the rest as soon as you've got your money back. Can you please keep us posted and let us know?
Yeah, sure.
And we'll give them the rest of it, okay?
Yeah. We've got a while to wait for that, though, haven't we?
Well,
because we've got another couple of weeks.
We have.
If everything's back to normal on the 2nd of December.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. We'll see. We'll see.
We don't know what Bedford's like. It sounds a bit bad at the moment, so I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, we don't know what's going to happen in a couple of weeks' time, and I think making too many plans in the next few weeks, I think, is a little bit folly.
Can I just ask, though, why don't you want to do it online? Would you prefer to go in and see it and touch it, feel it, the model that you'd like?
We need to take the other one back.
Because we don't know
that's true, isn't it? You just have to take the other one back.
Yeah. So you might as well take it back and get the refund there and then on the card. I think it's probably
that's right. And then, because I'll be honest, looking online, there's a right selection, let's put it that way.
There is a right selection.
There is
You're
a right
right,
selection.
yeah.
Brian, listen, we'll talk to you very soon. You look after yourself and keep us in the picture, please, if you'll forgive the pun.
I will, and thank you very much for all you've done, Tara.
That's my pleasure, Brian.
Brian, we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Steve was telling me his car broke down while he was doing some volunteering work during the pandemic. He called out his breakdown service on the way home after a shift, and a subcontractor came out to pick him up.
We work on an ambulance and we take people home or to the next level of care, or sometimes even take them into hospital. It alleviates some of that pressure on the NHS, but it's all voluntary work we do. That's when the problem occurred. I called my breakdown firm, mentioned to them, because I've got a Mazda 3, it's standard, it's not been changed, altered or lowered at all, anything like that, but it's got a low frontage on the car. He said, yeah, it'll be fine, and didn't really. He was quite a little bit dismissive, you might say, about that, that's fine. Then he loaded it, and sure enough, me and my partner both heard it scrape on both sides slightly. I checked the front of the car, and sure enough, I got two small gouges in both sides of the front of the underneath. It bothered me because I warned them about the risk of this before they did it. It's not really fair that you've caused damage to someone's property and you're not taking responsibility for that, and which is what's happened. They've not even looked at the video, they've walked away from anything I submitted and actually taken any responsibility, which I think is, for me, disgusting.
Well, the breakdown company was blaming the subcontractor and saying that Steve should take it up with them. I went off to have a word with the breakdown company, and they finally, having re-looked at a video that thankfully Steve's wife had taken of the vehicle being removed from the back of the recovery truck, they then changed their mind and suggested they were prepared, as a goodwill gesture, to make an offer to Steve so he could get the underside of the front bumper repaired. Well, Steve's back on the JVS now. Hello, Steve.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello, Steve. Yeah, I'm very well indeed, thank you. Now, I know that when we looked at this video, which thank goodness your wife had taken as the vehicle came off, you could see where the front of the bumper had just caught the ramp and it had caused these scratches. The company was offering a goodwill gesture of £50 to get the car repaired. Now, I've had a limited amount of experience with car repairs, body shop repairs, but I'll tell you something, in my limited experience, I've always been quite shocked at how much it costs to repair even the most simple of bodywork problems. So I was pretty amazed that you would have been able to get the car repaired for 50 quid. And indeed, when you started looking around and getting some quotes, there was no way they could repair it for 50 quid, was there?
No, not at all. You're quite right. So when I looked at professional body shops that do proper jobs, then unfortunately it was substantially higher than that.
Now, I know that you've been in communication with the company, with the breakdown company, with the guy that I've been dealing with and his representatives since our last conversation, and I think that offer has gone up, has it not? And have we now got to a point where a resolution has been reached?
Absolutely, yes. They offered, obviously, money to cover the actual, what the repair would be, and they've actually refunded that money into my account.
Fantastic. And how much was that in total?
In total, they've actually given me £225.
225, right. Well, that's quite an increase from 50 quid that they'd offered originally. £225. And that, have you had the car repaired now?
No, because I've been doing a lot of volunteering work at the moment, so I've not had the opportunity, and obviously it's not deemed essential, you might say. So whilst I'm out and about and I need my car available, it would have to be in the shop for quite a few days to get the paint done and obviously settled, and it has to go in the oven to cook, doesn't it, as such, so it'll be a few days, whereas at the moment I'm doing a lot of volunteering work for the NHS, so I'm still travelling about. Like this weekend, I'm up for 4 days in Liverpool.
Sure. But you know that it's going to cost 225 quid and you've now got that money in your account to pay for it as soon as you can.
Absolutely, yes, it's cleared and it's all in there.
Brilliant.
And something I was going to mention to you, and something to be aware about, is there was not a video taken when the vehicle went up onto the ramp, because I'd warned them that's why we took the video coming off it. Yeah. So I know some of your listeners sort of commented on, why didn't you take a video of it in the first place? But I think in future, I would always film the car now going onto the back of a truck or a breakdown recovery vehicle for that reason.
Well, you would because of your experience, but I wouldn't even think about it. You know, you're there at the side of the road, your car's broken down, you call your breakdown company, they send someone out. I mean, the last thing you imagine that the chaps who put your car on the back of the vehicle, you would imagine they do this day in, day out. There's no way they're going to damage your car. But then it does seem as if the design of the ramps to get the vehicle up mean that if your car is quite low to the ground, and your car wasn't modified, was it? It's a standard car, but it is quite low to the ground. It would appear that's why it caught on the front bumper.
Yeah, and as someone mentioned before on one of your comments on your Twitter page, if it literally had ramp extenders or even 2 pieces of wood, it would have shallowed that angle down and you wouldn't have had the problem in the first place. That's all it takes.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine lessons have probably been learnt with this and with your particular car. What was it again? It's a Mazda, isn't it?
Yeah, Mazda 3, that's right.
A Mazda 3. So for anybody that has a Mazda 3, even one that hasn't been adapted in any way, apparently the front bumper on it is pretty low. So if you ever do break down and if a vehicle comes to tow you and to rescue you, it's well worth just bearing this issue in mind and making sure that the recovery truck they're going to use for the recovery of your vehicle is not going to damage the underside of the bumper when they start putting it on, because this was certainly the problem that you had, wasn't it? I'm pretty pleased with that. I hope you are.
To be honest with you, yeah, I'm more than happy. Like I say, without your team's intervention, it would not have gone this far at all. I mean, I'm disappointed that the recovery firm didn't take any responsibility.
Yeah.
But at least the breakdown company, who I've got a contract with anyway, have now stepped up and dealt with that. So thank you very much for your support. It's been really helpful.
I'll be honest with you. I think without that video from your wife, it would have been a battle, because until they saw that, they were not prepared to budge. And I think that's what changed their mind. So I think thank your wife very much for having the thought to take that video. Listen, we will thank the breakdown company. We'll give them the horn. If you have any problems, Steve, you know where we're about it, without naming any company names, please.
Okay. I had a TV covered under insurance policy. I think they were called appliance insurance companies, and it couldn't be repaired. And under the terms of the policy, I was entitled to replacement. They offered me a TV, but it wasn't anything like the quality of the TV that had gone wrong. So they asked me what model I wanted, because I said I wasn't happy. I told them, and they said I could have the model I'd chosen for an extra £750.
Right, let me just go back a little bit, if you don't mind. So the TV, when did you buy the TV?
January 2019. This is the one I'm talking about, the one that's gone wrong now.
Okay.
It's 19 months old.
Right. Okay, so you okay. First things first, you don't need these kinds of insurance policies.
No, I know, and I listened to you only yesterday saying that, and I'd already decided I ought to put my money in a pot.
Yeah, I mean, just so you're aware, when you bought this TV in 2019, how much did you pay for it?
Well, this is a replacement, don't forget, so I only paid £750 to the insurance company.
No, hang on a second. When did you buy the TV originally?
The TV that it replaced was about 8 years old.
Oh, okay, fine. Oh, well, that changes things.
Yeah,
so
yeah, it was
an 8-year-old TV that broke, but you had an insurance policy that you were paying. And how much did you pay for this particular TV?
It was £750. But
no, sorry. I'm not obviously making myself clear enough. Right. For the insurance, how much did you pay? Did you pay it on an annual basis or on a monthly?
It's about £6 a month, something like that.
£6 a month?
Yes.
So £72 a year?
Yes.
So you spent £576 on insurance for this TV over the 8 years you had it?
No, because when I first had the TV, I'd had it a few years before I actually insured it.
Okay.
So it worked out a reasonable deal. And I knew that there was a replacement. If it was beyond economical repair, I knew the policy covered a complete replacement, you see.
Okay. So when they then offered you the replacement, you weren't happy with it because it was a lower quality brand, but they said to you if you wanted to pay the difference, then you could top it up and they would replace it with a good quality brand.
Yes, correct, which they did do.
And you paid an extra how much?
750.
Okay.
I knew that the television, because we'd done a lot of research, the television I'd actually got was retailing at that time at around £1,900, perhaps £1,950, something like that.
Really?
Yeah, with a 5-year warranty at a big. I won't say where, but you could get a 5-year warranty on it. Mine, of course, only came with a 1-year warranty.
Right, you're talking about John Lewis?
Yes.
Yes, because John Lewis TVs come with 5 years warranty.
Yes.
Whereas other retailers will offer either 1 year or 2 years.
There was one at that time, actually, that did offer 5 years as well, but I won't name them.
Okay. So the TV that you were buying, I mean, for 1,950 quid, that's a very good quality TV. It should be, how big was it?
55-inch.
Okay, right. So it's a very good TV for that kind of price, or it should be anyway. But I presume the reason you're talking to me is because something's gone wrong with it. What's happened?
Yes, it has. At the end of September, we noticed a sort of a line down the middle, just a very thin line, more noticeable on something like tennis or football or something. But we thought it was, at the time, just the cameras that they were using to broadcast. But anyway, turned out it wasn't. So on the 6th of October, I actually phoned the insurance company. I was phoning them because I know you always say, under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, it's the person you pay the money to. I've heard you say it so many times.
Yes, and it was the insurance company that provided you with the replacement TV, was it?
Yes, but of course they used a supplier, their supplier.
Well, that's their problem.
Yes, that's what I thought. And when it was delivered, it had no paperwork with it whatsoever. And it took me about 3 months to actually get a letter to confirm I'd paid the money. But anyway, then they said, no, nothing to do with them. I need to speak to the manufacturer. I knew that was absolutely incorrect, but I did speak to the manufacturer. They said, no, it's the insurance company. I went back to the insurance company. They said, no, it's the supplier. I went to the supplier. They said, I've got no contract with them. It's the insurance company.
Yeah.
So I went back to them, complained with an email. After 3 weeks, they replied, and then I now had a final letter saying they're not responsible because they're neither the supplier nor the manufacturer. So
well, that's ridiculous. So I presume then when they replaced the TV for you with this extra money that you paid, I presume that was then the end of the policy with them, was it?
Yes, that's under the terms. That finishes, and I presume that's because you've obviously got a year's warranty on the new one anyway. And then I didn't choose to insure it for the same reasons as you said earlier on. I thought, well, it's silly insuring this one.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, then? So it has the... Yes, this is an interesting... I haven't dealt with this before. Is the insurance company now the retailer in the eyes of the law because they are the ones that sold you the TV?
This is what I'm wondering.
Or...
It is an odd one, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a very interesting one. Very interesting indeed. I think we might need to go and get the legal answer on this before we go any further, because I absolutely see the predicament. You don't have a contract with the retailer because the retailer didn't ever sell it to you. They sold it to the insurance company. The insurance company are not actually a retailer, although they did buy the TV on your behalf and ask you to make a contribution.
Yes.
But does that then, in the eyes of the law, mean the insurance company now is the company you have a contract with? They are, to all intents and purposes, the retailer, and therefore the fact this TV is now broken and you need to take it back to someone and hold someone accountable for that, is that the insurance company? I mean, the insurance company really is the only port of call.
Yes.
Because the retailer's quite right. They didn't sell you that TV.
No.
They sold the insurance company the TV. The TV manufacturer is quite right. They have no contract with you whatsoever. So I think the insurance company really is your only port of call. Let's go and have a word. I think it'd be a good idea just to get the legal answer before we do so. But then let's go and speak to the insurance company, Tara, and say, what are you going to do about this? Because it would appear you've got a customer who bought a very expensive TV from you, or via you, and now the TV doesn't work properly. Has this line got worse, Carol?
No, but my fear was if we left it, would it suddenly go? And obviously there is something wrong, and the longer I leave it, the worse it is to me as a consumer, isn't it? So.
Yeah, absolutely. The sooner you can deal with things, the better. Leaving things normally only ever gives the other party more time to wriggle. So.
But I thought, no, it's perfectly watchable.
Right. Well, that's one thing. But let's see what we can do to try and get this sorted out. Intriguing one. Yeah, this is a first. It's not often. I've been doing this for a very long time, And it's not often cases come to me where I think, gosh, we've never had that before, and I can't recall a time where we've ever had this particular case.
This is indeed a complicated twist.
For a few years now, and I've never heard it.
No. Okay. Leave it with us, Carol. We're going to make some inquiries. We'll get to the bottom of it, and we'll hopefully try and help you.
Lovely. Thank you, Jonathan.
Spencer bought a new front door, new back door, and some double glazing back in the year 2014. Spent about £7,500 on all of this stuff. 6 years on, he's spotted something that he's really not very happy about with the door. He says that the coating on this front door is all starting to peel and flake.
February this year, I noticed that the door was peeling. So I thought, oh, that's a bit unusual. So I phoned the company, took some photographs of the door, took them round, left them with the secretary. She said, we will be round on the 24th of March. Chap measured up for it and said, yeah, it's a problem with these doors. He said, normally due to weather, but I can see your door isn't affected by the weather from the position it's in. And it's, did I want another colour? Because the rosewood doors, apparently there's a bit of a problem with them. I have a letter from them dated the 21st of October, and it reads, the composite door supplier has still not confirmed delivery of your replacement door slab. I wrote back to them and said that I wanted to wait for the new door, and would they get in touch with me? Well, that was 3-4 weeks ago, and I haven't heard from them yet.
Well, the company has also suggested that there's some kind of new treatment they could potentially do on Spencer's door that would restore it. But he's not very confident in accepting that particular option because he says that he's worried it will affect the warranty on the door, and it's the 10-year warranty he's got that he's trying to draw upon in this particular case. Well, Spencer's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Spencer.
Morning, JVS.
Hello. Right, so as you will recall, I had a very long conversation with the man at the company. Mm-hmm. And he said, in effect, that they had indeed ordered this door some time ago, or certainly the replacement part for this door some time ago. And he said it was very unfortunate for you, but it was also, he seemed to want a little bit of sympathy for his company as well. He said it's also been very unfortunate for us because, this part hasn't arrived. Mm. And I said, well, with the greatest of respect, it's more unfortunate for your customer because he, in good faith, purchased this door and expected the door to last for a reasonable amount of time, and he's now trying to get the problem with the door rectified, and he's the one with the door that he's paid for that doesn't look right now. He said, well, look, the product is going to be replaced. The delivery date we've now got for the replacement part is the 8th of December. The 8th of December of this year. Now, he said to me that the door would arrive then, but when I pressed him further and said, okay, can you 100% guarantee that it will definitely arrive on the 8th of December, he admitted that no, he couldn't 100% guarantee it. He said the door comes from Korea, and he said that shipments from Korea had been delayed previously, so he couldn't 100% hand on heart confirm that the next shipment due in December wouldn't be delayed again. But he said what we can do, if the customer would like, is we could repair the door and, give it a whirl, give it a try, and then hopefully, that will sort the problem. If he's not prepared to wait for the replacement door. Well, you don't really want the repair carried out, and I gather you've done a bit of research since we last spoke, and you're even more certain you don't want the repair now. What's the latest? What's happening, Spencer?
Right, sir. Well, the latest is we spoke on the 2nd of November.
Yeah.
On the 3rd, I had an email from the company which has mysteriously disappeared from my e-bot. At the moment, it just says that it's been removed. Attachment unavailable. It may have been removed by the person, or you do not have permission to share it with anybody. Okay, anyway, I wrote it down, and part of it said, the composite door supplied, still not confirmed delivery of your replacement door slab, but over the past few weeks we have tried new product that brings the original colour back. Well, I spoke to the manufacturers on this, and basically they said, no, painting is just for touching. It's not for painting the whole door slab, which is the complete front of the door. I had an email from the company on the 13th of this month, and it said, the door's on the way, copy of the acknowledgement from the manufacturers. Okay, so I look at it, and the door was ordered to the manufacturers by the company on the 15th of the 9th. Normally their delivery is 3 to 4 weeks, but because of COVID they're a little bit behind. The manufacturers acknowledged to the company, the double glazing company, on the 30th of the 10th, and it said, as you quite rightly said, between the 4th and the 8th of December. That's when it's going to be dispatched. Another point is they confirmed that actually these door slabs are made in China, not Korea. So that seems to raise a puzzle with me.
Yes, it does. It does. And, is there any kind of record that this is one of a number of orders for this slab?
Well, as I said, I've completely lost the email. I've got the address of the manufacturers. Of course, I have spoken to them. I haven't given them any names of, whatever, where the doors come from, or who, fitted it or anything like that. But I was just really puzzled. They did also confirm, our normal delivery is 3 to 4 weeks, which is exactly what fitted in when I originally had the doors fitted. But because of COVID, it's going to be a little bit later, probably 6 to 8 weeks. Also, it's gone from originally the company in 3 emails they sent me. One said a couple said they were going to replace the whole door. It's gone from a new door slab, or from a new door, to trying to paint it, as you've spoken about, and to the replacement the front being completely replaced. There was a few things on the acknowledgement from the manufacturers that were not applicable on the door, which said door chain, which I've got an internal door chain on it, a spy hole, and the knocker not applicable. So I emailed the company and said to them, could you just confirm that, this is what's happening, are these parts going to be fitted to my door, whatever? And I just got a little email back from them which basically said, I'm just looking for it now so I can tell you exactly.
Will they or won't they? You don't need to read directly from it. Will they or won't they?
Basically, they said it was 3 lines, not signed by anybody. It said the fittings on your door will be transferred over.
Okay, fine. Well, look, it's 3 weeks until the door is due to be delivered. Yep. I think at this stage, if you're in agreement, I think give them that time. Give them this opportunity. Let's see what happens. If in December it still hasn't arrived, well, I think then we will need to go back to the drawing board on this. But I think at this stage, let's give them that opportunity. Let's hope that the replacement will be fine and we can all move on and draw a line under it. If not, we'll think of something else to do, okay?
Jonathan, thank you. I agree 100% with you. I've been given the runaround from so long from this, from sort of May this year. Another few weeks isn't going to harm.
And I do understand that that's extremely frustrating, and why your faith has been completely lost in this company to get it sorted. But they now know that I am watching this. They know that I'm going to be following it. Let's hope that it turns up on the shipment. Let's hope that they come out and prioritise getting it replaced for you. And let's hope that we can give the company the horn and thank them very much indeed. Spencer, we'll leave it there for now, and I will wait to hear from you. We'll talk again in December time. Very interesting case that I've been getting up to speed on. This was a case that came into my programme last week. Catherine's son rented a flat for a year in April. Back then, of course, the weather was okay. It was rather nice, if you recall. But ever since it's been getting colder, one of the windows in this flat is causing him a real issue.
We moved in 7 months ago, and at the time it was a bit sort of cold, but then obviously lockdown came and the weather got better. But now it's freezing cold. There's gaps in the window and it's just freezing in there. There's 3 windows altogether and it's just one of them that's got the problem. They're the old-fashioned sash windows. 2 of the other windows have got like glass panels on, like a screen. Makes a difference. It's still cold, but it does make a difference. But say there's one window, and they're quite big as well.
and he's got storage heaters, and they just don't do anything. He's got 2 children, aged 2 and 4. They come to visit every other weekend, but obviously that can't happen. It's supposed to be this weekend, but it's just far too cold. It's too cold for him, let alone 2 little toddlers.
Well, someone from the letting agent has been to visit the property and says it's really not an issue. But Catherine says they turned up at midday when the sun was shining and it wasn't that cold in there. Her son really likes the flat and wants the landlord to either repair the window that is causing the problem, in his opinion, or allow him to end his tenancy 4 months early. Well, what have they had to say for themselves? We've been off to have a word with them. And Catherine's back on the JVS show. Hello, Catherine.
Hiya.
Hello, Catherine. I have 1 or 2 thoughts on this case as well, because Tara and I have been discussing your case quite a lot over the last couple of days. Tara, first of all, you've been off to speak to the letting agent. Just bring us up to speed with what they've had to say regarding Catherine's son's property.
Yes, so as soon as we spoke to Catherine on the programme, I did ring them that day and I had a chat to the lady who actually went round to the property. Now, I know that Catherine had said that they didn't think there was an issue with it, but they were certainly proactive in trying to establish what the problem was, and they ended up installing a thermometer, and they also sent an engineer round to do a quote for that 3rd window, which didn't have any secondary double glazing. And they got back to Catherine with their quote for that and looking at the issue of insulation and that kind of thing as to anything that could help make the flat warmer. And I know that Catherine sent that response back to me, but it certainly seemed as though they were trying to do something to address Catherine's son's problems with this flat. Because I think the second time that Catherine came onto the programme last week, she was talking about the fact that her son had to go and stay at her house because there was one night where it was so cold he went to bed at about 6:30 and was wearing 2 coats. So this was an issue. So the agent had given him a thermometer to have a look at how cold it was getting over a weekend when he was there, and the thermometer readings were actually very chilly. I mean, Catherine, you sent us photographs of them. They were like 13, 14 degrees, weren't they?
Which inside is absolutely freezing.
Absolutely. You would be very chilled at that point. But one of the things when I spoke to the letting agent yesterday that they raised with me was the fact that the heating was off when they went round and when these temperature readings were being taken. However, Catherine, you had actually given your son the use of one of these oil-fired radiators, these plug-in things, hadn't you? So he was using that at the time.
Yeah, he was.
We'll get onto the heating in just a second because I have some thoughts on that. But first of all, what have they said about the putting extra glazing in on the window? Is that something they can do or not?
Well, they did have a look at this, and one of the issues that they have with that is a safety issue. And they did send this in an email to Catherine to discuss that there needs to be an emergency access point when you go in and out of a flat. There's the door, obviously, but there needs to be a second point at which, Catherine's son could leave the property in the event of something that meant he had to.
Yeah.
And with secondary glazing on that 3rd window, that wouldn't necessarily be a good idea. So when I spoke to the agent yesterday, I said, well, the other 2 windows, Catherine's told me that you can remove the secondary double glazing quite easily. So why couldn't that be done in the event of an emergency on the 3rd window? That would mean that Catherine's son would still have that protection from the elements, but also he could get out quickly. And they said, well, they'd had the risk assessment done by a fire expert, and at this stage the expert had recommended that 3rd window didn't have the secondary double glazing. And because that recommendation had been made, it meant that they couldn't really go against it, that the landlord would be preferentially looking at this to not go against that recommendation, because in the event that something had happened and it had been recommended that a fire safety expert had said there shouldn't be secondary double glazing there, well, you can imagine the repercussions of that.
Yeah, quite.
So that wasn't really something suitable. They'd also looked at maybe they couldn't externally insulate it because the building is listed. If they were to internally insulate it, the cost was pretty high, and it wasn't something that they felt was necessary.
What about, there is, and I remember years ago when I lived in London, I lived above a shop, and my bedroom was at the front, and again I had sash windows, and it was the windows were just terrible. They weren't properly fitted or anything. There were gaps, and you'd feel the wind blowing through. And I got some of that. Have you seen that insulating film you can buy? It's like a plastic sheet, and you use a hairdryer, and it forms a seal all the way around. But it's something that it's kind of like a thick cling film. So if you did ever need to get out the window, you could just punch your way through it, to be honest. But that then seals and stops the cold draft coming through. I mean, is that something that would be a possibility around this window instead? there must be some kind of alternatives. The one thing I wanted to talk to you about, Catherine, regarding the heating, I gather from Tara, in the property are storage heaters.
Yeah.
Now, do you and your son understand fully how storage heaters work? Because you need to understand storage heaters in order to be able to use them properly.
Yeah, well, it was never told about how to use them, but I know that you turn them on and wait sort of 4 hours for them to heat up and use them.
No.
Okay.
So the way a storage heater works, if I can just explain, and I have lived in a couple of properties that have storage heaters, and they are very effective, and actually I quite like storage heaters, but you do need to know what you're doing with them. Storage heaters normally are full of bricks. Mm-hmm. Bricks are that then have an element that goes through the bricks, and the storage heater will be connected to an off-peak electricity tariff that comes into the property. Now, the off-peak tariff operates overnight, and it will either be on what is known as an economy 7 meter or an economy 10 meter. And the clue is in the title. You either get 7 hours of economy electricity or 10 hours. Now, what happens is, on a storage heater, you will have something, and it's normally a dial for the inlet, and you also have a dial for the outlet. Now, what's really important with the storage heater, with the inlet, is that during the night time, when that element will suddenly get hot, you need to make sure that you are charging the heater up enough overnight so that the storage heater then has plenty of heat inside it to be able to emit that heat during the daytime hours when you want the heat on. If you haven't got the inlet turned up enough, then you'll simply use up the heat within an hour or two. If you've got the inlet too high, then you'll have a boiling hot storage heater that's emitting far too much heat. So it's a bit of a balancing act, and you need to get to know how your storage heater works. But I'm just wondering, is your son charging the heater up with plenty of heat overnight and then using the outlet vent sparingly to make sure that there is still plenty of heat left in when he's in the property? Because if he's not, those heaters will not be chucking any heat out.
No, which they weren't chucking any heat out, so it's, yeah.
I don't think this is just reading between the lines from the conversation between Tara and I don't think you're using the storage heaters properly, because that storage heater should charge that property up with lots of heat.
And I know we had a conversation, Catherine, yesterday where you were, because I asked why wasn't he using the storage heaters when the thermometers were in there, and you said, well, you didn't switch them on because they've been so expensive before. And you were telling me about March time when he first moved in last year, and that he'd had them on for a month and had a bill, an electricity bill, and he's only got electricity in the flat that was around £300, which seems extremely high. So it did suggest that maybe the storage heaters weren't being used efficiently.
Well, let's work our way backwards. Do you know, is your son on an economy 7 or an economy 10 tariff?
Economy 7.
He's on economy 7.
Yeah.
And has he checked to make sure that the meter is all right and the timer on the meter is okay?
On the storage heaters?
No, on the electricity meter for the property. Because those storage heaters should not be charging up until the night time, when it then clicks onto the economy electricity. Okay?
Okay, yeah.
So do you get what I'm talking about? So when the economy electricity kicks in, which is normally, I think when I lived in my last flat, I had economy 10, and it used to kick in at about midnight or so, and then you would then have the 10 hours from then, or maybe it was a bit earlier, I can't remember now. But you would you could then set all your washing machine and everything to come on at that time, so you'd also benefit from the cheaper electricity in the night time. But what should happen is, in the night, the heaters will kick in and they'll start charging up with that cheap electricity. And then once they've charged up, during the day, you open the vent when you're in the property to let the heat out into the room, and there should still in the evening be plenty of heat left in that storage heater if you've used it properly. If you haven't, it will be cold by lunchtime because it's run out of heat, which is why there's a bit of a balancing act. But I'm surprised the letting agent hasn't talked your son through it, because I gather he's in his 20s.
Yes. Yes, yeah.
There are lots of people in their 20s who may well have grown up in a family home with mum and dad with a normal conventional gas central heating system that would have absolutely no clue about storage heaters. And, you know, I'm a bit surprised that no one's talked him through how it works.
So I did speak to the letting agent yesterday, Catherine, and I raised the issue of whether or not they had ever talked him through storage heaters, and they said the manager told me he wasn't sure, but it's certainly an avenue that's worth pursuing, because as far as they're concerned, you know, he's been an excellent tenant, and they would like to be able to keep him, and they'd certainly like to be able to resolve the issue.
Yeah.
And they have gone through a number of processes to try and identify the problem and see what they could do to resolve it. So I think that may well be something that your son might be getting a call about, just to make sure that he is using these storage heaters correctly. Because I can understand why he wouldn't want to turn them on if he'd had a month of them being on and he got a bill that was pretty exorbitant.
Yeah, but that's what worries me. Does this letting agent need to get an electrician round just to make sure that the way the storage heaters are all wired in and the way that they're set up is so that they will only charge up during the economy period of time? Because you wouldn't want them charging up during the peak time electricity, because that would cost a lot of money. But that's not the idea of storage heaters.
No, not at all.
The idea in the clue is in the name. They store the heat overnight, and then you use the heat during the day. One of the best heating systems I've ever had was terribly old-fashioned. In my last flat, I had a massive storage heater in a cupboard with a fan on it, and it would charge up this great big kind of, it was like a tank thing. It would charge up with all this wonderful heat at night time when the electricity was cheap, and then during the day, when you wanted heat, you'd turn the fan on, it would blow out through the vents in the room, and you'd get all this lovely toasty warm air. It was wonderful. It heated the property up very, very quickly. But you do need to know what you're doing with it. And if you haven't got a clue, you'd kind of look at it and scratch your head and think, oh my God, how does this work? And I just wonder whether, I think a couple of things. Your son, I sense, does want to stay in this property, Catherine, ideally. Is that the case?
Well, he did, yeah.
There is another element to this. There is another element to this, Jonathan, that we probably need to just briefly cover.
Go on.
The letting agent were trying to resolve it for him. They don't want someone staying in a flat that they're not happy with, so they did the two options for him. One of them being about the heating and the arrangement, you know, to turn the heating on during to make sure it was working during the day, because they were aware that the heating hadn't been on when they'd been round. But the second option was to allow him to leave the contract. There are associated costs with that, and he would have to pay until they found another tenant to be able to go into that property. Now, I asked them what rental properties, what the market was in that area, and they say actually it's pretty good. So it may well be that he wouldn't have to wait too long before a tenant was able to take over that flat. He's gone for the second option, hasn't he, Catherine?
He has, yeah.
Right. So, okay. But I mean, surely it would benefit him if the heating system could be sorted, and if suddenly he was able to be warm enough in the property. I presume that would then remove his need to move.
Yeah, I just wanted to be warm at the end of the day.
Well, I think surely that would benefit everyone, because it would benefit Catherine's son, and it would benefit the landlord, because the landlord then doesn't have to go through all the rigmarole of getting somebody else in that property, where, to be honest, if there is a problem with the storage heaters, they're going to have the same problem again, because whoever moves in is going to be freezing cold, aren't they?
Well, this property has been used as a rental property for about 11 years, and they've only come across this issue with a cold flat with Catherine's son. So it's never been raised with them before. They were surprised to hear that it had been cold. So I wonder if it is down to this heating.
It must be the heating. It's the heating, Catherine. I'm sure it's the heating.
Mm-hmm. So when I spoke to the manager yesterday, he was very positive about getting in touch with your son to look at the issue of these storage heaters.
Has your son heard anything?
I think he got a message this morning regarding the storage heaters, yeah.
Right.
Because, as I say, they're really happy with him as a tenant. They've had 8 months where, you know, they've had no issues being brought up with them at all. Apparently he's great. Obviously your son likes the premises, so let's see what's going to happen.
I'm just having a little look as well, because obviously we will make sure that they get the heating sorted out. But the reason I was sounding slightly distracted there, I'm just looking for one of these insulation film packs. Here we go. So, secondary glazing window insulation film, £8.84. You can buy it for. Creates double glazing effect. And one pack here, 6 metres squared. Save energy, save money. Fantastic. Now, surely that would be an easy way of trying to stop any draft coming in through that window as well, in a way that's not going to make the property dangerous in terms of escaping in the event of a fire.
So, I mean, you've used it, Jonathan. Two things about it. How easy is it to take off? And
no. We would need to make sure that there was permission given,
absolutely,
by whoever owns the property for fitting it.
And also, does it obscure the glass in any way?
No, not if it's fitted properly. No, but it would mean that you wouldn't be able to open the window without breaking the film. So is the window where there's the problem, is that a window that during the summer he would need to open?
There's 2 windows in the living room, so technically no.
Okay, so he could open the other window?
Yeah.
Right. Well, I would have thought it's worth a try. If the landlord is happy to try, I mean, it would probably mean that at some point, if you were to remove it, you'd want to redecorate, because it's a kind of a sticky, double-sided sticky tape that you stick around the outside of the window. The film then is stuck to it, and then you use a hairdryer on it, and it pulls it nice and tight across the stickiness, and it forms a barrier to stop any kind of wind coming through or any draft coming through. So in theory, if you fitted it properly, no, it should just, you won't even be able to see it. But indeed, when you take it off, it's probably likely to leave a sticky residue around the outside. So you definitely need to get permission to do it. But surely if that means that he can stay in the property, and if that combined with getting the storage heaters working would solve the problem, then wouldn't that be an ideal solution that actually is not going to cost that much?
Yep.
Well, it's certainly a possibility. Yeah. Yes. So
I would have thought so.
What I can do now is just to give the letting agent a call again, just to see if contact has been made for them to go round. I mean, Catherine, you say that your son got some sort of contact this morning.
Yeah.
Do you know if that's what they have agreed to do?
I don't know.
Right. Well, here's the action plan. Can you get on to your son? Find out if he's spoken to them or not. Mention this insulation film and see whether the landlord would be prepared for that to be fitted, and whether the landlord would be prepared to pay for it as well. I mean, we're only talking about £8 or £9, so it's not a huge outlay, is it really? And then what I think we need to make sure is that the letting agent or the landlord, I think preferably whoever owns the property is the one that should be doing it, should come round and show your son how the storage heater works, and to check to make sure that it's all properly wired up so that it is charging at night time during the economy 7 hours, and then to show your son, once it's charged up, how he can let the heat in and out of the storage heater when he's actually in the property.
Yeah.
And then surely that's the best way forward. And then if we can get the property warm enough, fingers crossed, he'll be happy to stay in there. And most importantly, he can have his children in there, because I gather that's the really heartbreaking thing about all of this. Because it's so cold, he feels he can't have his kids in there.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Yeah. Right, well, if you can go and make that phone call, can we catch up again tomorrow?
Absolutely,
yeah, sure.
Yes.
That would be great, and then we'll find out how things can proceed. I just hope, my only slight concern, with the lockdown, with the virus, the normal simplicity of resolving an issue like this, where the landlord comes around and shows your son how to work it, is that going to be difficult? Is the landlord going to start saying, oh, well, I can't go into the property now because that would be a breach of the regulations, even though this is for something that's as fundamental as being warm enough in the place? I mean, I don't know. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Let's see how the letting agent responds. Okay, we'll talk to you tomorrow, Catherine, and fingers crossed everything will be sorted.
All right then, thank you.
Okay, all the very best to you.
Hello.
Hello, I gather you have a consumer problem, and I gather this is going to ring some bells with me. Tell me everything without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so my social media site, I have my two businesses linked to those. One is currently closed at the moment obviously due to COVID and the lockdown, but I do need access to that as well because that's how I communicate with all my clients.
So what kind of line of work are you in?
I've got a salon, a home salon.
A home salon?
Yeah, I'm a beauty therapist.
Okay. So you're a beauty therapist and you have a certain social media site for that?
Yes, it's all linked to my personal one.
Okay, and you said you've got another business linked to it as well?
Yes, well, I've actually got another two. One is my husband's, but we don't really do too much on that anyway. But the other one is something that's kind of happened during the first lockdown. And because obviously I wasn't working, I kind of started something else, which has really taken off.
Oh, good for you. What's the other business you've started doing?
Well, first of all, I started making face coverings just for family and friends, and then it kind of went onto there, and it's turned into kind of personalised items and printing and things like that.
Oh, okay.
So it's really progressed throughout the year, which has been fantastic, and especially with it being Christmas coming up now, it's just been absolutely manic. So what with us going into another 4-week lockdown, I wasn't too concerned because I was inundated with orders for the other side of the thing, so I thought, well, it'll give me a break.
Well, do you know, good for you. I have so much respect for people who, and I know the lockdowns have caused all kinds of terrible hardship for people, depending on what line of work you're in, but I have so much respect for people who have risen to the challenge in varying ways. I was talking to some friends of mine the other day who were suggesting that their son, who's an airline pilot, he started doing handyman jobs in his local area, and he put it on a social media site, and apparently he's got loads of work doing bits and bobs for people, which I think is fantastic, really. So well done you. What's the problem you're having though, Lauren?
So Saturday I was working on the pages and trying to get some new products up and whatnot, and then all of a sudden I was just locked out. So I tried to log in, and it was basically saying that an attempt, like somebody else had tried to log in to the account and that I needed to confirm my identity. And there was only one way you could do that, was to upload via, where I was trying to log into, a copy of my ID. And it gave me a list of IDs that I could use. So I got a copy of my driving licence and I uploaded it straight away. This was Saturday afternoon. When I got up Sunday morning, I'd had a reply, an email reply, saying that they couldn't see the ID. It was blurry, and I needed to reply to that email with another copy of something, which I couldn't understand because it was a perfectly clear picture.
What's that?
So I did a couple more pictures, again, one of my driving licence, and I also did my passport that time. And I replied to that email straight away. So that was Sunday morning. And I'm just getting no response. I emailed again, I think, by replying to that email yesterday morning, just saying, look, please, because my worry is I've got a lot of people that have paid for orders, and I keep an order book, and I put their name and how they contacted me. But I stupidly haven't taken numbers for some people and stuff like that because I've never had this issue before. So I just go on, find the message them, say your order's ready. Do you want to collect? Because a lot of it is collection. It's all local for me. I can't get hold of people.
Have you got anyone else? Is your husband an admin or anything like that?
No, he doesn't have any social media, hence why I do have his on my personal one as well, because he's not into any of that at all. Big mistake. Obviously, I know now that I need to add somebody else to it. But like I say, I've run for years my salon. I've had for 7+ years, and I've never experienced this issue before.
No, it's strange, isn't it? And have you got any idea why it logged you out and suggested that? I know you mentioned something about someone else had tried to log in. I mean, you don't think that someone's tried to hack into your account or anything?
No, the only thing I could think of was because I was doing some things on all the pages, I used 2 numbers maybe. I might have used my husband's number and my number when I was putting, because you can add like a WhatsApp button through it. So then they can contact you that way. So the only way I can think of is that where I've put in a different number that wasn't the one that was attached to that they've thought, oh, something's odd. But that's fine. I can completely prove my identity. I can even send even more information if they want it. They're just not replying. And when you try and search for any way to contact them, there's no contact number, there's no other email addresses, there's literally nothing. And then, you read some horror stories online where some people are like they've been locked out for months and then they never even get it back.
Oh dear.
I don't understand because I'm just really worried about, I don't care about my personal one, I'm just really concerned that I've got people's paid orders here and I can't contact them, and if they try and message me they're going to think that I've done a runner with their money or that it's a scam, and that, I don't want that. I've worked so hard, and with losing the other business practically over lockdown, it's
Listen, don't worry. You don't need to convince me. I think we need to get onto this company straight away and try and get things sorted out for you, because this is not ideal one bit, is it? And the simple fact is, you've tried your very hardest to just keep on going and to find another way of making some money. You could do without all of this. Right. The good news is, I suspect this is the same social media site that we've already had dealings with, which means I think we have a nice bit of contact with them. So I'm sure we'll be able to wave the magic wand and get you reconnected. The question is, can we do it today, Tara?
Do you know what? I'll try and do it before the hour is out.
Can we do that?
Yes, absolutely. I won't get a response straight away, but they usually are quite quick in getting back to me. How come you've not called me your social media platform correspondent, Jonathan?
Not yet.
You've missed a trick here.
Well, we're waiting to see how you get. We're waiting to see how you get on today. Then you might
Fingers crossed. Then,
you might get promotion at that point.
Thank you.
Right. Well, Lauren, listen, we will do our very best to help you out. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. The first. Celia had a new front door fitted. It cost £2,590. On the day it was installed, Celia was upstairs shielding. So she wasn't able to check what the workmen were doing because she needed to stay away from them. When she came down after they'd finished the job, well, it turned out there was a pretty fundamental problem with it.
I realised they hadn't put any lead diamond strips on the glass, and there was no letterbox. So I immediately phoned the company up and told them, and I did manage to speak to a manager that day who said he would look into it. Well, since then I have phoned up lots of times, and always it's just somebody answers the phone and said, oh, we'll get them to ring you back. And nobody ever does.
Well, why did the company not fit the proper door? The door should have had the LED lights and the glazing panel, and it should have had a letterbox. It was all agreed in writing. Why did they not install the correct door? And very importantly, when Celia contacted them, sadly after they'd gone, but that was because of the circumstances, why did they not say, oh, so sorry, we'll get, the correct door installed straight away, we'll be straight round there, please don't worry about it? Why did it become necessary for Celia to come to the programme? Well, let's find out, because Celia's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Celia!
Oh, good morning. Hello there.
Now, thankfully, there was one positive bit of news, wasn't there, with all of this, and that's that your previous front door didn't have a letterbox either. So you've already got one of those kind of mailboxes next to your front door. So at least there was somewhere where your post could be put in the meantime until we can get the new front door sorted. But you really, I presume you want to get rid of that box, do you, when you have the letterbox?
Yes, my old front door did have a letterbox, but I wasn't able to use it because it was flapping in the wind all the time, and I had to put sellotape round it to stop it, and therefore I couldn't use it.
You had to tape your
the old one, I had to tape it up because it was just letting cold air into the hall all the time.
Oh dear, well, you don't want that, do you? Right, now, I know Tara's been speaking to the company about the door. What have they had to say for themselves? Why did they not install the correct front door for Celia?
Oh, it was an admin error. That was the nuts and bolts of it. So Celia was back on last week because I had a statement from the company. I'll just remind you what it said, Jonathan. This is from Anglian Home Improvements. They said that their local installation team was in the process of contacting Celia to arrange the remedial works required. Unfortunately, I'll mention this again, an admin error occurred, which resulted in the letterbox and the glass inserts not being included in the installation paperwork, although we know that they'd been agreed with the original paperwork that Celia had signed off. We apologise for this error and are looking to rectify things as soon as possible. Now, when we spoke to Celia last week, she said that she had heard from the company and the installation team were hoping to get everything rectified on the 18th, which was yesterday.
Ooh. What happened, Celia?
Yes, well, they turned up yesterday morning at 8:30, which was brilliant, exactly the time they'd said. And they've done a really good job, and it now looks really nice, and it is exactly what I wanted. So I'm actually really pleased with their response.
So just out of interest, have they adapted your existing door, or have they turned up with a brand new door that was made the right way?
They came with glass panels, took the old ones out and put the new ones in, and actually cut the hole for the letterbox and put it in.
I see. And it's all done nicely, and it looks good.
Yes, it looks good. And the guys that came seemed to be a little bit more senior than the ones that did the original installation.
Good. Well, it's all sorted. I mean, I can see how this works and why you ended up in this predicament. If we were living in normal times, as soon as they'd started to get the door out of the van and started to, kind of start putting it in, I would have imagined that you would have had a little nose and had a look at it and said, hang on a minute, that's not my door. Got the letterbox hasn't got the right glazing panel. But because of the circumstances, because you were keeping away from them, and because you were shielding, I mean, that's why there was then the problem. But I would say, just as a bit of advice for you and for other people, in that kind of event, and I can understand why it's happening, it would be good to either have somebody else who's able to inspect the job for you before kind of signing off on it, or if you can't do that, withhold payment until you have had an opportunity to just inspect it. So what I would have done on that day, I think in an ideal world, would have been to say to the guys, please give me a call on my mobile. I'm going to be upstairs. Let me know as soon as it's all sorted. Then if you go out to the van and I'll come down and check it. And on the basis that everything's fine, I'll then make the final payment. At which point you would have then had a lot of leverage, because when a company is still owed money, it's amazing how promptly they want to then rectify the problem. Whereas when they've received the full amount of money, all of the incentive to race around and get it sorted very often goes out of the window. So,
yes, that's very true. Actually, I've found that out now.
Yeah, and the thing is, there will be lots of people who are in the similar kind of situation to you, Celia, who for very good reasons aren't able to keep an eye over work that they in the way that they would normally, and they can't necessarily inspect the work. If a company says to you, we finished now, do you want to transfer us the money? Just say, I will do as soon as I've just checked it. So can you just give me some time to do that? Just a bit of advice. Listen, I'm absolutely delighted that they've sorted it for you. Are you happy, Bunny?
Yes, I am at the moment.
Good. Okay. Well, we will thank Anglian Home Improvements very much indeed. We will give them the horn. Celia, any problems, you know where we are.
Yes, that's very kind. Thank you.
Andy came to me. He was telling me he lives in a rather small cul-de-sac. There are about 50 homes, and there's a car park that provides parking for everyone that lives in this particular part of the estate. Well, it's on council-owned land, and Andy said there are no parking restrictions in this car park. They've never needed to be. Until recently, when a certain someone started abusing the situation.
It all started about 4 years ago when a particular family moved into our cul-de-sac. Now, it didn't notice until about 3 years ago that we couldn't park in these parking spaces anymore. We found there was a lot of cars belonging to one person, all untaxed, sawn, uninsured, on our property. It turned out at one point, just a couple of weeks ago, there was 17 cars owned by the same person. Not selling them, not doing them up, just collecting them. The best part of it is, He no longer lives here. She kicked him out.
Very frustrating indeed. Very, very frustrating. It's a shame, isn't it, that in life there are always people who will take advantage of a situation and ruin things for everyone else. And the fact that this guy was just collecting all these cars and thought it was perfectly acceptable that he stored all of his cars in this car park so no one else could park their vehicles, well, how selfish. I can't bear things like this, so I went off to have a word with the council on Andy's behalf. Let's find out how things are looking at the moment, because Andy's back on the JVS show. Hello, Andy.
Very good morning, Jonathan.
What a selfish individual he is.
He was.
Yeah, thankfully he's moved now. However, that hasn't necessarily solved the problem. Because even though, let me just go back a couple of steps. I went off to have a word with the council. It's Milton Keynes Council. And they did kind of try and get things sorted out. They came out, they visited, they suggested that anybody that had vehicles that were untaxed would be told that they had to move their vehicles, and they would try and get on top of it. However, once this guy had moved out and thankfully taken his cars with him, other people in other parts of the estate, they realised that your car park was quite a good place for them to come and store their cars as well. So, unfortunately, whilst he went and his cars went with him, other people's cars arrived to fill the places. And that still meant, Andy, that very often you'd get home and there's nowhere for you to park your car. Very frustrating indeed. I went off to have a word with Milton Keynes Council again. They came back with this response. They said, we are aware that some residents are using multiple spaces in the local parking area. These aren't abandoned cars. We have powers to remove cars that are abandoned, and residents should report concerns about those on our website. However, we're not in a position to remove cars if they are parked legally. We appreciate that the first come, first served approach isn't working for all residents, and we can look into the alternatives. Some, such as permits, come with a cost to enforce. We wouldn't introduce anything without asking local residents for their views. Well, that's fine. And indeed, you've done a lot of the groundwork for them, haven't you, Andy? Because you went off and you surveyed your local neighbours. And out of, I think it's 52 houses in your cul-de-sac, I think you managed to get 48 signatures from neighbours that agreed with you that something needed doing.
Absolutely, that's correct, Jonathan.
So you sent all of that off to Milton Keynes Council, and indeed it seems to have had an effect, because they then sent out some information to you, and I think they've written to everyone who lives in your particular neighbourhood, suggesting that there are some options, and the option that they are looking at is imposing some restrictions in the local area, and that parking will be restricted accordingly. But your concern was that all sounded fine, all sounded fair enough, but it only seemed to apply to the road. It didn't apply to the car park. And if the car park is still a free-for-all, it's not going to solve the problem, is it, Andy?
That's correct, yeah. They sent me a map with a green highlight on it, and it was just the roadway. It only affects 6 parking spaces.
So I went off to Milton Keynes Council and said, can we just confirm the restrictions that you're planning on putting in place? Will this cover the car park as well as the road? They've come back, and I have this in writing, Andy. The press office at the council have said, I've checked with the team, and it is a standard form, so it will be applicable for the car park too.
Okay, so are we talking about the main car park, or the main car park plus the 2 side car parks that are in our parking area, which are designated parking areas for us?
Well, I would presume, and I would hope.
Have you seen the map, Jonathan?
No, I haven't. I've had a little look on Street View, just so I've got an idea as to what you're talking about, and I can see the car park that you use. I have seen that. But
Have you seen what I call the 2 side pods? As you come in and around the corner, there's one on the left and one on the right before you go through into the main car park.
Well, okay. I can certainly go and get clarification, but surely the council know the car park we're talking about, don't they?
Well, one would hope so, but the main car park holds 50 cars. and the two side pods, as I call them, hold another probably 10 each if they were marked out properly.
Yes.
So that would be enough spaces for all of us. But if it carries on like it is, which the next close across or croft across park all their cars in there, which is what's happening, it deprives us of those spaces.
And they have their own place to park, do they?
Absolutely. Yeah, half empty, because they've all got their cars in our car park.
And that's because it's just more convenient for them. It's less far to walk.
They only have to walk 10, 20 yards to get home instead of 50 from the car park.
Right, okay. Well, I think what we need to do then, to be honest with you, if after all of this, and after Milton Keynes Council have been in communication with you, they've been in communication with me, if they weren't planning on putting restrictions into the car park that you're actually affected by, that would all have been a terrible waste of everyone's time and effort. So I would hope that they absolutely are planning to put the parking restrictions into that car park. But I think it probably wouldn't do any harm for us just to confirm that. Can you do me a favour?
Yep.
Can you send me the map with the car park highlighted as an attachment, so I can then just get that sent over to Milton Keynes Council and say, see that car park that is highlighted, can you please confirm that the consultation you are going through at the moment is to put some kind of restrictions in place in that car park? And then at least we've got absolute clarity on the matter, yeah?
I will absolutely do that this evening as soon as I get home.
I think that would be
useful. But just one other thing, Jonathan, very, very quickly, is Milton Keynes Council, as a person, apart from the once when they sent me the map, have never contacted me in the 5 years that I've been trying to sort this problem out. Not once. So I find that pretty appalling. They call me the spokesman, but they've never spoken to the spokesman.
Well, that is frustrating. It is frustrating because the council ultimately, and this is something we should all remember, councils work for us. We, as the council taxpayers, we should be entitled to expect that our local councils will look after our interests. Now, we all understand that councils very often have a difficult balancing act. And, you know, what one person might want, another person in the neighbourhood might not want. But in a case such as yours, where there's clearly a problem, the problem has been identified, the council have been notified of the problem, and there seems to be almost universal agreement with you that the problem needs to be rectified, the council have a duty as public servants to facilitate that and try and help you. So it is disappointing if you haven't felt as if that's the case. I'm sure Milton Keynes Council, I'm sure they wouldn't want you to feel like that, but it's a shame you do. So I will happily raise that with them as well. But look, if you can get me a copy of the map, make it very clear which car park we are actually talking about, and I'll just make sure I get something in writing from them to confirm that it is that car park they're planning on putting parking restrictions in.
OK, Jonathan, that would be absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much. I'll do it as soon as I get home.
Brilliant. What she describes as the handbag of her dreams at a designer sale. It costs her a lot of money. And when I say a lot of money, I mean a lot of money.
£895 on the bag. And
one handbag?
Yeah, my partner did look at me with an open mouth. And full price, the bag would have been 1250. I've only taken out 3 times. And the last time I went to take it out, two weeks ago for a special dinner, I've opened it. I've got it in its special box, in its special bag, under the bed. I've opened it up and the gold hardware has some tarnishing on it, like sort of really like small black dots. That's obviously very much upset me. I've called the third-party salespeople because I've lost the receipt, Jonathan.
Well, this is just a bit of a nightmare case, to be honest with you. The simple fact is the retailer is the company that is ultimately responsible for this. But this is not a static retailer. This is a guy who runs a kind of pop-up shop that pops up every now and then selling designer wear. And, of course, Samantha had lost the original receipt. Now, to cut a very long story short, I've been in communication with that man, And he did indeed agree to have a look at the handbag, but when he did look at it, well, he wasn't necessarily in agreement with Samantha as to the severity of the problem with the bag. Samantha's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Samantha.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Samantha. Now, as you know, when I spoke to this guy, he said, OK, well, I've got the bag and we're going to have a look at it and we're going to see if we can get it repaired. So he had a look at it, but he was very keen to stress. He said, the tarnishing, I couldn't even really see what she was talking about. Well, I've seen the photos and I can see what you're talking about, Samantha. OK, yeah. It's not a massive amount of damage all over the metal, but it's still enough damage on the metalwork that you would notice it, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Now, the problem that we have, and I should just point out as a caveat to all of this, a lot of my listeners who've had a look at the bag, look at the photo of the bag and the metalwork and the tarnished metalwork on my Twitter page, have raised concerns as to how genuine the bag is.
Yeah.
Now, we don't have any reason to disbelieve that it's a genuine bag. I think you said it came with a certificate of verification that it is indeed an Yves Saint Laurent bag.
Yes.
So as far as you're concerned, it is genuine. But there were one or two people saying, oh, I'm not sure how genuine that looks. What we were really hoping we could do, because the guy gave you the handbag back, he said that they polished it a bit, but they couldn't get rid of the tarnish you were talking about. But it was not particularly significant anyway. So he was prepared to give you some money back for the bag. In other words, accept the money back and then you keep the bag. That was his offer, wasn't it?
Yes.
But it wasn't, out of the £895 you paid for the bag, it wasn't really a lot of money, was it? How much was he offering you?
He was offering 20%, which he had backtracked on an earlier 30% offer.
Yeah. So he was offering this amount of money, but you weren't interested in accepting that because you're not happy with the bag. You're not happy with the way the Yves Saint Laurent sign now looks.
Yes.
So what we wanted to do was to get Yves Saint Laurent to have a look at the bag, to inspect it, to make sure that firstly it's genuine, and also to give us some kind of view as to why this metalwork would be tarnishing in this way. Now that should, you would like to think, be straightforward. However, I have to be honest, I have found it exasperating that a company like Yves Saint Laurent, I've contacted them numerous times. I've used their generic press office email address. I also, thanks to one of my listeners, managed to get the details for one of the press officers that works at Yves Saint Laurent. I contacted her personally, and I've tweeted them. I've done everything you can in the press to make contact with them, to make them aware of the fact that we are addressing this issue on the radio. Not one person has had the courtesy of responding to my emails, which I think is exceptionally rude, and I'm surprised about, to be honest. Now, I know that you have been in contact with their customer service department. Have they said to you they're prepared to come to look at the bag and to decide whether or not it is genuine and what the problem's caused by?
Unfortunately, no receipt, no deal. They won't even look at it.
So they won't. So without the original receipt, they're still not prepared to even look at it and to give you a view on it.
Yeah.
Which is hugely frustrating.
Yeah.
So we have two other things that we need to talk about. Now, firstly, I gather our friend at the company who sold you the bag in the first place, he's now also reneged on the offer that he made you.
Yes.
Why has he done that? What is his excuse? What's his reason for reneging on that?
He said, I said no, so he went back to his supplier and the deal is off the table. Also, they will not give me a receipt because they can't find it.
Which is odd.
Yeah.
Because I don't know why. Surely if it was going to help you, surely he would just write you out a new receipt. He knows you bought the handbag from him. There's no dispute over that.
Yes.
You've got evidence in the form of your credit card statement that you indeed paid him money. I don't understand why he wouldn't just send you a receipt so that you can use that with Yves Saint Laurent. To me, it seems obstructive that he won't do that. So he's now reneged on that offer as well, which I'd like to go and have a word with him about. There was also, it was suggested to me by one of my listeners that there is a certain handbag company in London that are experts on all kinds of things, designer handbaggy, from an independent perspective, and they might be prepared to have a look at the handbag and determine whether A, it's genuine, and B, what has caused the problem with the tarnishing. Have you had a chance to get in touch with them yet?
I have, yes. So they do a couple of tiered services on yes, no, if it is real, and then like a full authentication check. But they have said to me that this is a common problem with YSL bags, because it's just with aging. This happens, and then I guess with our research into the company, I say ours, yours, that it is end of the line products. So that does kind of tally up and sort of point to the problem that it isn't wear and tear, it is just the age of the bag. And they've also said that this isn't something that they would be able to repair because of the kind of metal that Yves Saint Laurent uses.
How do you want to kind of take this one forward? Because I mean, my gut feeling is I want to go back to the guy that you bought the handbag from. I want to put to him that I feel he's now being obstructive.
Yes.
From two angles. Firstly, he's being obstructive in the fact that he won't give you a receipt, even a backdated receipt. I can't understand why he would not do that for you, because if that's the difference between Yves Saint Laurent being able to have a look at it and potentially repairing it or not, it doesn't cost him anything, does it? Now, that just it just gives me that question mark over, well, why is he not keen on you taking the bag to Yves Saint Laurent?
Yeah. I completely agree with what you're alluding to.
It seems weird. It seems weird because if the bag's genuine, and as I say, at this stage, there's no reason for us to disbelieve it's genuine. You say it's got the certification. If the bag is genuine, and if Yves Saint Laurent have said, yeah, that's fine, we'll look at it, and I think, didn't they in the first place suggest that they might even be prepared to repair it with the receipt?
Yeah, because he said, I see what's going on here. Did you buy it from our store? I said, no. He said, have you got the receipt of where you bought it from? Mm-hmm. And it was all sort of, we'll take it. Oh, you don't have the receipt. Please, can you go and get it? And then we can send it to our offices in Italy, etc., etc.
You see, what I don't understand is, from the retailer's perspective, it won't cost him anything to simply write you out a receipt with his company name on, saying the date that you purchased the handbag, and confirming that you did indeed pay for it. It won't cost him anything. You then go off to Yves Saint Laurent, you then get the bag repaired. None of it costs him any money, and he doesn't then have any headache in terms of dealing with you. Why is he not prepared to do that? I don't understand.
It all just seems a bit rude, a bit standoffish, as if how dare I be asking for a receipt, sort of kind of, deals off the table as if it's a sort of back alley dealing, it is quite upsetting, Jonathan.
Well, that's the other issue. I mean, this idea of taking the deal off the table, that's not acceptable. You simply said to him at the point that he made that offer that you were not in a position to be accepting that offer because you wanted Yves Saint Laurent to have a look at the bag first.
Yes.
The fact that he now suggests that deal is off the table, I mean, it just sounds petty. Does he know that I'm still investigating this? I mean, did he make the offer at the time in the hope that, you'd accept it and it would get me off his back?
I kind of think so, because it was completely out of the blue. I didn't expect it to come, and then obviously I came straight to you, and I think I CC'd the team's email in, the DJVS team, and just to sort of show him we're not done, sort of like vibe, and I've received nothing since the deal is gone.
Well, I need to go and have another little word, and I need to let him know that I'm still very much interested in this case. I mean, the simple fact is, though, a financial lump of money to you, it's not going to solve the problem, is it? Because you want the handbag to look nice and to look the way it should look. You want it to be repaired.
I'd love a replacement, to be completely honest.
Well, at the moment, nobody seems to be offering that, and it's so frustrating. And again, I want to just say, Yves Saint Laurent, I'm so disappointed in terms of my approach to you as a company. I'd really hoped you would want to try and help this person who apparently has an Yves Saint Laurent bag in the form of Samantha, but it would appear that nobody wants to get in touch with my programme at all. Listen, Samantha, I will go and call that man this afternoon. He hasn't heard the last of me. You and I will talk very soon. You, Maureen, it's good to know you're there. Now, look, I gather you have a consumer problem. You tell me all about it, without naming any company names, though, please.
You don't look anything like I imagined you.
Much more devilishly handsome, I know.
Yeah.
Now, what's the problem you've got, Maureen? No company names, though, please.
No, I listened to it. I had it on all night as well. Earlier in the year, I needed something shortening, and a couple of them were silky, and I thought it was better to get somebody professional to do them.
Sorry, you needed what shortening?
A kimono that was too long.
A kimono? Gosh. Do you wear your kimono much, Maureen?
No, because it's too long. I was falling over it.
Oh,
some silky trousers.
Oh.
I had a skirt and 2 slips that needed some new elastic in.
Right.
And somehow or other I couldn't get to a lady at the back, and I took a number, unfortunately, off the internet.
Hang on a minute, you couldn't get to a lady up the back? What do you
No. Well, there's a lady nearby that does alterations, and
I see.
I would have known where they were now. I'm trying to get these things back.
You normally go to the woman up the back to do all your kimono alterations.
No, I don't go to her, but I would have done this time.
No, okay. No, so hang on a second. Let me just take a note of this. So it's your kimono you needed shortening.
A pair of silky trousers.
Silky? What do you wear the silky trousers for?
I don't know yet.
I haven't been able to wear them. So some silky trousers. What are the other things?
I had 2 waist slips and a skirt that needed elastic in them.
So a couple of slips. Needed elastic.
And a skirt.
And a skirt.
Mm.
Oh, it's all going on, isn't it?
Yeah, she didn't come and pick them up. Her daughter came and picked them up.
Right, now hang on a second, because before we get on to this person who's tried to adjust them, so let me just have a look at a kimono, just to make sure I know what I'm talking about. Oh. Were you going to wear it just round the house, or were you going to wear it...
in the summer evenings, maybe.
Oh, how luxury. So you'd kind of maybe waft around the garden in it?
Yeah, that was well.
Right, as long as you didn't trip over it. So this woman that you found who could adjust all of these things...
Yeah.
Right. How much was she going to charge you for adjusting your kimono, your silky trousers, your slips and your skirt?
I don't know, but unfortunately I paid her a £20 deposit. I thought that would have more or less covered most of it. And I don't think I should have parted with that money like that.
Well, not really. Not because surely the clothes were the deposit, weren't they?
I slipped up badly there, Jonathan.
Oh, Maureen. So, hang on. So you've paid her £20 deposit and you've given her all the clothes?
Yeah.
Right. And when was that?
That was in the end of March.
In March? Oh, blimey. So are you here talking to me today because she's vanished with your kimono?
Well, what happened was that I was in hospital for 3 weeks in April, and I phoned her then. And then I mislaid them, and then when I came out, I left it for some time, and then remembered to sort them out. And what happened when when I went to phone, I couldn't find the number, and I eventually found the number out. And I phoned her 2 or 3 times. First time she was on holiday. The second time she was waiting to get elastic. Then she sort of ummed and ahed a bit. There was something else. And then she said she was going to bring them back. And I did tell her that, I'd had a bad year. I was under a lot of stress because sadly my husband died on Christmas Day.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Maureen.
And I was with him in hospital. So it's been really bad for me. And with this thing that's happened, it's a really bad time.
Yeah.
And like she said, she was bringing them back, but every time I ring her, I can't get anything. It's horrible. It's horrible when you lose your partner and you don't know what it's like until you're in it.
No, well, I'm so sorry that and I'm sure, not having anyone to talk this over with, it must make it even worse. But
yeah, it does, yeah.
Okay, well, look, I promise you I'm going to try and get hold of her. What do you think, deep down, what do you think is the reason why she appears to have vanished with your kimono, your silky trousers, your slips and your skirt?
I'm not really sure. Before, I just wanted to say, Jonathan, it would have been our golden wedding on my birthday in April.
Right.
So he was a lovely man.
Yeah.
I've got a feeling, I gained the feeling that she wasn't sure what she was doing. And I think maybe she's done something wrong or something. I don't really know. That's the only thing I can think.
Well,
I can't think of any reason. I mean, all I asked was just wanted them back. You know?
Well, the thing is, so was the kimono brand new?
It looked new. It was almost new, yeah. It was something I bought at a Pippa Dee party they used to do years ago, and it was a thing with a little belt and in short sleeves, and I thought it'd be handy for the summer.
Right. Well, the kimono, if the kimono was new, the silky trousers, were they new?
They were brand new, yeah.
They were brand new, okay. And the slips?
The other things weren't brand new, no.
Right. So, I mean, she's not going to have nicked your slips or your skirt, is she?
No.
Because, I mean, why would you want someone else's slips and skirt? And, I mean, the kimono, what colour was your kimono?
It was floral, a dark background, with dark navy black background with floral on it, sort of a floral design.
Oh, how lovely. I imagine you kind of wafting around the garden with a gin and tonic in one hand and an Audrey Hepburn kind of cigarette in a holder in the other.
Yeah, I do smoke, unfortunately.
Is that, I thought you might, so is that the right kind of image I've got in my mind?
I'm trying to think if I've told you everything, but I mean, like I've sort of...
I think you probably have. I mean, what we can...
I can't think why she won't. She must know it's my number coming up.
Yeah. Okay, well, look, I tell you what we're going to do. We'll get some detail. What I'm going to do, I'll pass you back to Tara. Now, you see, it's a shame, really, because I bet Tara could have taken your kimono up.
I do like a bit of sewing, you know, Maureen.
Yeah, Tara's very good.
I do a bit of sewing, but because it was silky stuff, I didn't attempt that one. I should have brought it to you then, Tara.
I know, it is slightly awkward because it's a slippy fabric, isn't it? And I know that excuse that you were given earlier on to say that she was trying to get hold of elastic. I mean, that was justifiable for a short amount of time because, of course, everyone was buying it to make face masks.
Yeah.
But it's been readily available for ages now.
Has it?
She was waiting for the market to open, and I thought, well, sure, you can get elastic other places.
Do you wear a kimono, Tara?
I don't, but I did look at buying one because I thought it looked very zhuzhy. You know,
I can imagine you.
Yeah, I'd quite like one. Stop imagining me in a kimono. I'm not comfortable with that.
Well, I'm only imagining you so far. fear not. Right, now, look, I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll tell you what we'll do.
Can I just say, I think you do a wonderful job, Jonathan. I really enjoy listening to the radio, and it's company for me at night now as well.
Oh, well, that's good stuff, Maureen. That's why we're here. That makes it all worthwhile.
I did come to you once before as well. You helped me.
Did you? Oh, you're getting your money's worth. Well, good for you. Good for you. Now, look, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail and let's go and track this woman down and find out what she's done with your kimono, your silky trousers, your slips and your skirt. They must be somewhere. Leave it to us, Maureen. I'm passing you back to Tara now.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you.
All the best.
Fighting for your rights.
Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC. Three Counties Radio.
Now, Sheila was due to travel to Israel just ahead of lockdown in March. It was a very special family trip.
It was my nephew's son's bar mitzvah. So it was a very, very special occasion. And it was quite clear that we weren't going to be able to go. I was offered the fact that I could move the flight. So I thought, OK, I'll go in October. It must all be over by then. They didn't charge me for moving it, but they did charge me the extra rate on the flight. But the problem being, you couldn't go to Israel because if you didn't have a residential address to go to, Israel wasn't going to let you in. But I think the flights were still going, possibly. I know the flight wasn't cancelled. But this time I asked for a refund. And as far as I was aware, it had all gone through until I suddenly got an email that told me because I had moved the first flight into the second date, I couldn't have a refund. You know, £660 is a lot of money to lose.
Well, as I said to Sheila, before I go and speak to the airline about this, I really want to know whether they are within their rights to tell her that because from the first flight she accepted alternative flights instead, does that then invalidate her right to ask for a refund for the second flight? because she wouldn't be allowed into Israel at that time. As soon as I have the knowledge, then I can go and put that to the airline and make sure that we approached in the right kind of way. Sheila's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Sheila.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Now, I'm very pleased to say that Kobe Benson, who's a lawyer at Bott & Co. and specialises in all things aviation, has agreed to join us on the programme. Hello, Kobe.
Hiya.
Thanks for coming on again. So, the question really is, as Sheila accepted after the first flight an alternative flight in October, is she now allowed to ask for a refund because she wouldn't be allowed into Israel in October? Is she entitled to that or not?
So I think if the flight to Israel had been cancelled by the airline, then there should be no dispute. I think she would have been entitled to a refund, even though it was a flight that had been rebooked because she couldn't travel originally. The issue here, though, is that the law says you can get a refund when the flight's cancelled, and here the flight wasn't cancelled. It did take off, albeit it took off without her, and I completely understand why she wasn't able to get on the flight, because she wasn't able to travel to Israel because of their own restrictions at the time. So unfortunately, it's a bit of a loophole in the law.
Right. So from a legal perspective, she's not... Because that flight did go ahead, didn't it, Sheila?
Yeah, they changed the times of the flight and asked me whether they suited me. But as I was asking for a refund, it wasn't in my... I didn't need to answer the question, really.
How significant was the change of time?
Oh, minutes. I mean, like 15 minutes. It was silly.
So if the flight indeed went ahead, then Sheila's not allowed to ask for a refund at this time?
That's exactly right. If it went ahead, I'd be curious to know just how much the flight changed by, because if it changed significantly, then you could say that her flight was in fact cancelled and there was another flight that was then put on, so a third flight we're talking about now. But from what Sheila's saying, unfortunately, I think if it was just a very, very minor change, it probably wouldn't be classed as a cancellation then.
How many minutes was it, Sheila?
It wasn't much. It was no, if it was 15 minutes, it would be a lot.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that's enough, unfortunately, to turn it into a cancellation. What we're finding, though, is a lot of airlines, even though they don't have legal obligations to provide refunds here, they are still doing it as a gesture of goodwill. So it always seems plausible to me that you should go back to EasyJet, explain what's happened here, explain that you couldn't get on the flight for reasons that were entirely outside of your control, and maybe see if they'll rebook you on another one in the future.
Well, see, this is
give you a refund.
This is exactly, Kobe, why I wanted to find out whether legally Sheila had the right or not, because that will then determine the way that I will proceed from here on in. And now we've established that, in fact, the airline is within their rights not to give Sheila back her money. I think it's probably a case of asking them whether they would be prepared, as a gesture of goodwill, considering the circumstances, to allow Sheila to potentially use that flight she didn't take in March or October and forward over some kind of credit to rebook the flight next year instead. But I guess that would very much be down to goodwill, wouldn't it? They don't have to do that.
That's exactly right.
At that point, is there anywhere else you can go? I mean, did you have travel insurance, Sheila?
I did at the time, yes.
If Sheila had travel insurance at the time, when you say at the time, do you mean in March time or October time?
I'm just thinking. I had it in March. I think it was an annual thing that I didn't renew, and I'm not sure whether it would have covered me. I could have cancelled it before. I could have cancelled it in September rather than October.
Right. So does
that? I didn't need it any. I know it was an annual thing that I cancelled because I wasn't going to need it.
I presume, Kobe, the only way Sheila would stand any chance of making the claim on the insurance would be if the insurance policy was actually up and running in October when the second flight was due to go ahead.
Yeah, I think you'd have to check the policy wording, but that's probably right. But depending on the wording, maybe it needed to be active when the flight was booked. I'm not sure. We'd have to look at the wording for that.
Okay, so there's the potential to make a claim through the travel insurance. So it might be worth looking into that, looking at the policy, Sheila.
Right.
Kobe, I want to thank you very much indeed for your legal advice, because, as I say, what I didn't want to do was to go wading in and speak to the airline and start banging my fist on the desk and demanding things if, in fact, the airline were perfectly within their rights. And I'm pleased we've managed to establish that before I ended up with egg all over my face. So thank you so much for your time. Kobe Benson is an aviation lawyer from Bott & Co. Sheila, what I'm going to do now, let me go and speak to the airline. Let me explain the situation. Let me see if they are prepared, based on the circumstances, to offer you anything in terms of a replacement flight next year, as and when things are up and running, and as and when the situation in Israel is good and you can get in and out of the country easily. Let's see if they're prepared to do that. If you can go and talk to your insurance company as well, and let's reconvene. Mike transferred £30 via a donation website to a charity that's very close to his heart.
As it happens, because I'm involved with the charity, the treasurer is my brother. And a few months later, it came up in conversation that there had been no donations received via this website for quite a little while. And I said, but there was one in December, wasn't there? And he said, no, nothing. So he's followed up with this website, trying to find out what's happened to my money. They have said there is an amount which they are unable to pay to the charity because they say the bank account of the charity has changed, which is strange because it hasn't changed for 10 years. And indeed, another donation that I made and others made through the same website in the summer of 2019 all appear to have gone through, so far as I'm aware.
So what has the website had to say to explain Mike's experience and also to reassure everyone else that we can use that website without having a similar problem ourselves? Mike's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Mike.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
This is a fascinating case, and it's something that, of course, so many people have been taking great interest in because it's a website that so many of us use. It's Just Giving. And over the years, I know I've used them, and lots of people listening to this programme, you know, when you get asked to sponsor someone or make a donation, or if somebody dies and there's a donation for the funeral, very often they use the Just Giving website, all that kind of thing. And we make our payments in good faith. And then that's it. As far as we're concerned, we assume that money has then gone to the recipient, whether that be a charity or a hospital or whoever. We just assume that that's the case. And that's exactly what you assumed as well when you made your donation. And had it not been for the fact that you know people who work for the charity, you would never have known that that money had not gone to them. So this is a multifaceted questioning we've been putting to this company, because we've been asking them, obviously, what's happened in your particular case. And I think, Tara, to be fair, they've explained, haven't they, exactly what happened in Mike's case. It went into an account, there was a problem getting the payment to go through to the charity, and it just sat there and they've been trying to make the payment. That's kind of what they're saying, isn't it?
Yes, that is what they're saying. But I suppose one of the issues was the fact that why did Mike have to raise it with them before they he found out about it before they told him it was a problem.
You would just like to think that they would have some kind of system in place where when somebody makes a payment via their site, if there's then a problem processing the payment, at some point within a month or so, they go back to the donor to say, we're terribly sorry, but there's been a problem processing your payment. We are crediting your account with £30 in this case. And we suggest that you make your donation via another means instead. You know, you would imagine they'd do that rather than just keeping it in their bank account for, 8 months?
It was there for quite a while they were trying to resolve the issue.
Yeah.
But the question that kept being raised, as we say, is why was Mike the one that had to raise this issue?
Yeah.
And why wasn't it the charity that was saying, hold on, we've got this money, let's try and sort this out?
Exactly.
So I did get in touch with them again to answer these questions. And as they'd said, you know, over the past 10 months and before the JVS show got involved, this is part of their response, that they were liaising with the charity to find a solution as to why the Building Society wouldn't accept the funds. And they say that they don't tell the donor about these processes unless a refund needs to be made. I mean, that's what we'd heard previously. And I did ask them an additional question about why it was Mike and not them that contacted him, and the fact that it had been sloshing around a little bit of time before Mike found out that the donation hadn't been made, courtesy of his brother being the treasurer.
Yeah.
So that was the nub of the question as to why Mike had to do the work himself. And they said in regards to that question, it they have a 3-month cycle, and it's every 3 months that their charity liaison officer team proactively reach out to any charities where there's been an issue with the bounce back of funds. And Mike, looking at the timeline of this, Mike made the donation at the end of December, and then he found out in sort of January, February time, didn't you, Mike, when you raised it with your brother, which is January, February, March. So before they would have automatically looked at this and said, well, 3 months has gone, which accounts do we need to look at? But they have this 3-month cycle. That's their explanation as to why Mike told them before they did anything about it.
So are they telling us then that at that 3-month time, if Mike hadn't at that point realised that the money hadn't gone to the charity, they Just Giving would have contacted him?
That's what they are saying.
Right.
So every 3 months, their charity liaison team proactively reach out to any charities where there's been an issue with the bounce back of funds by a building society or bank.
But that doesn't say that they reach out to the donor, does it?
No. In this charity's case, we would have contacted them in March. However, the charity treasurer made contact with them on the 17th of February, and they say they've been working since then to try and resolve this issue. The process only needs to happen quarterly, as bounce backs are a very rare occurrence. They say that it took longer to resolve this donation than they would have hoped, and they apologise for the frustration that this has caused. Now, we know as well, and she's the lady who I've been corresponding with has reiterated this, that they have refunded Mike, but they also say that they have made a donation to the charity in lieu of Mike's donation, as well as the refund to Mike, and that they won't be commenting further on this. So we know that Mike has got his refund, but what about the amount of money that they say they have donated to the charity as a gesture of goodwill, Mike?
Have they made that payment, Mike?
No. Firstly, they didn't take action when I contacted them. When I contacted them, they did absolutely nothing at all, which is why I had to contact you. And secondly, the charity has always been proactively contacting them. It is on a cycle. The charity has been speaking to their named person who looks into it and says payment will be made, and then nothing happened. And then it was for the charity to contact them again and speak to a different person who would look into it. And then the charity had to contact them again. They have never proactively done anything in the 11 months. And they did nothing at all when I contacted them. Only when you contacted them did they finally refund the money to me about 2 weeks ago. And as of yesterday, the charity has still heard nothing, I've heard nothing, and the charity has not received any money.
They're really not helping themselves, are they?
Well, that is disappointing. And I know I asked Mike to get his brother to check. Because it's not quite an easy process, is it, for your brother to check whether or not money has gone in?
He was shielding and he has to go into the account. It's not like having a personal bank account. A charity has to have what's called a trustee account, which is a bit more difficult. You can't just look at it online like a personal account. Very disappointing.
Well, despite them saying that they won't be commenting further on this, I do now have to go back to them.
Of course.
To find out where this goodwill gesture is.
And to be absolutely honest with you, Just Giving, you can state all you want that you won't be commenting on any further. You don't dictate to this programme whether we continue to discuss this. Of course, we will discuss this case for as long as it is deemed necessary to discuss it, and we will, as we do with every single company, provide you with a fair and reasonable opportunity to respond to any allegations that are made and any new allegations or any new questions that are raised on the programme. If you choose then simply not to respond to those, well, that's your prerogative. But if I was advising you from a press perspective, and I know that Just Giving do use a private press company to deal with this kind of thing for them, I would not be advising you to take that stance. I absolutely understand that you would probably love to be able to draw a line under this and to move on, but to be honest, that is not in your gift.
May I make another comment?
Yes,
Jonathan?
You can, yeah.
I would be very surprised if they did make payment, because if it's taken them 11 months and they say there's a problem with the building society, they've not been able to make payment, as they've not contacted the charity to resolve that problem, how do they think they were going to suddenly make it now?
Well, look, we will go back and we will speak to them again. We will explain the fact that we've spoken to you and that you have confirmed that the charity has still not received the donation from Just Giving. Can we also just raise with them, Tara, that that Mike is not particularly satisfied with their response about this 3-month cycle. Because he says that he's been trying to communicate with them since since January, when he first became aware of the problem, and it was because they weren't actually responding to the problem or solving the problem that he then came to this program. So this idea that after 3 months, they suddenly spring into action and become very proactive and start sorting out any problems of amounts of money that have not been paid, in his experience, that isn't the case. Sorry, Mike, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, no, just to clarify, it's the charity that was communicating with them. It's when the charity was getting nowhere in about late September or something like that, that I decided, well, perhaps I'll have a go. And then when they ignored me as well, I contacted you. So I've not been contacting Just Giving since that time. It was only about September.
Is there, as Just Giving, are they part of any kind of, would they come under the Financial Ombudsman Service, or I wonder who regulates companies
imagine it's
such as them?
I'm not sure. I was just going to say something, but I need to check that.
Let's confirm it.
Yeah.
But they must come under some organisation's jurisdiction, and I wonder whether it's worth getting them involved as well to find out how satisfied they feel with the responses that we are getting.
There is the fundraising regulator.
The fundraising regulator. OK, well, it would be interesting to see if they are the ones that would oversee a company such as Just Giving. It would be very interesting to get their reaction to this complaint and to find out, whether they are interested in investigating this. Look, Mike, let's leave it there for now. I'm sure Just Giving would love us to draw a line under this and move on and go away. But to be honest, I'll decide when we do that, not them. So we'll talk to you very soon.
Thank you, Jonathan.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Now, last year, someone attempted to break into Gary's
door. They put it all together in the factory.
That's very strange.
And then with the handles on, then they take the handles and the ironmongery off.
That's very strange. Gary started talking, had a mind of his own there. Very strange. Let me continue with my introduction. Good grief. Oh, that terrified the living daylights out of me. Now, last year, someone attempted to break into Gary's home. They tried to smash through the front door whilst Gary was inside, which, as you can understand, was a particularly scary experience. Well, Gary wanted to get a new, more secure front door, so he absolutely did his homework before he made the purchase. Right, you can go ahead now, Gary.
It's a composite door. They put it all together in the factory, and then with the handles on, then they take the handles and the ironmongery off so things can't get damaged in the post. So all the holes are drilled, everything's prepared for the installer to install. About 3 weeks after, so we're into the new year, we had noticed initially that the handle was quite stiff, but we noticed that the handle, both the inside and the outside handles, started to come away from the door.
Well, Gary's now feeling that this door is not what was promised, i.e. a nice, secure, safe front door. It's not of reasonable quality, and understandably, he absolutely wants the company to put it right. But he said he wasn't getting anywhere in talking to either the guy that installed the front door or the company that had manufactured the front door in the first place. Well, Gary's back on the JVS now. Hello, Gary.
Hi, Jonathan.
Very strange.
Very strange.
Very peculiar. I think my computer's got a mind of its own. Now, I did go off and had a word, first of all, with the installer. When I tried to get hold of him, the phone went to answer phone. So while I was doing some digging around, I found another number for him. And as I phoned that other number, he answered the other number. And he said, I'm just listening to your answer phone message. He said, what's all this about? So I explained the situation. And he said, well, to be honest with you, he said that he and his business have fallen on very hard times because of the virus. I said, well, OK, I'm sorry about that. And I understand that the virus has caused all kinds of problems to people's ability to make a living. But, of course, now, certainly at the point that I spoke to him, he was perfectly able to go out to people's properties and fit new front doors. And I believe that's still the case now. The current lockdown still allows you to go and do your job, even if that job involves you going to other people's houses. As long as you don't work in the personal care sector, it would appear. But, I said to him, just because you've had a difficult time doesn't mean that you can leave a customer's front door that you've already installed with a handle coming off. It just seemed a slightly bizarre response from him. So he said, OK, well, I'll go and get it sorted out. I'll get it sorted. Now, in the meantime, what I also did was go and speak to the manufacturer of the door. The reason why I wanted to talk to them is that it was through their website that you came across this installer.
That's right.
This company, they have a kind of thing where you put in your postcode and it tells you where your nearest installer of their front doors is. And it was only because of their site that you came across this guy.
Yeah.
So I said to them, I'm surprised that you're not wanting to resolve this issue. And they said, well, OK, and this was the main guy that I spoke to there. He said, OK, well, of course, we would like to sort the problem out because it's not acceptable that one of our front doors has got a handle coming off. He seemed to find it very strange. He said, this is very odd because our front doors, they leave our factory all ready-made. All of the handles and the locking mechanism and all of that kind of stuff, it's already pre-installed in the factory before it's sent out. It's not something that the fitter needs to install. And he said, although the door would need some adjustment when it's actually been put in place, it shouldn't need this kind of work doing to it. So he said it's all a bit odd. He said, but I'm going to go and have a word with the installer. He also suggested the installer had worked for him for quite some time and they hadn't had these kinds of issues before. So he was scratching his head. But last time I spoke to you, just before I went for my week off, you were telling me that there were promising noises, but nothing had actually been sorted. Now, I'm really hoping that you've heard more and things have started to happen since that conversation, Gary.
I had to chase them up. So I hadn't heard anything because I thought that they were going to contact me on the Monday or Tuesday. Was it last week, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
But I had to chase them up. They didn't respond to an email. Then I rang the main guy, just got answer phone, and then he contacted must be a customer service manager.
Yes, because he said to me that he was working from home, but he'd asked the customer service department to sort it, and he kind of suggested that they were, if push comes to shove, they were prepared to come and completely replace the door for you. So he said, don't worry about it, we are going to get this sorted.
Well, I've had to chase them, and then the customer service person said that they were going to, what they were going to do is going to contact contact a local trusted installer. They're in talks with them already, apparently, and they're going to come round and just check to see what needs to be done.
Yeah.
So I said, all right, that's fine. This was Thursday or Friday. I think it's Friday last week. I said, that's great. I said, but I just wanted to make sure that they were going to, the things that they were checking. And he said yes. And what they said as well was that the handle, apparently the original installer had to drill pilot holes through the door, through the outside, and into the metal that's inside. And they think that he never drilled enough pilot holes looking from the pictures that I sent. But that side, no one's turned up. I haven't heard nothing this week at all.
And in terms of the original installer, has he been in touch at all?
He was, and I told him to... this was a couple of weeks ago, because he was getting quite anxious, and he said he wanted to come around and sort it out. I said, no, we're in talks with the manufacturer at the moment.
Right.
Yeah, and to be honest, I've sort of lost confidence as well.
Right.
I've already been here once before to refit the handle, and I thought, it's happened again within 3 or 4 weeks afterwards, and I thought, no, there's something wrong. And it transpires that, he didn't install it properly in the first place, the actual handle.
So you'd rather he doesn't come anywhere near this front door again?
Yes, yeah.
OK, well, look, it's a bit frustrating that things haven't been sorted, because, to be honest with you, Gary, when I spoke to the guy that runs the manufacturer, the manufacturing company, he really gave me very reassuring noises that, don't worry, we're going to get this all sorted out. Now, I do know that obviously the lockdown has since come in, and obviously that is having an impact on people's business. Although I would be surprised if his company is not operating as normal, because in the manufacturing sector, I'm not aware of any kind of regulations that would mean making front doors, or indeed installing front doors, would not be possible. So
exactly, yeah, and they're a big company. I think front doors is just a small part of what they do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, let me go and have another word with him this afternoon. I'll try and put a bit more pressure on. I'll talk to you very soon. Okay.
Thank you,
Nova.
Hello, Jonathan.
Nova, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, I do. I recently went online. I wanted to order a washing machine. I saw the one that I thought would do well. It's a 9 kilogram, 1400 RPM spin. I thought this is fine. Went online and I ordered it. And sure, they could deliver next day, which was fantastic. So they delivered early in the morning. It was great. I paid an extra fee so that they would deliver, take away the old machine, and then install the new machine, which I thought was perfect. And so they tested that the water would come in, and that was fine. They left. Immediately after they left, I put my duvet into the machine. I was so excited, and started to wash the duvet.
Yeah, because 9 kilograms, I mean, that's quite a big capacity, isn't it, 9 kilograms?
And especially for the duvet, that type of thing, so you don't have to wash so many loads. So for duvets, it's the perfect type of size.
Yes.
And that's why I chose it.
Mine's a 7 kilo, and when I put the dog bed in there, the washing machine sounds like it's going to take off, to be honest with you. I think I'm probably overloading the poor thing.
Yes, you need to upgrade to a 9 kilo. And it was replacing the old 9 kilo washing machine as well, which didn't function. So it was just the perfect size.
And how big is your duvet?
Yeah, it's a double bed. So, yeah. And it's helpful for us. We've got to do things quickly, so you throw that in the machine, and it washes, it spins, and put it into the dryer, and you're away.
Lovely.
So for me, it was excellent. So it was a great buy, I thought, and they could deliver.
How much was it?
I paid £304, and that included £45 for the delivery, the setup, and then taking away the old machine.
Now, okay, so for a 9 kilo washing machine, that means this is a kind of fairly standard washing machine. It's certainly not a high-end washing machine, is it, for that price?
Correct. And to be honest, I didn't compare any. I simply I don't know whether it was a deal or what. I just went for the one that came up on my system. I think I was just frustrated that my machine had broken down and I needed to order a new one.
Yeah.
And so I just went online. I saw this machine and I just ordered it. I didn't really even look at the spec apart from the fact that it was 9 kilogram and the 1400 RPM was really what I was wanting. So
I mean,
a good spin.
It is a good idea, and I speak as someone who has. I actually have a pretty cheap washing machine in my house because I bought the washing machine when I moved house. And I'd spent so much money on the whole process of moving house, I didn't have very much left over. So I had to, when I went to buy a washing machine, it had to be a cheaper one, which, thank God, he says, trying to find something wood in the studio to touch, 6 years on, is still going strong, although you can bet your life it's going to break now, isn't it? Probably on Christmas Eve or something convenient like that. But it is worth, in an ideal world, with something like a washing machine, it is worth, trying to buy the best one you can because it's something that's a bit of a workhorse, isn't it, in most households?
Correct.
And you want something that's going to be good quality. So certainly do your research and try and get the best one you possibly can. So this washing machine, when did it arrive?
So it arrived on the 17th, which was, Tuesday morning?
Of October?
Of this month, November.
November, oh, okay.
So I ordered it the 16th, which was Monday evening, and it arrived Tuesday morning.
Right.
So I was delighted with that. But yes, put the duvet in, washed it, and then went for it, opened the washing machine, and it was soaking wet. And I thought, I did put a wash, which I thought it would automatically spin. So anyway, there was a position for spin and drain, so I thought, well, I'll turn it to that position. Maybe I have to do this manually, and as you said, it is probably worth investing in a machine that does it all, because I've never been used to one where you have to then manually spin afterwards. So anyway, I put the dial to the spin and drain and watched it for a while, and it was just moving at the same pace as an ordinary wash would do.
Oh.
And I thought, well, this is not going to spin it. This is not 1,400 revs per minute.
Sounds like it's broken.
Well, I watched it for a while, and then when it said that the cycle had finished, which actually it said 10 minutes, and that cycle took about 20 to 40 minutes. I have recorded it, actually, because I just couldn't believe it at the time. And so when I opened the door again, it was just soaking wet. In fact, it was wetter after the spin than it had been before. And I thought, well, this can't be working. So I tried a few other dials on the machine, and yeah, it was just wetter. It was just getting wetter. And so this duvet was never going to spin.
But it sounds as if the spin is broken on it. Because from what you're describing, this washing machine is not spinning.
It's not spinning. I have recorded it. It's going round at the same speed as a normal wash, and it's just not spinning.
And you're sure that you've read the instructions, you know what you're putting it on, you definitely have put it on the right wash, on the right setting, you haven't done anything wrong?
Correct, and I have recorded it as well, just to show that I was putting it onto the right.
Well, the Consumer Rights Act states that within the first 30 days, if you purchase goods that are faulty, and certainly from the description you're giving us this morning, this sounds as if the washing machine is faulty, then you're within your rights to reject the goods and get a full refund, should you wish. Have you spoken to the retailer and have you said, right, I'm not happy with this, give me my money back, please?
Right, so this is the problem. So I have this machine, which I have discovered is faulty then, and I thought, well, they delivered quickly, so let me go back online. There must be a refund icon or something that I can click on. And to be honest, I was happy then. I thought, well, maybe this model is not the best model for me. I would upgrade. So I would exchange this machine, get a better machine, one that does the whole thing. Definitely need a machine that can spin. And so I went back online.
But that's a standard thing. All washing machines will spin.
Well, it says it does on the tin, but
of course it does. Every washing machine has to spin. Even a cheap washing machine has to have a spin cycle. Otherwise, everything would just come out sopping wet.
Yes, that's what I thought. So went online. There was a form. It said an online refund or an online form. I had to state all of my details in the online form, and then I expected this form then to be submitted.
Didn't they have a telephone number?
So I tried the telephone number. When I rang the telephone number, there was a message on the telephone, a voicemail, and it was giving instructions to go online, basically. So there was no one on the end of the phone to answer the call. It was just basically giving instructions, go online, fill in this online form. So I thought, well, okay, fine, I'll go online, which for me, I have access online, but if someone else didn't have access, then obviously they would be stuck. So I went online, filled the form in, but I got an error message saying that this particular option that I was choosing, which was saying it's faulty or damaged, please exchange, I could not use this option on the form. I would have to contact them.
Yeah.
So I thought, well, okay, fine, I'll go back on the phone. So I tried again, but there were two numbers. There's one that came with the order, and there's one that is on their website. I tried both numbers, but both were referring me back to the online.
Do they have an email address?
I went onto the website. There was a chat button, but this chat button was an automated chat, which gave me several options, also sending me back to the website.
No email address?
I didn't see an email address.
Because, I mean, obviously with this kind of situation you're in, it sounds as if you've purchased faulty goods from this company. Now, that's never mind online forms, which are generally designed to kind of navigate you away from having to communicate with anyone. You need to communicate with someone, don't you? You need to formally reject the goods.
Yeah.
And time is of the essence. Just out of interest, we're getting some response coming in on this. Martin in Stevenage is on the line. Hello to you, Martin. Hang on a second. Where's Martin? He's over here. Hello, Martin.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Hi. What did you want to say about the washing machine, Martin?
Right, a couple of years ago, I bought a new washing machine, and it was a cheapish one, and I had exactly the same problem on the spin. And the reason was it needs to balance the load, and it's a 10-minute spin cycle. It's probably the same make the lady's got, but it used the whole 10 minutes up trying to spin, and of course it didn't reach the spin speed, so everything came out soaking wet. But
have you tried sorry, Martin, just out of interest, Nova, have you tried washing anything else apart from the duvet?
I did try washing, I washed 2 loads, so I washed the duvet and I washed some other sheets as well, but I got the same from both.
So it didn't spin the sheets either?
No.
Right. So it can't seem to balance any of the stuff that's in there, Martin. Is that the problem you had?
Well, it was certainly, if I put any heavy items in, like towels, it wouldn't spin. It would just keep going round slowly and slowly. But then if you wrung the water out by hand and put them in, it would spin, no problem at all.
Yeah, well, that's ridiculous. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the Consumer Rights Act states that any product you get must be fit for purpose. That's a fundamental. A washing machine that can't spin your clothes, if you put anything other than a couple of T-shirts in there, that's not fit for purpose, is it? I mean, it's ridiculous. We all have to wash towels, we all have to wash sheets, we all have to, from time to time, have to wash duvets. You can't have a washing machine that won't let you spin it unless you manually wring it all out by hand. That's stupid.
No.
But now I've got used to putting the right items in together and spacing them out properly. It spins.
What, so have you put up with that all these years?
I've only had it a couple of years.
Oh my word! No, I wouldn't put up with that. I mean, my washing machine, it is a workhorse. It's on all the time, and it's got to just. I've not got time to start working out what I put in with other things apart from colours and bits and pieces like that. I mean, it's just got to do its job, and it's got to blooming well spin.
Yes, well, I had a perfectly good machine which I had for about 5 years, and yes, for some reason that just gave up. But I was just used to putting the clothes in and walking away, and it would just do a full cycle. Well, that's what I'm looking for.
Thank you, Martin, for your call. As far as I'm concerned, this washing machine is either faulty or it's not fit for purpose. Either way, under the Consumer Rights Act, you're within your rights to reject the goods.
But when I took the clothes out, the water was left in the actual machine. So, again, it's showing signs that something is wrong.
Text in from Mark of Luton, who says the washing machine will not spin if the machine is full of water. It may be a case that her plumbing could be blocked. Is there any chance that the pipe where the water drains could be blocked?
Well, they were the ones that set it up for me, so I didn't set it up. But the speed that it was going at was certainly not a spin speed.
No, but according to Mark, it won't click into the spin speed if it can't empty the washing machine from the water. And if the pipe is blocked, is there any chance the pipe could be blocked? I mean, regardless, as you say, your old washing machine, that died from other causes, yes?
Yes.
Right.
My old washing machine was perfect. It worked very well.
What were the symptoms of its death?
Again, I don't know, because it was bringing the water through, but it just would not move. There was no movement at all with that machine.
Right, so it wouldn't spin. It wouldn't. The whole drum wouldn't move around.
The whole drum would not move.
Okay, but it was emptying water. Okay.
It was it was emptying water. Okay, yes.
Okay. Well, that's the only thing I guess you'd want to check, because if the pipe that you've got, if the pipe where the washing machine drains, if that's got blocked with something, then obviously it's not the washing machine's fault that it's not spinning. That would be something to do with your pipe work. And although you've paid for installation, it wouldn't. You wouldn't necessarily. You haven't paid for a plumber to come and unblock a pipe. So that's the only thing I guess it might be worth checking if it's possible. Just to, I mean, I guess you can do that yourself by if somebody can pull the washing machine out and you disconnect the drainage pipe and put some water down it, see if that's then coming out. Does it go out into the outside drain that you can view or not?
I can't view it, no, but I can hear it going.
I'm not sure that would necessarily be the answer then. Well, look, let's see what we can do. Let's go and have a word with the company. We need to get the line of communication open. Tara, I'm going to pass Nova back. Can we get some detail, please?
Yeah, please. But we are getting so many messages saying there's a problem with the distribution of the weight if it's a really heavy load. I mean, yeah, I know you're saying it's meant to wash duvets, so why is that happening?
It's 9 kilo washing machine. It's huge. Yeah. You should be able to put loads of stuff in there. I mean, if my poor machine has to put up with a Labrador dog bed when it's only a 7 kilo, and admittedly it does sound like it's trying to dig to Australia, but it still spins. I mean, that's ridiculous. OK, Nova, hang on there. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We're going to have a word.
Fighting for your rights.
Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Moshin came to me. He was telling me that he purchased a mattress 3 years ago. The mattress has, well, pretty much been fine. But in the last few months, it went horribly wrong.
Me and my missus were having back pains, and we tried to monitor the mattress, like if there's anything on it. So what we found was a dip in it, like there's a big patch of dip in it. So, and in that dip, I can actually feel the springs. You know, it's a pocket spring mattress. Yeah, I can actually feel the springs in that dip, in that big dip.
Well, the mattress has a 5-year warranty. It's only 3 years old now. So Motion went to have a word with the manufacturer. They said, we'll give you a discount on a new mattress. But he doesn't want another mattress from them because he says he's lost confidence in the quality of them. So I've been off to have a word with the retailer on Motion's behalf. He's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Motion.
Hello there. Hello.
Good morning. Now, the company that you purchased this from is Argos. They are part of Sainsbury's. And Sainsbury's came back with this response. They said, we have apologised to Motion for his experience, and we've offered to either refund or exchange the item. You didn't want an exchanged item, as I already mentioned. You did want a refund. They were not prepared to give you all of your money back, but they were certainly prepared to give you a lump sum of your money back. They wanted to take a level of the amount off for the use that you have had from the mattress, which is 3 years. Now, I feel that is absolutely fair and reasonable. When you and I last spoke, you told me you were promised the cheque, but you hadn't received the cheque. Well, I think things have changed since then, haven't they? What's going on?
Well, I emailed them the same day, and then they came back to me straight away with apologizing that it might have lost in the post or something. So they tried to make sure to send it the next one with the recorded delivery.
Yeah.
By Friday, which is today, but I haven't received anything yet, but hopefully, anytime soon.
Oh, right. So they've told you it's coming today, but it hasn't yet arrived.
Yeah, that's what they said by Friday, but recorded delivery they will send this time.
Yeah, well, that's certainly on the email that I was copied in on. That was what they said Friday. So I'd hoped by now, 11:30, you would have received it. Have you had the rest of your post yet?
No.
Right, OK. Well, hopefully it will come with the rest of your post. We better pencil in a chat on Monday then. Are you around on Monday?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
If I do get it, or then if I don't, then I'll pop an email.
Well, either way, I want to talk to you on Monday, because if you still haven't received it by Monday, I'll need to go and chase them. But hopefully you will, and we can then give Sainsbury's the remainder of their horn. Listen, Motion, I'm sorry it hasn't turned up by now. I'd hoped it would have done, but there we go. We'll catch up on Monday, and fingers crossed you'll have the money then, OK?
All right, no worries. Thank you.
All the best, Motion. Thank you very much indeed. Now to a very interesting television problem that's come into my programme, and it's something that, to be honest, in the 20 years or so I've been helping you with your consumer problems, this is a first for me, this one. Carol came to me. She was telling me that her TV stopped working. Well, she was paying for insurance cover on this TV. It was 8 years old at the time, so she got in touch with the insurance company. As per the insurance policy, she was entitled to a replacement. The company, however, offered her a cheap TV, a bog standard basic TV brand. She didn't want that, because the TV she'd had previously was a pretty good brand. So she agreed with them that she'd pay them an additional £750, and in return they'd give her a much better television with much better specifications. Well, they gave her this TV, but 19 months on, that one's now gone wrong. And Carol says the insurance company, they won't help her to get it sorted.
I was phoning them because I know you always say, under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, it's the person you pay the money to. But of course they used a supplier, their supplier, and when it was delivered it had no paperwork with it whatsoever, and it took me about 3 months to actually get a letter to confirm I'd paid the money. But anyway, then they said, no, nothing to do with them, I need to speak to the manufacturer. I knew that was absolutely incorrect, but I did speak to the manufacturer. They said, no, it's the insurance company. I went back to the insurance company. They said, no, it's the supplier. I went to the supplier. They said, I've got no contract with them. It's the insurance company. So I went back to them, complained with an email. After 3 weeks, they replied, and then I now had a final letter saying they're not responsible because they're neither the supplier nor the manufacturer.
Oh, well, poor Carol. I mean, she feels like she's going round and round in circles on this. My gut feeling from the start has been that the insurance company is the only company that Carol has any kind of contract with. So surely in many ways they have become the retailer in this transaction. But I wanted to get some further advice on it. Carol's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Carol.
Oh, morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So I have enlisted the help of our friend Adam French, who's the consumer rights editor at Which. He's got all the details and he's on the line now. Hello, Adam.
Morning both. How are you?
Thanks for coming on, Adam. So my gut feeling is it's got to be the insurance company that takes responsibility for this new TV not working. Would you concur?
I would agree with you with one important caveat, and that's that you have to dig out the contract that you have with the insurer in this case, just to make sure there aren't any exclusions in there. This is often the case when you have third parties involved, sort of intermediaries in between you and the product you're buying. You have to be a little bit careful to make sure, especially around insurance contracts, there aren't particular exclusions within there, because sometimes they can be enforceable. So they may say, we only look after the TV for a year and then it's your own responsibility. It is different from buying directly from a retailer. But I will say, in this case, where insurers are letting you down, insurers clearly just trying to wash their hands of the situation, and I do think they should be dealing with it, you can actually turn to a third party to try and get a resolution in this case. So what I'd be recommending you do is to go to the Financial Ombudsman Service. Now, they're an independent organisation, not the quickest, but they are there. And basically, they're required by statute to basically look at all consumer complaints against financial institutions, whether that's in your insurer, whether that's your bank or building society. So you can take a complaint to them. They've got a really simple online form. You fill that in. They'll have a look at your case, and then you should be able to progress it from there, because I do think the insurer is trying to dodge their responsibilities to you in this case.
What is a further frustration in this case is that, of course, Carol, when she got the new TV, because it came with a 12-month guarantee, she cancelled the insurance policy that she had with them. Does that change anything, Adam, in your opinion?
That shouldn't change anything because you have that insurance policy in place. It is worth appealing to the FOS, Financial Ombudsman Service, to see where you can get to. But hopefully that will not change the situation, because it did provide you this replacement product, which has been turned out to be faulty. So hopefully you can get coverage there. I do think when you look at these kind of insurance policies where you take them out on individual products like this, I do question the value of them, to be perfectly honest. And actually, you might be better off looking at your home contents insurance and to see what kind of cover you have there for this fault as well. And it may be the case, and so often is the case, where you have home contents insurance and individual product cover, you're actually double insured for a lot of things in your home, and you're spending money you don't need to be. So the alternative here, if the FOS isn't able to help, or you're worried it'll take too long, have a look at home contents insurance. You may well be covered there as well. And always think very carefully about insuring individual products, whether it's worthwhile, because often you'll find your contents insurance has already got it covered.
What's interesting, though, because obviously the insurance company, in effect, because they asked Carol to pay 750 quid, they then sourced and sold her this new TV. But it sounds as if that doesn't, in the eyes of the law, make them the retailer in this scenario?
It's unlikely. It's hard to be definitive. It's quite a unique case.
It is.
But it's unlikely it'll be the fulfillment of their obligations as the insurer rather than acting as a retailer. You'll often find with insurance products you can pay a premium to get an upgraded product, for example, when you do want to replace something that has broken. They are often options within that insurance contract. So as ever, you do have to be really understanding what insurance you're signing up to as well, and really making sure you understand what the policy says, what the exclusions are, and how the insurer will look after you should you need to actually use that insurance cover. Too often, we're driven by going to comparison websites, trying to find the cheapest insurance possible. Actually, you want to be really clear you've got the right cover for your situation. You're not double covering products, and you're really clear how you'll be dealt with if things go wrong. I think those are important lessons to take away from this scenario, but I do think going to the Financial Ombudsman, looking at contents insurance will probably be the quickest routes to getting that money back and getting a replacement TV.
Okay, very interesting, and I'm pleased to see this is one that had you scratching your head for a little moment as well, because in 20 years of dealing with problems, this is a first for me. I've dealt with hundreds and hundreds of TV problems, but never one quite like this. It's interesting, very intriguing, but to be honest, it's something that could happen to anyone if you take out this kind of policy.
Yeah, absolutely could do, and we are finding more and more problems with these kind of policies. There's definitely a shady end to how these policies are sold as well. I'm not saying in this case this is one of those, but there are sort of cold calls being made and people being encouraged to sign up for insurance that covers individual products in your home. I'd say it's practically never worthwhile. You're always better off looking at your contents insurance that covers your whole house. You can always make sure any high value items like engagement rings or bikes are covered additionally in that policy. That's all you're realistically going to need. Individual product cover is almost never worthwhile, so I would caution against that.
Okay, really good talking to you, Adam. Thank you very much indeed. Right, that's Adam French from the from Which. He's the consumer rights editor at Which. My grateful thanks to him. Right, Carol, here's the action plan then.
Right.
I think, first of all, now we know that the insurance company is the only port of call, really, although there is... It's a bit murky, isn't it? It's not black and white. And it will depend a little bit on what the policy provides for. But I think they are our only port of call, really. So let me go and speak to them, first of all, before it becomes necessary. If we don't get anywhere, then I think it's definitely, as Adam was suggesting, it's definitely right speaking to the Ombudsman and putting this in their hands. But at this point, let's give them an opportunity to provide this programme with a response, and let's give them an opportunity to resolve the problem for you, and then we'll take it from there. Does that sound like a sensible way of proceeding?
What Adam was saying is, I didn't actually cancel the policy. They did, but I think that happens when they've replaced whatever they're insuring. I think they naturally cancel that policy when you have a claim.
Yes, but the simple fact is they still, under the terms of that policy, provided you with the TV and in fact took more money from you before they were prepared to do that because you wanted a higher spec TV.
Yes.
So I still feel as if we can try and hold them responsible and say this TV that you've provided one of your customers at the time has now failed and you don't seem to want to take any responsibility. Why would anybody take a policy out with you if they could find themselves in the same position? I think that's going to be the kind of angle I'm going to take with them. Let's see how we get on. I'm going to go and speak to them this afternoon. I will talk to you very soon.
Thank you.
All right. Now, just over a year ago, Ruth purchased a cooker for her daughter when she moved into a new property, but it seems she started experiencing problems with the grill just a week after receiving it. It just would not heat up, this grill. Well, looking back, Ruth realises she should have said something at the time.
We had a lot of family problems going on at that time, and my fault, I completely forgot about it and did nothing. But then 3 weeks ago, my partner ordered me a washing machine from the same company, and they phoned him while I was at my daughter's house. And when she'd finished speaking to him, I said, "Oh, just a minute, and I'll speak to you about my daughter's cooker." And I told her the problem. And this very pleasant lady turned into something very unpleasant and told me that the cooker was 10 days out of warranty, and they weren't going to do anything about it. I should have come to them at the time when we first discovered it was broken, not working, and I agreed with her, but I also said that even if it had just broken, surely it should last longer than a year. No, we won't do anything about that. It's out of warranty, and it was just a flat no.
Well, I mean, that's not acceptable. Yes, in an ideal world, and I would always advise anybody listening to the programme, strike while the iron is hot. Don't leave things. As soon as you realise there's a problem with something you've bought, get onto the company and get it sorted. Don't just put up with it, because the longer you leave it, the more difficult it is to make your case. However, the Consumer Rights Act does not state that when a warranty runs out, you no longer have any rights. The Consumer Rights Act says that from the date of purchase, you are entitled to expect that that product lasts for a reasonable amount of time. So therefore, she does still have rights. We've been off to speak to the company to try and get things sorted out. Ruth's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Ruth.
Hello.
Hello. So I would imagine your daughter has had to think of all that time she's gone without cheese on toast.
I know.
You can't do cheese on toast without a grill. Now, what's going on, Tara? Tara's been speaking to the company. Are they prepared to do something to sort it?
Well, I like to think how I send a professional email when I take on a consumer query.
Uh-oh.
And, well, no, hold on a minute. And I make it clear that it is from me. And I talk about the person who's come to the programme, in this case Ruth, who's got a problem, and I make sure that everything's detailed in terms of the order number so they can easily identify who's who. And I do sign my name at the bottom of it. Now, I have had a response from the company.
Why do I know where this is going?
No, you don't know where it's going. But, well, the response from the company starts, "Hello, Ruth."
I knew that's where you were going.
I thought, hold on a minute. OK. So they do think they've contacted you, Ruth. I'll just give you a little bit of a summary of what they've said.
They thought you were the customer?
Yeah, they did.
Oh,
but my name is Tara. But we've both got 4 letters, Ruth, so it's easy to muddle things up. Hello, Ruth. I hope you are well. I also hope that. And they're sorry to hear of the troubles you've been having with your product. But you will be happy to hear that this issue is covered by their warranty team. They also handle out-of-warranty repair options. If you contact them, they will arrange to send an engineer over to fix the issues that you are having on site. But it wasn't on site SITE, it was on site as in you're looking at it.
Dear. Do you know what I foresee the problem being? Because they have failed to understand that the BBC is investigating, and it would appear from the fact they've written to the customer rather than to us, are they simply going to put Ruth and her daughter in touch with an after-warranty team who say, yeah, that's fine, we'll come out and fix it. The cost will be X amount of money.
Well, I've got back to them straight away when I got this one, and I wanted to know whether or not they have contacted you, Ruth, with this response, because I do have a phone number that I will give you off air. And also, just to clarify, that presumably this repair will be free of charge.
Well, what have they said to you first, Ruth?
Not a word.
Not a word, no. I would be surprised from that response if they're thinking this is free. I think they've misunderstood. I think they've said, oh, yeah, OK, if you're going to kick off, then fine, we'll put you in touch with our after-warranty team. We'll send someone out to you. And then after that, we'll tell you how much you have to pay for it. But I think absolutely we need to, first of all, we need to get this company to provide us with a proper response for broadcast. And I tell you what we also need to do. We need to ask them to address the issue under the Consumer Rights Act. This is nothing to do with a warranty. We want a response from them regarding their obligations as per the law. And that is the response that we need from them. I'm very concerned. Just out of interest, and Ruth, I don't want anything that will identify the company, but you said that they were somewhat unprofessional with you when you spoke to them previously. They also seem to be a bit unprofessional in terms of their response to us as well, because they haven't even bothered to find out who they are writing to. How did you come across this company?
On the internet.
Right.
But it was a company I'd heard of and I've used previously without problems.
Okay.
But I've never had, to contact the after-sales people.
No, and that's always the problem is anybody can sell stuff. I could start a company up today selling cookers. That's fine, and I may well be able to sell cookers cheap. The mark of a good company is how they deal with things when things go wrong. And that's why you need to make sure when you're buying anything, particularly off a company from the internet, you need to make sure that they've got good customer feedback and people are happy with the way that they resolve issues.
So in the last minute and a half, I have just had a bing bong in my ear, and I've been sent another email from the company.
Do they know who they're writing to this time?
Yes, which is perfect. They also hope I'm well, which I'm always grateful for. And they say that they have sent a letter to you, an email to you, Ruth, on the email address that you provided to us. They look forward to hearing from you, and if there's anything that they can help with any further, that I should let them know.
They're still not confirming it's no charge.
No confirm. So let's see what's in that email, Ruth.
Can you go and check your emails, and can you let us know what it says? You need to make sure we get in writing before they start agreeing to send anyone out that it's not going to cost any money. Because I just have a sneaky feeling this company think they can try and resolve this by sending someone out. We sent someone out. Yes, we charge the customer because it's out of warranty. We don't want to start getting into that kind of scenario, because if this product has been broken from the beginning, there's no way your daughter should have to pay a penny for them to come out and look at it. Go and check your email. Let's talk very shortly. Do you remember Maureen? Maureen has some clothing that she needed altering.
I needed something shortening, and a couple of them were silky, and I thought it's better to get somebody professional to do them. A kimono that was too long, some silky trousers. I had a skirt and 2 slips that needed some new elastic in, and somehow or other I couldn't get to the lady at the back, and I took a number, unfortunately, off the internet. She didn't come and pick them up. Her daughter came and picked them up. Unfortunately, I paid her a £20 deposit. That was in the end of March.
Well, where is this woman with Maureen's silky clothes and Maureen's kimono? She hasn't been answering Maureen's calls, apparently, but did she answer a call from me? Yes, she did. What did she say, though? Let's find out, because Maureen's back on the JVS show. Hello, Maureen.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Maureen. Right, so when I came off air, and I was obviously kind of acquainting myself with all the details of all of, that you had for this woman, I didn't have a lot to go on, did I, Maureen?
Not really, no. I'm sure I left her a message a couple of times on the answer phone, and I vaguely remember, but I can't understand why she wasn't answering the phone at all some of the time.
Now, when you gave my team all the details, all we had was a first name and a mobile number.
That's it, yeah.
Didn't have any company details, didn't have any surname, no address, nothing.
No.
So it was. I didn't have an awful lot to go on. So, to be honest with you, Maureen, when I phoned her yesterday, I had everything crossed that she was going to answer the phone. Thankfully, she did. And I had to then decide, well, how do I approach this? If I went in all guns blazing, saying, what on earth's going on? Why have you taken Maureen's clothes and money and she's got nothing to show for it? There was the chance that the communication may end and I wouldn't find any more out from this woman. So I decided to go in a calm, collected and friendly manner. And that seemed to work because, firstly, I've now got a surname for this lady.
Right.
And she also seemed fairly reasonable, although couldn't really give any answer as to why things had taken as long as they have taken. She said, first of all, she couldn't remember who you were, which I thought was a bit strange because I was just wondering, how many kimonos has she been adjusting, for goodness sake? She did once, I gave her the details. She said, oh, yeah, I do remember. Yeah. She said, well, to be honest, most of the items are done. She said, I've done most of the work. But there was an issue with a couple of the items. We needed to get some elastic. And she said, there's been a bit of a problem getting the elastic. But she said, I just need to, basically, I need to get myself down to the market to get the elastic, and then I can finish the other bits off, and I can get them back to Maureen.
Yeah, that's the story I'm getting, Jonathan, because she's...
So I said to her, well, okay, that's fair enough. We recognise that there has been a problem. However, you also have to recognise Maureen gave you these clothes many, many months ago now, and she's already paid 20 quid to you, and she's got nothing to show for it. So, can we try and get this sorted? Well, the lady said, yes, okay, I'll definitely get it sorted. I just need to get my act together, and I need to get it sorted for her. I said, well, when can Maureen expect to get these clothes back? She told me yesterday afternoon that you will have your clothes back and all adjusted by next Friday.
Yeah, that's what she told me, Jonathan.
Well, I mean, you keep saying she's told you. I'm hoping that's because after the conversation with me yesterday, she gave you a call because she promised me she was going to pick up the phone and give you a call. What did she say then when she picked up the phone to you?
Well, she said, I'm sorry it's come to this, meaning I've had to come to you for help.
Yeah.
And it's gone on so long and it's been a bad year. And she said something about losing her list of numbers and she didn't answer unusual numbers. But I'm sure I left a message a couple of times as well, as if she was trying to get out of it. And I don't know if anything would have been done without your intervention. And she promised them back next Friday, but I'm still not getting the whole story of why it's taken so long. And she sounded guilty and everything. So.
Yeah, although to be honest with you, she didn't sound like a bad egg.
No, she didn't.
You know, I mean, I've had many years of experience. In fact, I was talking to my team yesterday. Next year, I will have been helping people with their consumer problems on the radio for 20 years. And you can imagine, over 20 years, I've spoken to many, many people, and I've certainly spoken to my fair share of people who like to mess other people around. This lady, I'll be honest with you, she didn't sound like a bad egg.
She sounded guilty, as if she should have done something about it before.
Yeah, that's the kind of feeling I got from her as well. And she did sound as if she does genuinely want to get this sorted for you. So what I will say, let's give her the benefit of the doubt. Let's draw a line under everything that's happened so far, even though it's frustrating. Let's draw a line under it and let's see whether she is good for her promise. She promised me yesterday that you will have those clothes back by next Friday. Let's judge her on that.
I can't understand, Jonathan, why she didn't bring them back before, and she didn't have me to go, and she only had sort of certain lengths to go on, and I just don't understand why it's gone on so long.
Well, I don't think she's finished them all yet, because she said to me she's finished most of them, but she hasn't finished all of them. So that is obviously why she hasn't actually come to drop off the clothes to you. But then why has it taken so long for her to finish them? I mean, okay, we know that to start with there was a problem with elastic. And I know that because friends of mine and colleagues of mine who were making face masks at the time said, you just can't get elastic for love nor money at the moment. But that is now no longer the issue. So why is it still not being sorted?
I find it very confusing. Also, why didn't I thought she even knew where I lived to come back with them. So, I mean, I find it very, very confusing.
Well, look, she's promised me, she's promised you that by next Friday you're going to have those clothes back. Let's see.
I'll warn you if it happens, Jonathan.
Well, we'll see. I mean, if it doesn't happen, I'm not going to be impressed.
No.
And then I'm afraid she will probably see the less friendly JVS than she saw yesterday. But let's hope that everything will be sorted out, and let's hope that she is a good egg and she does get it sorted. Any other problems, I'll go and chase her up. But
she does sound like a decent person, but I'm just confused about it all. I'm sure you are.
Yeah, well, let's hope this time next week when I speak to you and I say, hello, Maureen, how are you? You say, do you know, I'm lovely. I'm wafting about in my kimono.
Depends what time of day she brings them back, as she said Friday, isn't it?
Why? What time? When are you going to wear the kimono?
Oh, not till the summertime, Jonathan. It's too cold at the moment.
Oh, I see. It's more of a summer kimono, is it?
I've had it for years. I thought it's a shame not to wear it, you know.
I thought you'd only just bought it.
No, I bought it some years ago.
Oh, right, okay. Well, it's going to be...
I've worn it on and off, but I thought, well, it might be a good idea to wear it this summer and make use of it, you know.
Yeah. Well, never mind. Next summer you can wear the kimono.
Yeah.
You know, and you give all your neighbours a thrill in your kimono.
I don't think I'll be taking any more alterations to her, even if she does sound all right, because it's...
No. I would suggest that when you get these clothes back, I would suggest that that's it. You draw a line under it, and I certainly would not suggest that, based on this experience, you race to use her again. But there we go. Let's hope she gets this sorted. Maureen, can you please keep me in the loop, and we'll talk next week.
I will, and thank you ever so much. It's nice to talk to you, Jonathan.
Hello, John. Hello, John. Are you there? Hello, John. You have a consumer problem, I gather. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so I purchased a TV just under 2 years ago. In fact, it was December 2018. And recently, the last kind of month or so, it's packed up. It's basically stuck on the startup screen, basically, where the Android signs are spinning round and it's not going any further. So I contacted the manufacturer who said to me that it was out of warranty because it's over the warranty only lasts for a year, so it's out of warranty. They went through some troubleshooting with me on the phone, which was good, but to try and reboot the TV, but nothing happened. It didn't work, so they said I'd have to contact their kind of local authorised agent who will be able to help me.
No.
Yeah, so
no. I mean, the simple fact is, I presume you don't normally listen to my programme, John?
I do sometimes, and that's what kind of made me think to give you a call.
Yeah, because, I mean, the simple fact is you don't have any contract whatsoever with the manufacturer.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
The only company you have a contract with, and the company that you should be going back to, is the retailer, the company you bought it from in the first place. So have you spoken to them?
So I have. So after contacting this kind of authorised agent, they said to me, it sounds like it's the motherboard that's the problem, and that it would cost roughly £300 to get repaired. Now, I paid £700 for the TV just under 2 years ago, so, I think that's just a crazy amount to pay. So I then contacted the retailer. Now, with this retailer, the only way I can seem to contact them is via their Facebook page. So I left a comment on their Facebook page. They then replied back saying, look, send us a direct message with all your details and we'll get in touch, which I did. And then a couple of weeks, instantly I got a response saying, thank you very much. And, I think it was an automated message, basically, from looking at other people's Facebook posts and whatever else. An automated message saying they'll be in touch. Now, 2 weeks later, they still haven't been in touch with me.
Just out of interest, and I don't want anything that will identify the retailer at this stage, but you say that the only way you could contact them was via a Facebook page. What kind of retailer is that then?
Well, they're a big retailer. And I tried the kind of, I Googled the contact number for them and whatever else, but just could not get through.
They just don't answer the phone, or
don't answer. And they're a big one of the big retailers. So yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, if it's a big retailer, then certainly there should be a much more suitable and appropriate form of communication than via a Facebook page. I mean, that is not what I would consider to be a professional way to be approaching a company. And I certainly wouldn't be prepared to do that. I would be communicating by either telephone, writing, or email. And therefore, this retailer, the simple fact is, this TV they've sold you, it must, as per the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, be fit for purpose, be of reasonable quality, and last for a reasonable amount of time. No one in their right mind would spend £700 on a TV that would last less than 2 years. I mean, why on earth would you do that? And unless you have done something to damage the TV, and from what you're saying, you haven't done anything to damage the TV. No. If you haven't done anything to damage it, then this TV has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time. It is clearly not of reasonable quality, and therefore the retailer has an obligation to you to get the problem sorted.
Sure.
So it's a shame that the manufacturer, when you spoke to them, they kind of wasted your time really by asking you to go off and speak to some local approved place. I mean, it's got nothing to do with the manufacturer. It's got nothing to do with any independent place. The simple fact is you have paid company X £700. They've sold you a product that is not fit for purpose. End of story. They need to sort it. Let's go and have a little word. Right, Tara.
Excellent.
Hello.
Can we... literally, I mean, this is why, John, I said to you, do you listen to the programme? Because, and I mentioned earlier, I've been doing this for nearly 20 years. This same mantra of the Consumer Rights Act, it used to be, when I first started it, the legislation we referred to was the Sale of Goods Act, 1979, which kind of provided for the same thing. The Consumer Rights Act is pretty similar to the Sale of Goods Act. It's slightly better legislation, but it's pretty similar. And yet still, after all these years, we still have a problem with retailers failing to take their responsibility seriously and actually do what they're supposed to do. We need to go and speak to this company and get things resolved. What are you doing for TV in the meantime?
Well, we've got an old TV that luckily we kept, so we're using that at the moment.
Right, well, thank goodness for that. OK, well, leave this with us. We'll get things sorted out and we'll go and have a word.
One of the things that we are finding at the moment with a lot of issues is that people are telling us that they cannot get hold of the company to lodge their complaint. So I don't know why. I've had a number of instances lately where they have helpline numbers that they can call, there have been emails, but nobody is getting back to them.
I presume part of that must be virus related and the fact that some of their staff they will not have brought back. But what I don't understand is for a retailer that has... Did you buy this on the internet, John?
No, I went into store.
Oh, it was into a store. Does this company have an online presence?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Well, I mean, I fail to see how a company that has existing staff, existing customers rather, and also is selling stuff on the internet, whether the virus has been in place or not, I mean, surely there is still a need for customer service staff to deal with existing issues. And if some of those customer service staff have to work from home, well, so be it. But you still need somebody at the end of the phone to be sorting problems out. Let's see what we can do. What I'm going to do, I'm going to send you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, John, OK?
Excellent. Thank you, Jonathan.
Hang on there. Remember Kirsten? Kirsten bought her washing machine in January of last year. It stopped working in August of this year.
What it was doing was I was putting it on and it was blowing all the fuses in my house. It wasn't spinning, it wasn't doing a lot. So I went back down to the retailer and told them about the problem, and they said because it's out of its year's warranty, it's the manufacturer's problem, which I know by listening to you it isn't.
Oh, well, we just get so much of this. So many retailers tell customers, oh, sorry, it's out of warranty, it's over a year old, there's nothing we can do. And to be honest, what really worries me, I'm not so worried about you, because you listen to my programme, so you know if a retailer tells you that you're being fobbed off, and you pick up the phone, you call me and you say, can you get it sorted? What I really feel for, the people I really feel for, are those that are not listening to the programme, who may well accept that and say, oh, well, OK, I tried. I'll have to just go out and buy a new one. I mean, this is the problem. And this is what really frustrates me. I went off to have a word with this retailer on Kirsten's behalf. She's back on the JVS. Hello, Kirsten.
Hi, how are you?
I'm absolutely marvellous, thank you. I hope you are too.
Yes,
now,
fine, thank you.
when I spoke to this company, now this is a small independent retailer rather than one of the big boys, and when I spoke to the lady there, to be honest with you, I don't think she really enjoyed the conversation with me very much, did she?
No, I don't think she did. No, not at all.
No. And the way that they've communicated with you subsequently also seems to suggest, and I'm terribly hurt by this, that they won't be sending me a Christmas card this year.
No, definitely not. Never again, I don't think. Nor me. I think we're both struck off.
Oh dear, we're both sent to the naughty corner, are we?
Yeah, best place to be.
Now, the simple fact is, I did explain to the retailer that obviously they do have a responsibility. The lady at the company seemed to say to me, well, OK, well, we told Kirsten to go and talk to the manufacturer, but, you know, we didn't say that she couldn't come back to us. I said, well, did you say to her, go and have a word with the manufacturer, see if they can do anything to help? If not, please come back to us and we will get it resolved. She said, well, no, we didn't say that. I said, well, if the customer's come to you and has explained the situation and you've then said go and talk to the manufacturer, presumably it's perfectly logical and reasonable that the customer has concluded that you're not prepared to resolve the issue. Well,
that's what I thought.
Of course you would, because, you know, there's a big difference, isn't there, between and I understand the point she was making. She was saying, you know, these manufacturers, they're big companies. She, as an independent retailer, is a small company, and she said it would just be really nice if for once the manufacturer could sort something out so we don't have to take the hit. I said, well, yeah, absolutely, I understand that. I completely get from your perspective as a small retailer It would be super if the big company resolved the problem for you, but it doesn't mean that you don't have a legal responsibility to your customer, and you should have said to the customer, go and have a word with them. Any problem whatsoever, come back to us and we'll go and resolve it for you.
Yeah,
well, look,
would have been nice.
To cut a long story short, they did finally, after investigating all of this, they did make a financial offer to you. They said that they were prepared to give you a pro rata refund for the money that you'd spent with them on this washing machine, taking into account the use that you had from the machine and also the amount of use that you had not been lucky enough to have because it stopped working. What was that total they were promising you?
They were £140.
140 quid. And the washing machine was how much to start with?
199.
Okay. So as far as I'm concerned, that's a pretty good offer. I think that's perfectly reasonable offer. The question is, have you received the money?
I have now. Yes, I received a cheque last week and they came and picked up the old washing machine as well.
Fantastic. Now, what about the new washing machine? What are you doing about that?
I've purchased a new washing machine, not from the same company because I don't think I'm allowed it back in there. But I purchased a new washing machine and I've got the engineer who came out to the old washing machine to come and fit it, so it's all fitted properly and everything. So.
Good. Okay. And did you, just out of interest, how much did you spend on the new one?
250.
250. Okay. So. Well, hopefully it will last for a reasonable amount of time. I'm in a difficult situation, Kirsten. I don't know what you make of this. So I've got a 6-year-old washing machine that is what I would describe as a fairly cheap one. I think it cost about 200 quid, which in the grand scheme of washing machines is at the cheap end. So I've got 6 years old.
That's good.
The washing machine I want to get, which is a good quality one that is designed to last for 20 years, is on offer at the moment. Now, well, for 600 quid.
Is it the one that's usually with 999?
It's certainly on a very good offer. It's about 600 quid, and it's designed to last for 20 years.
Would you looked at that one in the shop, but.
Would you buy a new washing machine before your old one has finally died, even though at 6 years old it's probably living on borrowed time because it was a cheap one?
If you're getting such a good deal, then I would, but the only thing with that is if you don't plumb it in straight away and you plumb it in 3 months' time when your old one finally goes...
And then it's broken.
Will that affect your warranty? Yeah. Will you be allowed to...
Well, I mean,
you'll know, won't you?
Well, I would know, but it's to me, it's one of those difficult things where part of me thinks I should just buy the new washing machine now and get rid of the old one, but then the other part of me thinks, well, the old one is still technically working, even though I sense it might not have that much life left. So should I really just wait until it finally dies and then replace it? Is it a bit extravagant to buy a washing machine before the old one's died?
If it's the washing machine that I was looking at, and it's down to £600, then I'd probably get it.
Would you?
Because if it was a £1,000 one, wasn't it? Is it the £1,000 one?
I believe it was much more expensive, yeah. It's on a very good offer at the moment.
Yeah, I did see that one. But I just couldn't get to that. I couldn't stretch to that. I think you should get it, yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm gonna give it some thought. I keep pondering it. You can bet your life what I will do is I will say to myself, no, I can't buy a new washing machine before the old one's died because that would be ridiculously extravagant. So I'll hang on to the old one. The old one will die on Christmas Eve. And then I'll have a nightmare trying to get hold of a new washing machine all over the Christmas period. You can bet your life that's what will happen, but hey-ho.
Because the price will go straight back up as well.
Exactly. Then I'll have to spend through the nose to get the new one as well.
Just go and get it as a Christmas present to yourself.
I could do that. Listen, Kirsten, listen, good to talk to you. I'm very pleased that you've got the money and you've got your new washing machine and hopefully your house will be nice and clean, not so nice clean clothes this Christmas. I will thank the retailer.
Thank you very much.
It's a shame that they don't like us anymore, but never mind. As long as they've resolved the issue, we'll thank them. Any other problems, Kirsten, you know where I am. Now, to Kerry in the parcel. At the end of September, Kerry dropped a parcel off at a delivery company on behalf of her son.
It was a computer, and it was due to be delivered the next day. It did not arrive, and I waited at the gate when I dropped it off for the receipt of dropping it off, but the employee did not return. So I left after a while, and then we tried the tracking number, and there was no recognition of the tracking numbers.
Hang on a second. They took the parcel from you. He
Yes.
said he was going to go in and get you the receipt, but he never reappeared.
Well, they didn't seem to understand that they needed to get a receipt, so I waited a while, and they didn't return. The thing is, we dropped a parcel off there a month before, and there was no problem.
Well, where is this £200 computer, and what has the delivery company had to say about it? Kerry's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Kerry.
Hello, Jonathan.
Now, Kerry, before I find out what's gone on, because I understand the company have been in touch with you, just to reiterate my advice for everybody listening to the programme, make sure you always get a receipt. I know you said you'd used this company previously,
Yes,
and everything had
right,
gone
yeah.
smoothly. So you were lulled into a bit of a false sense of security because you thought, oh, everything's been fine before. I'm sure it'll be fine this time. Which was why when the guy didn't reappear from the office with the receipt, rather than kind of ringing the intercom and saying, oi, come back with my receipt, please, you thought, oh, well, it will be okay. Bit of a risk to take, and it could so easily have gone horribly wrong. Now, I had concerns as to how much we would be able to assist you with this, but I'm hoping things have actually been more positive because I went off to have a word with the delivery company. I explained the situation. They promised they were going to go away and have a look into it, and most importantly, see if they could find the computer and locate what had been done with it, because it must be somewhere. And I gather you've been contacted. What's the latest? What's happening?
Yes, well, I had a phone call yesterday, and the computer and parcel had been found, and they were going to arrange for it to be delivered back to us. And this morning, we've had it back, and everything's lovely. And also, I've had a goodwill gesture, and they've given us 2 bunches of beautiful roses.
You're joking.
No, it's been fabulous. I couldn't have hoped for a better outcome. I really couldn't.
Kerry, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think you have been exceptionally lucky.
I know. I feel very lucky today. It's been marvellous. Absolutely super.
I think you have been lucky because when you first came to me, I was thinking, oh, my God, there's no way we're going to be able to get this back, because my fear was that someone had that computer.
Well, it's gone. It went missing, and searches were done, and of course it's turned up, so everything's okay now, and it's been marvellous.
Right. Now, promise me in future you're not going to go and leave anything without getting a receipt for it.
No, I won't.
Good. Okay, lovely. Well, listen, I'm going to thank this company very much indeed for finding your computer and getting it back to you. I will give them the horn. Kerry, any other problems, you know where we are.
Yes, and I would like to thank you and the team for all your help and everybody else concerned in this matter. It's been absolutely super outcome, and I'm so happy today and so pleased.
I can tell from the tone in your voice. Kerry, thank you very much indeed. Thank you to the delivery